All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is May 21st, 2026. We have an exciting day ahead of us, but NVDA earnings was not that exciting. So literally, the report was good. They guided up as usual. It didn't really put a dent in the AI narrative. I mean, there is definitely some bearish cases you could talk about, but overall, it was very solid, very stable. The stock really hasn't even made a move. So I do think after the open, how that affects the hyperscalers, how NVIDIA moves, their market weighting, we're going to start to see some action. Other than that, though, some of the war narrative came back. Oil is popping after dropping 5% yesterday. There was reports that Mr. Moshdaba, Supreme Leader, not to be confused with the Josh Atola, he's saying that they're definitely not going to be moving the uranium. So that caused a little bit of an effect here. And then you also had consumer earnings, which weren't the best, weren't the worst, but you got Walmart and a couple of other ones down. And then a lot of individual news from like Microsoft and Anthropic, Eli Lilly drug deal, a couple of quantum news with the government. They're taking a stake in Global Foundries as well as making a big investment in IBM. So yeah, we have all of these things circulating. It's Friday, Junior. We have an awesome day ahead. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded and ready, but you know the vibes. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, people not here, want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your sacrifice and commitment to this country, all of our freedom, and the commitment to people that you have never even met in your life. So I hope all of you never forget that, man. You got freedom. I hope you use it to your advantage. And I don't know if you agree with the war or not, but at the end of the day, you can never take away the honor from somebody who has given up so much for people they have never met and their country. So God bless the vets. Shout out to the vets and their families, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Horda. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Chatadonia. Bright and early. Bright and early. Oh, we got good time. We have 3 minutes. So, yeah, there's a decent amount. Again, I do think both a little bit of war, the correlation, and now NVIDIA, it's going to be a little bit weird of a hangover day. I think there's a lot moving around. So keep your eye out for the quantum names. I'm going to be watching IBM and GFS. Again, Microsoft, they just had a pop here. We had a play on it yesterday with the Oracle shit, but literally they started moving because of the an Anthropic deal, and then Palantir gave that video yesterday. Going to be looking at that. They did have some Department of Defense news this morning. I don't think it was good. Then 10B and Gen, any of the other laggers there in cybersecurity. CRM, they still have earnings, and they're getting affected by software and Intuit. Watch for a post-earnings move. RL was a good earnings, and they're in retail. They've been kind of picking up. And then NXL, that's a small cap bio that had like changes in language for one of their devices they're working on. There was like a government thing that happened with a bill. So other than that, I think we're going to ride out some of the other plays that we have. I'm not averaging on China. Somebody asked me about that this morning. So I'm going to be watching it, but China got killed. Korea did good. And now we got to see how NVIDIA sets the sails and get us moving. Yes, you have post-NVIDIA clarity today. That's what we're going to see what happens. It's very, very calm, though. Very, very calm. Trump to delay Biden refrigerant rules. Oh, no. But that being said, my friends, I think it's game time. Come on, just let me get it real quick, bro. Are you ready for a good day? Go to bed if not. Go to bed. Arm ripper? I know. I think Marvel went up on Microsoft. He wants to fight you mad. Oh. I think he's so sad. That's what I'm talking about, Chatadonia. Cuckoo. Make the long-term goal. Buku. They hate AI art. Yeah, you better wake up. Cause it's not really art. Go to bed, if anything. You don't want to wake up. Go to bed right now. It's Friday Junior, bro. Come on. Come on. Good morning. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. Oh yeah. Perfect. Alright, man. Less than 15 seconds. If you guys have any questions, oh shit, I ended it. You let me know. You let me know. Don't pump on your homies' head tops. I encourage you to kill desperation. That way all of the good things will come to you and they won't run away from you. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, so SPY down by 0.4 to start. Again, Microsoft only 1% after that. Again, NVIDIA barely moving too. Again, IGV getting hit by the Intuit reaction. So yeah, they're down 18%. That is 2 standard deviations. Disgusting. Bro, these options are terrible. Yeah, it's very expensive, baby. I don't know who's even bought. Oh, somebody bought one. Never mind. You could buy some cheap one. Let me see. Yeah, very expensive. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Yeah, no, the Intuit, there's a couple cheap ones that went through, but otherwise those are very expensive. So react to that accordingly, but that one's still reacting. Again, whenever NVIDIA moves, that's probably going to start dictating things. Or if there's other one, optics, positive newsletter mention. Let's see. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. The Microsoft premiums, they just jacked up the ask, but the bid hasn't moved. Okay. Let's go to the next one. This is so much money, Habibi. Why they do this? Did it give me those? Oh, that's expensive. Oh, very expensive, baby. Alright, hold on. I'm trying to find a cheap one. I honestly think they both suck. Please hold. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. All right, one of them has low premium, but yeah, this one's a risk. Give me a sec. Circle, Qualcomm, NVIDIA is finally moving up. Now, I like Intuit as a long term. That's why I put it up after seeing that one. But yeah, that one's definitely on one of the lists. So not a recommendation. Not a recommendation, my friends. And then let's see. I haven't looked at the Palantir yet. Oh, they rocketed up a little bit. They had bad news earlier. Or again, stuff with the debate. But yeah, Microsoft and Palantir are going to help. But Microsoft should be doing a lot better. But now NVIDIA is moving. So yeah, and then the quantum one. So I won't tell all of you to play, but pretty much IBM is either going to continue or it's just going to fade the government move, essentially. Same thing with GFS. This is the strategy from last year with the critical minerals, because sometimes if they gap up too much, it's there. You could do either. I gave 2 different dates on that one, but like I'm telling you, my logic is that in the next hour, these fucking quantum plays are either going to continue back up or they're going to fade and all these premiums will be down by 50%. I thought we had an old GFS. I think we sold them. WTI. Again, NVIDIA is starting to move. That helped it out a little bit. Who's the other one? Was it or NXL? Yeah, that's the other smaller one. And then who else was on the list this morning? Oh, I haven't looked at the cyber laggers. Again, these ones I brought them up, but I haven't. I'm scared of them. But yeah, the 10Bs and the gens. But yeah, Palantir's actually doing great. Now Oracle's starting to lift up. I mean, again, the cyber or IGV is down. Intuit's still getting clobbered. But yeah, you got a couple of the other bigger cyber names starting to move. Let's see. Who was that? What the fuck? Alright, those already moved. One of the IBMs went 200. I made that free. Even the original one, but that just, they raised the bid. The longer dated ones went up too much. But yeah, I made that one free. Intuit, I mean, Intuit, we just got to give it a couple days to chill out. And then, you know, once it's like chilled, we could, you know, give it a couple of days to stabilize, and then we could decide. I mean, you usually don't want to buy into the ultimate low, but yeah. So, and then again, near the 300 level, I'm sure it's going to tweak out, but yeah. Or you can buy it into today if you really insist. There has been times, you know, like even Microsoft, it only lasted for a little bit. Are both of these up? Hold on. If the other ones are at, what's it called? If they're at 100%, I'm gonna make those free too. IGV is getting clapped by Intuit. Remember, Intuit's a very large company. So yeah, that's why I think they're getting slowed down. I mean, Palantir recovered the morning. Who else we got in software? Because again, it even brought down Team, Workday, CRM's down 4. So some of these are pretty clapped. INFQ. Sell in May. I don't know if my video posted, but I put it in one of them. But sell in May and go away is fake. Again, I mean, it's been a while. I mean, even right now, May has been pretty good. But yeah, you haven't had a real sell in May, go away in a long, long time. Fiven on the high. Hi. And then who else was there? UMC. I'm thinking of something else this morning. Well, yeah, everything from after today, though, like we said, correlation is going to rise. And, you know, now earnings are like wrapped up. You know, everyone's going to kind of do their own thing. And then pretty much up until like the end of the month and then June, those are where a lot of the catalysts are kind of revolving around. Are staples going up today? Hold on. Oh, what happened to that one yesterday? TE Ford's going up? I forgot about that one. TE. But no, there was one more in the morning that I feel like I'm blanking on. No, Palantir. Palantir was red and green. Now Microsoft flipped. Yeah, Walmart didn't. Their earnings was like good, but it was one part was in line, but then the other part was just not as sexy in a world of hyperscalers. Cura, that's not the sushi place, is it? Kura. No, it's the Bio NXL. But no, there's one more from the morning. I feel like I'm blanking, but... Oh, Ralph Lauren? They had the positive earnings, and I don't know if... Remember yesterday, a lot of retail. And oil's still climbing, and SPY's going a little lower. And then ARM, and then CoreWeave's still up, but down. But yeah, ARM's actually into the high. And then DRAM, ARM 52-week high. Intuit, I think they're being a little harsh on Intuit. Again, I don't own it, but I don't think the earnings was that bad. There was some weakness in TurboTax, but overall it was a beat and raise. But there was just a couple of things that I just don't think it was as exciting. Or the fact that, you know, people wanted like a real recovery. It's different though, because usually like Fastly, Net, those were already up and they reacted like this, but this time your boy Intuit was already down. It's not like they even had a gain coming into it. OPTX, what does OPTX do? And then Ionic, so you're getting more of these, again, the quantum news, like I'm saying. That's why the IBM play was there. Yeah, Intuit's extremely low right now, bro. It's actually kind of nuts. The spreads are abysmal. Elf, I don't know. Elf started off good. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? Good morning. Yeah, Elf was up like 10 and then came down. Belarus, Lukashenko will not be dragged into Ukraine conflict. Nice. Light and then EOSC. So are we doing another round of the energy plays or what? I mean, Bloom Energy, Constellation. Energy's actually all up. I mean, again, you do have oil up. SPY, look at this. It looks like a Christmas tree. Look at red, green, red, green, red. This is the most color I think we've had to start off in a while. F's out. The memo of firing people. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, we have, again, Net did something similar. But usually Wall Street likes that type of shit. But then again, I know TurboTax, their main thing is there's TurboTax, I'm pretty sure. They said a little bit of weakness there. And then Ford, like I said, that was moving up earlier. All of these are small gains. You do have solar, again, and other energy. All types of energy are starting to move up. Paladin. ARM is going insane. ARM's up 10%. I mean, they started even running off of the Microsoft headline in the morning and then last night after NVIDIA. And speaking of which, NVIDIA break even. Look at that. So you're still got a little NVIDIA digestion. Post NVIDIA clarity, they say. So yeah, but that hasn't done anything. So you got to think about that. You're still kind of in this digestion, and then what's going to be the ultimate follow through from NVIDIA. F-Cell, it's another energy name that gets. Remember, they had a headline yesterday too. Okay, that was the thing, bro. When I looked at it yesterday, Palantir is not in any cybersecurity ETF, but literally Oklo is. I thought that made me laugh. Oh, and then AAP. This was a value stock. Yeah, recovery. They're on the high now. So they held up 9, and now they're continuing 15. Again, Ralph Lauren was the other good earnings. They're up 10, but they haven't moving out of here. Even O'Reilly's going up on that. O'Reilly. Long-term parts. So good luck. It's only up 2 for now, and then Qualcomm. All right, we'll see if any more chips start to run up. The crazy part, chips are doing great. Again, you still have SMH into the, oh, I guess they're not even in the green. No way. But you had Korea do amazing yesterday. I know Microsoft was doing good in the morning. They're like, nah, sell that shit off. Sky T, and then GLW, add that to the energy infrastructure plays. S&P manufacturing PMI 55.3, estimate was 53.8, and then service PMI came in lower. So manufacturing up, services down. Qubits, ASTS, Rocket, now the space stocks. Even NASA. Dawkend, and energy infrastructure, space, all of these are ripping right now. Where are we at? We're down 0.5 on the Dow, 0.5 on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the Russell, and 0.48 on the SPY. Highly correlated. Oh, man. Very interesting. And then C, I mean, IGV, software, they're both down, but software is the one that's lagging. And then you just got a little bit of data. I haven't looked at bonds yet. Micron now, chips are going. Look at this, though. That's what I was saying yesterday. Unfortunately, imagine that big run-up you had on bonds yesterday to be down by 0.6 now. So you are getting volatility starting to emerge here. Again, if bonds move 1% the day before, then 1% the next day, you're getting a lot of back and forth. The rates Nibis is charging for rental. No, Micron ripping, and then Cisco, and Ionic, Iridium. Again, chips, not software, but chips, energy, infrastructure. Those are the ones. Let's get a checkup. How long? We've been here for what, 15 minutes? Not bad, man. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. Dow Jones, 9 in the green, 21 in the red. NASDAQ, 74 in the red, 27 in the green. And then SPY, 390 in the red, 110 in the green. So you have like 80% of the market red. It's crazy. Every single index is within 0.05 of each other. Very correlated to start off, but yeah, I'd say like 80% of the market is in the red right now. Maybe a little less. Wolf. SpaceX. I think SpaceX is a psyop. But yeah, we'll find out about the IPO when it gets here. My real decision is going to depend upon how much Wall Street charges when they release it. If you could get into it before, I think that's another story. And then NVDA's coming down, so they're barely red now after being barely green. Well, yeah, even look at the SPY, though, back and forth. I mean, it's a pretty slow start. I mean, oil is climbing, but SPY is literally doing either 1 candle up, 3 candles down, or 3 candles up, 2 candles down. Well, yeah, you're just kind of chilling here at VWAP. Still 0.5%, but like I'm telling you, everything is 0.5% right now. About 0.6 now on the NASDAQ. So that's starting to take over. You have a couple names that are doing good, but like I'm saying here, a big majority of the names are lower than yesterday. No update on K-Web. It's just been getting washed, so I'm not thinking about averaging again on that. We got the free ones that are down and then the other set. But yeah, we're gonna have to put that on the 2 to 4 week timeline still. Rocket Lab in space again, and then GL Dubs. Yeah, all these energy plays are looking fine. And then IBM Mizzle. Habibi, I like it. That one hit, so. Well, they haven't jacked up the Junes yet. Any exposure besides DXYZ? There's a couple of like that VXC, but those are charging you a premium still too. So when I mean like get into it before, I mean like actual private shares, or you could get an allocation to the IPO. But you know, buying the holding companies that charge you like a premium, I think it's just the same as Wall Street to a degree. AAOI, and then again, Microsoft starting to sell off now. So Microsoft Anthropic deal already lost the steam. NVO. Interesting. Again, IBM starting to go, and STX now. Hertz. Is there a lot of demand for OpenAI shares anymore? I feel like they peaked. It's a weird situation. It's like it's not what it was like last year, or like right before October of last year, that damn that podcast. But like there's still like a very big leader. Like I don't know, like OpenAI has a lot of respect still. Like it is the plug to the mass market of AI, and like even charging people. So that's why, like, Anthropic's great, and Anthropic's done very well too, and you know, it's a powerful, arguably a better product. But at the same time, you know, that, remember, the fastest company in the world to reach 1 million users and all that. So there's a big demand around, a normie demand that revolves around OpenAI that still has respect and value, but it's not, you know, the mad dash to, you know, everything Sam Altman touched at one point was getting hyped. It's not like that anymore. There's still, you're allowed to ask questions now. QQQ feels heavy. Well, remember, it's a Friday Junior, so Thursdays have been bearish. I mean, last one was fine, but sometimes you could even chop around. This just feels very slow. Like, do you see this? I don't think we've seen a chart like this to start off a morning in a while. It's so colorful. It looks like a Christmas decoration. There you go. Now we're starting to move. There you go. Oil down and SPY up. So again, it looks big just because we haven't done much, but that oil move's pretty decent. Let's see, but yeah, it's, I think, a very, very boring start. Let's see what we got. I don't have a Donald. Putin joint nuclear drills with Belarus. All right, well, SPY's just ripped off of that. Again, something with oil as well, but we don't have a headline just yet. MP, they are up 7. And FCX climbing. I'm just hoping we ended another war. So again, oil from 102 to 101. Was that Chips? Who was that? We got Apple on the high. You got Meta. No, they're in the red. I think Amazon a little bit too. But yeah, that so far that was oil related, but we don't have a headline confirming that. The war's already over. Well, 3 up, but this would be more like a good morning. SanDisk. Oh, it could be Korea. Yeah. Like I'm telling you, Korea gapped up today, and you got that chip tailwind, which is holding. But remember, you still have 80% of the market in the red right now. Yep, same thing. Not bad. 5, 10 more names went green on the NASDAQ, but still 0.4. Russell is only down by 0.1, so that's breaking the correlation a little bit. And the Dow down by 0.8. A senior official denied to Al Jazeera that Khamenei has issued a new order requiring uranium to stay inside. The fucking Twitter. So literally, the comment this morning that Khomeini said they will not move that, they're denying it now. So yeah, this is just fog of war shit. I didn't think it was pressuring things that much, but that just killed the premium from the last like 3 hours on oil. And then now SPY's going up. There's no new order has been issued. Tehran's position has been consistent. They would downblend the material itself that is subject of the talks in the next stage. So now denying that supremely, no, I'm down to move it. I could move it. Who told you I would not move it? That's a bullshit, man. Who told you I would not move it? If you bring a truck, I let you move it. Okay, you bring your own trailer, huh? How about that? I never say that. I never say that. And that's good time to remind you, day 22, Gala Booty, I challenge you to a debate. If you're scared of me, keep running away, but you're bringing shame and dishonor to your people by avoiding a simple debate. Okay, Goldman, 52-week high. So Gala Booty, or whoever can get the message to him, please relay this. Thank you. I will delete these songs if you actually do it. Until then.
Cardboard box,
$3.
cardboard eater.
Spy got them a little bit.
It on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher. It's not strange when the new leader is gay. We got Khamenei, it didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your detour? Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
It hits different when the puts are getting clapped. No, dude. This song was made in the abyss. You guys know that, right? I'm just saying, people were not liking it. It was getting very uncomfortable. You know, imagine the stock market down 10%. Oil at $117. And then it's not straight. Who the new leader is gay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was not everybody could accept it at the time. But, you know, a lot has changed since then. I do think the fog of war is quite fascinating. I think it gives some entertainment here to our days to a certain degree. I mean, oil's still at 100. So like I said, I mean, 107 is on the front month. That's where everybody freaks out. But so it's either we're going to do the stair stepper on oil, because now watch, you're either going to get another good headline to confirm this shit, oil keeps going down, or in like an hour they're gonna be like, I never said no, Khomeini, he is very serious about not moving it. You guys are bullshit to your bullshit, man. And then oil will do the climate. You know what I'm saying? Then we get to play the back and forth. A Pfizer. Yeah, copper. I mean, again, the metals started off pretty slow. More material companies like FCX was red, that's green, while copper's still down. Again, MP is up. So a lot of again, there was the Department of Energy stuff too, from quantum all the way to the critical minerals. BYD in talks with Christian Horner over entering F1. Financial Times. Oh wow, Chinese at F1. Not bad. Does K-Web like this? Still down. Anyway. Oracle, they were trying. I mean, they held up decent, but Microsoft already flipped red. Again, software, not only do you have Korea and chips at the high, but then you have software just getting outsized effects from your boy Intuit. Those Intuit premiums are terrible too. I wish there were some cheap ones, but the spreads are just extremely wide. It's not straight. BNY, Vivo, Symbiotic. Okay, oil's still going down. So again, you could use that as kind of risk on, risk off guide to a degree. And then bonds, dog, you're swinging about 0.3 today. So again, at least you were at one point you were down a lot more. SAP isn't done, but like I've already made it free. So and the plays are still up a shit ton. So that play went 500%. I mean, I didn't look at it this morning, but it was 300% coming into there. So if it comes down, but like I'm telling you, I mean, that's already been a week. If it does end up going negative, I might look for it again, but I'd be looking at a different strike. A different strike and the other one. KC is dead, I know. You should cancel your subscription then and blame it on me. But yeah, that one didn't work. K-Webs too, they're dying as well. But I'm glad we got some other ones moving. Stop asking about K-Web or Josh comes out. No, you could ask. Feel free. Feel free. I'm just not gonna. I'm gonna give you a similar answer. Timing, baby, timing. Again, SanDisk and chips and NVDA with the little candle, and then we are climbing up right now. I mean, still, Russell is the only one in the green. Dow is actually number 2. GL dubs again. Doc N, isn't that energy? Or is that software? I want to say it's energy. And then Qualcomm. All right, man, there's a lot of things. I think a lot of them are still red. Here's not straight. SPY, still 100 names green. Again, 400 in the red. Nope, everything's about the same. So again, a lot of the stuff climbing is either still in the red or starting to move up. Intel, they just gave IBM money. They did not take a stake in IBM. They took a stake, a 1%. So the investment in Global Foundries, that converts to a 1% government stake. So yeah, IBM, they just gave them $1 billion, which I don't know if better or worse, but Global Foundries got like $200-300 million, but then it's convertible for a 1% stake of the company. Again, and Intel owns a part of Global Foundries. We had it. I think I sold them. I had a pretty decent leap, and then they went up. But that was like end of last year we played it. No, DocN is not DocuSign. Again, SPY going. Like I'm telling you, NVIDIA just had a little bit of a pop. Again, Korea and chips. Those are the primary drivers right now. And then you have a couple of names. And then again, a whole swath of energy industrial names that are starting to move up. High ticker is doing pretty well. I mean, low ticker is not active. You're popping since this denial of Khomeini not being willing to move the uranium. Apparently he is. So you're going to play that back and forth. But again, a couple of chip leaders mixed in with the energy industrial. I think that's kind of giving you this move, even though 70-80% of the market's in the red. Yeah, IBM, I mean, that's, I guess, software and hardware, but then they're benefiting off of the government. Qatari officials, we only support the ongoing mediation led by Pakistan. Yeah, they gave money to like 5 other quantum plays, so they all got money. Again, I'm pretty sure Global Foundries is the only one they took a stake in. But yeah, a lot of even like Qubits, D-Wave, Ionic, they all got a little bag off of it. All right, well, SPY's working its way up. I mean, we might go green. You're down by 0.15. Dow just flipped green right now, too. So again, all of these started red. I mean, you weren't doing as bad pre-market, but then let's cash open, you know? RXT up by 0.8, starting to climb a little bit. And then KHC. What's up, value? XLP is down. That's probably the Walmart effect. Yeah, IBM did great. The premiums moved a little bit more. They chilled out, but overall, that climb, as long as it could get above its, I think it was at 9% though at one point. It was a little bit higher pre-market. Well, that's what I was saying. It's either going to stay in that first range it moves in, or it'll actually advance. India. Silver lagging chips and solar. I mean, I guess if the yeah, you still have chips going up. I mean, at one point, if chips do another breakout, this is still insane. But yeah, there's still a lot of correlations there. NVIDIA is still going. Quantum, Ionic, again, some of these are starting to break out. The quantum companies are scams. I don't disagree. I mean, again, they're getting money and people are hyped on it. We called the quantum bubble early. That was like last year. But I think they're all bullshit. That's why I've always said, you know, if IBM is the real quantum play. But yes, eventually, I mean, I'm sure one of them will walk away a winner. But then generally, I think IBM is the only one with like a real company working on it. That's also not, you're not only buying it because of that. Well, Qubits, Ionic, they're all running there. Are these all higher than pre-market? Yeah, that's crazy. So look, all of these are running higher now. So that's what I'm telling you is like different. So IBM is the only one that hasn't, but they're the big one. But the smaller quantum plays, they're starting to move. They're higher than the range from these announcements. That's what you wanted to look for. Again, when they announce these government plays, if it goes up 15% and then just stays there, that could happen. It's kind of broader, you know, priced in. They take all the meat off the bone. But on the smaller quantum plays, they've now broken out. So again, I'd want that on IBM, but I didn't play the other ones, just IBM Mizzle. And then A-Lab. OMC. What's OMC? Omnicon? Let's just look straight up. Again, Rigetti now. They're all literally ripping off of this now. Everybody except IBM now. IBM moved first, but the other ones finally, they broke out of their pre-market range. Very surprising. Where is Google? Google's going down. I don't know if they're reacting negatively to all this. And then you had Amazon up earlier, but yeah, Mag 7's not really playing along, to be honest. Even Tesla started good and that flipped. And now Fivin again. This one just keeps climbing, bro. Don't even get me started on Fivin. But yeah, those premiums are even still up too. And then Palant. Saidu, we get a little space. Lace. CBRL. KMX. Oil did climb up a little bit there. Not straight. And the new Nina is gay. Alrighty, not bad. Bro, it's all quantum now. Now it's qubits, the small ones, unfortunately. Come on, IBM, do something more. You already did good. But yeah, like literally it's qubits, ionic, all at the highs or Getty. Every single one of them. Even the ones that didn't get money that are attached loosely, those are the ones starting to go up. And then solar, I mean, more solar plays are going up. You guys keep calling that one out. Now ARM. Marvel was running with Microsoft, but they're doing better than Microsoft. And now Reddit, huh? Some homegrown terrorism? I haven't been on Reddit in a while. Yeah, I think it was $2 billion in total, with half of it going to IBM. But yeah, I think the other guys getting money it's good though. They're all small. You miss the Reddit short and tall. I do too. It's just kind of depressing. That's it. They didn't want help, dude. The short guys on Reddit, they don't even want it. I bet you they don't even want to be tall deep down. You know what I'm saying? There's something about it I could tell. They don't even want to be tall. They just want to live. They want to live a low life. Not because they're low lives, but they like the pain the shortness brings. Work day. Let's see if we could get some IGV, you trying? Good for you, brother. Good for you. I can't. Netty's even down after good earnings. There was one Neo. I think they had good earnings too, and then they flipped. So yeah, all the China ones. Everything solar related is just popping. And then again, Nibis and then Quantum. 4 did climb. It chilled out a little bit. Rumble on the high. And then DataCalb, and then the DraftKing, Okta. So cybersecurity names are actually starting to run. Oh, damn. 10B and the other one went? Habibi. Dude, I like these, but I don't like how high they are. They're like all lagging behind cybersecurity, but they are literally all up like 50% from the bottom. That's the part I do not like about them. CRM hates us, but we'll see if we get lucky. Now IGV, Estee Lauder now too. RL hasn't moved past that. The IBM Freeish. The July one, the Junes are up for a second. The July ones, if you got them, good timing. They still have a good gain. But yeah, the June ones aren't moving. U.S. has redirected 94 commercial vessels as of May 21st. All right, well, SPY near the high are getting more chip activity. You're broadening out a little bit. Again, Nibis is breaking out. Korea chilled out, but where's chips? Our chips chilled out a little bit. Some medical devices. NVO. Now Alcoa, more of the material plays. Even FCX went green. Oh, and then Young Tap. So Tap has ex-dividend, I believe, right around the corner. Same thing with your boy Kimberly. What day is it? The 21st. Again, Alcoa, Bloom Energy, now the more energy industrial side going. I don't know if the Quantum's chilled out for a second, yeah. And then SPY chilling out though too. It'd be nice if NVIDIA could do something. Isn't that crazy? After imagine all the hype of the last month on NVIDIA, and then the earnings come out, and then this thing is practically break even. So again, I mean, that's why I'm glad we sold out of all of them. We sold them all at the high. Sold out of all the final ones yesterday, and I do guys see why. So like I'm telling you, especially sometimes if the earnings are good, you can make more on after earnings, but in this case where the volatility was low and then went up, you know, I hope you guys are seeing, you know, this just killed both sides of the contracts. So that's the crazy part. You know, go to any June contract, all of the puts and the calls are both down. Do you guys notice that? So you go super, these are all dead. So yeah, all of these ones that you could have got a lot of money for yesterday, every single one of them's dead. You would have got way more for them 2-3 days later, but now even the puts. So now anybody betting against it or betting for it, everybody got washed. You see that red? That negative change close, that's telling you these options are less than what they were at the close of yesterday. So every single one, like this option's down 50 cents from $1. That means it was trading at $1.50. Now they're going for $1. So you lost like what, 30-40%? Same thing with a lot of these. I mean, this contract was going for what, 70 cents yesterday. Now it's at 30. But that's both sides. Well, that's what I mean. Generally, the idea, people were hesitant of playing NVIDIA because it hasn't moved in so long. That's why I think we got that window when on the run up, because it didn't even have the run up. So we were able to do that. But that's why too, like a lot of them this season, even if it runs up a lot ahead of the earnings, I mean, you're better off just taking that money than not. There was only a couple where it's like they ran up pre-earnings and then kept going, which was phenomenal. Bro, those sweet green premiums are still up. But yeah, if we could get a move on NVIDIA, you still got to deal with this hangover. SPY with another pop out of nowhere. Oil down. I'd be on the lookout for another one of these war headlines. I don't see it dawn out. That kind of unwound it. Now the oil candle's going up. Iran and Oman are discussing a permanent Hormuz toll. Iranian envoy. That's negative. I think permanent Hormuz tweaked out the algo, but that's negative. Iran and Oman are discussing permanent Hormuz toll. Iran envoy. Reopening Strait will entail countries paying. Amin Najad. That's the headline on it. That goes against shipping loss. That is against the law to discombobulate. NASDAQ 100 extend decline. Reopening Strait will entail countries paying. Honeywell now on the high. So again, now you had, just like we said, that was less than an hour, but now you're getting your next bad headline. Well, I think you're going to get that, then they're going to deny it. Then we play this game back and forth. It's odd. I mean, we're still very high considering, and like now you're in this weird little, remember, momentum stalling, not going up, not going lower, but surprising some of the still knee-jerk reactions from all this Iran stuff. At least for today. I mean, you're talking 97 to 1, $5 back and forth. But then granted, you did drop $5 yesterday, or 5% on oil. So that's another thing we got to keep in mind. That's PGI. I think it's good, man. I think it'll be around. NVIDIA is starting to sell now. And then Visa and CB on the high, and Verizon are. See if staples start to go up. I mean, you're getting clobbered because of Walmart, but just keep in mind if any rotations, because a lot of tech high flyers now. Microsoft on the bottom, as well as NVIDIA. You're actually holding up pretty well. You have Apple there. Again, Verizon starting to take off. KMB, that's so odd. Those did work for a second. But yeah, this is exactly what I was telling you guys last week. Just be careful of the stall. Like I was telling you, everybody thought we were going to go straight up or straight down, but you've pretty much spent a week stalling out. Do you see how painful this is? Do you see how boring this is? Do you see how uncomfortable it is? Imagine if you got calls. That's why even then, if you got the wrong call, even if they were down, it was very easy for calls to even get slashed to a degree. So yeah, I hope you're seeing it. I hope you guys are able to understand it a little bit. I was like, you're not low, you're not high, but then you're still making the same decisions, but now you're not even getting the momentum that people were pricing things towards, which is quite wild. Google rotating. Most of Mag 7 has just been dead today. I guess Google trying to go off the bottom while some of those other ones come down. Well, let's see. I mean, this might be the stall for now, but be careful. What we don't want is this stall to last long. I hope you guys could see why. You know, this has only been like, what, a week? But if it starts to go a little bit more aggressively, that's where it kind of sucks. It is. It's only been an hour. I mean, a lot of stuff's kind of happened here in the morning. Again, those quantum ones. HD and FIS, a couple of, what is that, financials? Fidelity. I mean, financials are doing great, actually. Back into the 8-month NVIDIA box. No. No. Again, staples are all going up except Walmart, pretty much. MO. Those MOs are coming back to life. I mean, damn well, we're fucking about to break out again, but yeah, that one got clapped. Before you had another play to complain about, that one was clapped, but that one came back. McDonald's back at open. I don't know. Did you guys see it? I made a video of all of the value names that I liked. So it was good, man. I think I communicated it effectively. Very simple. I'd watch those names. I'm probably gonna buy one of them. I don't know when. If it stalls until midterms, you would all probably get. Some of you would quit. It would be terrible if we stalled until midterms, because again, it would just be boring. It would be slow. There would be a lot of different things would play out. Again, Verizon and communications. And then NVDA went straight down, 218, bro. I'm surprised you're not getting more of a NVDA effect. More biotechs are climbing, and again, value. Kimberly Quality. A senior denied to me that Majdaba has issued new order. Propaganda by the enemies. Fox News reporter. Again, just get ready for the next headline, whether there's that Hormuz toll one I think is bullshit. Seems like the bigger narrative has been around whether or not Homeboy is going to allow the uranium to leave or not. We might not get the major pullback though. So like I was saying on the midterm money glitch, that low could have been in March. But if anything, I think in industry, Spotify. Hey yo, that one actually looks big. Spotify. Why are we moving like that, Spotify? The options all suck. They're extremely expensive. They hate you. They hate you. They hate you. Oh, I can't find anything on that. Yeah, Spotify, 2.5%. I don't think those will go. Yeah, check Spotify. They're terrible, though. And then GE gets 3-year contract from Boeing Defense. But yeah, check that. I don't see it. It's 3%, though. They might be at an event. I'll check. That one's still going. Yeah, there's some on the June contracts. I'm not taking them, but if you have the balls for it, you can't get like a really good or low price on any of them. The spreads are a little tweaky. NVDA 218. Why don't you jack that ass up? Call me Lontar when they... I'm sorry. But yeah, June is the contract chain, but it's borderline impossible. Or they're not impossible, they just have a really high premium. And some of them are going for way cheaper. Well, yeah, that's 4.5. Something's happening with it, bro. Something is happening on Spotify. Now Netflix is going up too. Yeah, bro, something's happening. Netflix, Spotify. You got something, mother effer. What's the day? Give me... Those are already up. Alrighty. And then SPY going near the low. Alrighty. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? Kept it very small. Like literally, I think overall total is like less than $40. Because again, I wanted the Spotify's, but I'm either thinking something is happening, either policy or company related. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something related to both of them. It's either something with like services and subscriptions, or they're doing some sort of partnership. But that's why, like I'm saying, keep it small, but then Netflix is the lagger on that. Not a recommendation. I still don't see anything on them. Wasn't there a Netflix headline this morning about weren't they going to play like live TV shows? Oh, 713 iHeartMedia. That's the one. That was already there in the morning with Netflix and iHeartMedia. Chad saying Spotify CEO comments. Do they have Investor Day in 30 minutes? Call me long term when you... May 21st. Yeah. Spotify's Investor Day. No, it started. It started 30 minutes ago. So yeah, this is Spotify Investor Day. Shakira reaches a new career peak with 85 million monthly listeners. Whatever. The long term. And I'm going to say forever. I just hold for 10. I'm sorry. I'm Shakira, dog. It's Shakira. What the fuck are you hating for, bro? Everyone loves Shakira. You kidding me? Name Shakira. Hips at don'tlie.com. I'm joining now. Let's see.
Simply need to be on Spotify. End of story. Our experience is not about amassing followers or meeting strangers. It's about your real life connections and hanging out with your people. The next big idea, surprise, surprise, centers on AI. The world is moving towards generation, where our users are in control. And our goal is to give them exactly that. Spotify launched in the era of curation, where the world's music was organized by our passionate
All right, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. This is Spotify Investor Day. We don't have the exact headline on this,
building
but
one of the richest collections of
move.
human taste signals that was ever assembled, actually. But next came a recommendation.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trade of Eternity.
Algorithms and machine
I posted some things for you yesterday.
And we turned those billions of curation signals into features like Discover Weekly, maybe Release Radar, and personalized surfaces that made discovery effortless for hundreds of millions of people. And now, we're entering the era of generation, where the experience isn't just selected for you from a catalog, it's actually shaped by each of our users in real time around their taste, context, and intent. For example, with generative AI, for the first time in history, it's now possible to create and consume truly personal media, individual media. A podcast that was made for you, an audience of you, or maybe at most you and a friend. When you ask Spotify to, I don't know, give me the news, we will deliver a daily brief built around your interests, your inbox, your calendar, even the presentation that you're going to have later today. But this media obviously needs a trusted private space, not a public feed. So we've built exactly that. We're already seeing people take advantage of this with tools like Save to Spotify, which we launched a couple of weeks ago, where you can use your agent of choice, like maybe Claude Code, OpenClaw, Codex, to create individualized content, like a narrated travel plan for your trip to Barcelona, or maybe dive deeper into a subject like token economy based on what you've shared with your agent, like notes, files, articles, and more. But today, there is no media player for both public and private content. Or put differently, there is no media player for the generative age. We believe Spotify will become that. Another way to think about this generative era is that computers finally understand English. This puts infinite creativity and control back in the user's hands. So for example, prompted playlist, where you can ask it to create a playlist using your entire listening history, going up to 20 years back almost, or to create one around who won Best New Artist. A fan favorite? Make me a playlist with main character energy and send it to me every Monday morning to get me pumped up and confident for the week. This is a real user example, not made up.
It's yours.
And if you want to shape Spotify more broadly, Taste Profile lets you tell Spotify who you are and even who you want to be.
What?
No one else offers this level of control. Spotify truly becomes
I told
your
Spotify
media
who
source.
I want to be when I grow up.
That brings us to our fourth big idea.
All right, well, thank you. Well, either way, keep Spotify on watch. I wanted to see. I thought it was going to be bigger. Yo, Google just ripped. They went from literally drilling right before I went to the bathroom to now they're up. Tidal. And then Advanced Auto Parts, that's still a post-earnings continuation. So NVDA down, Google up. Yeah, Spotify's going to keep moving. A lot of those headlines haven't hit the wire yet, so I don't know if you guys want to keep listening for a headline, but I would just keep it on watch. I mean, that one's hard to play, and then see if there's any feedback through Netflix. Otherwise, that That's going to keep doing its thing. And PG, man, the Procter Gambling. Oh, wow. And then MO, can you please go back to green, Habibi? Thank you. Thank you. They play us, man. They play us. IBM, oh, that's good. If IBM breaks out, those will start to run a little bit more. I'm surprised the other ones did, dude. The Rigettis, and they came down a little bit, but they're definitely higher, but it's not moving too crazy. Again, Google, something just snapped there to the upside, which is good. But meanwhile, NVIDIA is drilling into the low. NASDAQ's still barely red. It's literally at break even. Dow. NASDAQ's down 0.7. Russell is up by 0.04. And then SPY is down by 0.545. I mean, people say Google is a quantum name. They're not necessarily tied to that money that came out today, but they have something they're working on. I mean, IGV is a little bit, Cisco started to move up, but IGV is a little weighted down because of Intuit right now. So that's the only problem, but technically, I mean, chips even came down now. I think they're both down. Well, but chips are still doing better. Again, Korea and some of the other stuff. Kroger, they did good, and then they talked about price cuts to gain market share, and then they dropped. And now here he is. Now F-Cell, you guys kept talking about that one. Again, that's part of all these energy plays that keep going up. TE didn't do as good today. All right, man. Oil hasn't moved since 3 a.m. I mean, it's moved up and then moved down, but you're technically same price as 3 minutes ago. Spotify's still going. Hello. And Rumble, I've seen that a couple times today. GFS still chilling. IVM and then SPY. I mean, you're right above open. So not bad. We got our little pop at one point, but it's pretty chill. We've been here for an hour. Happy 1 hour, my friends. Google has the Willow chip for quantum, and Microsoft. Oh, man. The quantum. Can we just get AGI? I just want my AGI. F-Cell again. StubHub. The U.S. has just announced a deal with Snowflake, U.S. General Services, giving federal agencies access to Snowflake AI Data Cloud. I mean, the volume looks like that just came out. I'll double check. We need some software. Global momentum. It's not showing up on one of my wires. That might be new. I don't know if Trump is on live. The people waiting for mortgages to come down. Well, I mean, it's good if you got a mortgage, I guess, technically. But then at the same time, just this whole issue with bonds and rates, remember, this could all come down. That's the sad part. So the same way that this is, bonds could cause another blowout and some other effects, but it's one of those things where, just like we saw in 2025, we could run right up to the level, and then something changes, a peace deal, end the war, another AGI, who knows? But then, yeah, like that I wouldn't say it's set in stone just yet. IBM Mizzle. We're doing it, Joe. We're doing it, Joe. Come on. Come on, IBM Mizzle. Show them what you're made of, IBM Mizzle. Did they finally move these shits, bro? Yeah, they did. See what I'm talking about. Published today, no timestamp. Snowflake will automatically receive 20% discount on store governments. The one-year agreement is available until September 30th through GSA multiple award schedule. Yeah, I think that is new. Snowflake and government deal. It seems like they're just giving a discount, though, to Snowflake. Am I tripping? Yeah, it's a deal. I think they're discounting the government services or giving government employees. It's still something. It's not the biggest one in the world, but still some news. Trump announcing. I don't see him. Cisco on the high. Forward PE on Intuit is now at 14. Dude, I swear it was lower. I think there's one software name that's at like a 9 or 11 right now, which is still kind of amazing. Trump live in 20 minutes? Yeah, I don't see him live right now. So I think they're like delaying a refrigerant ban or something that Biden implemented. And then Kura. Is that the sushi place, bro? Or am I tripping? We were just talking about this. I don't know if it's the same Kura. Whenever. Oh no, it's Cura Oncology. Cruise is Cura Sushi. It's a biotech. No, it's a different one. This one is a biotech. KRUS. That's the sushi. Bro, Spotify again? Yo, son, I wish those were cheaper, bro. Maybe I shouldn't have been so cheap. But yeah, that's 6% now. We caught it at like 2 or 3. And then Netflix faded. That one didn't hit. Turkey's main stock index loses 5% after CHP ruling.
Chinese automobiles.
No, Trump is not
United
live,
States.
bro. Why are you keep Trump pump faking me? What's wrong? Why do you want me to go look for Trump live, bro? Yeah, I'll put him on when he's live, G. I got you. He's like, he's live. Oh, I see it. He's everywhere. In 20 minutes, 30 minutes right now. It's already live. It's live right now. So we'll see, man. Yeah, bro, I keep getting Trump pump faked. I don't know, like, what did I do, man? Getting Spotify, I be a mizzle. You got $4 more, as crazy as that sounds, to get up to the first high. The Intuit drop. Again, I said it from the morning. I mean, I don't own any of this stock, so I do like it. Maybe that's my bias, but I'm not, I was pretty shocked that I didn't know why they got this punished. Their earnings was not 20% down bad. Now, then again, we're in an earnings season where everybody wants you to beat and raise, which they did, but it's just not at the same level as some of these other companies. But yeah, I don't think Intuit was that bad. Which again, maybe that's just a gift. If you really wanted this thing could move a shit ton. That's the thing. So like, you're still at a certain level where, like, that's why I'm saying all those names I posted, they could go down more, but these are names that are always going to be around. So, you know, if you're actually going to be consistent and build around them, you might get higher or lower prices, but yeah, I mean, you're fully going back, and you went 6 years back in time. But at one point, this was still a big high for them. But I'm a believer in the tax system, even with software or AI. I think Intuit, TurboTax, the access to people, the government involvement, I think they're always going to be around. But yeah, they didn't get rewarded even for trimming the headcount. Trump set to ease climate requirements on food industry refrigeration. Oh, well, shit. Tyson's moving off of that already. Forever. Do you really wanna hold forever and ever and ever? Why do we have to get Shakira stuck in our head now? Blackberry's going up. You know, people like that. And then actually Blackberry getting pretty big, and then him's at the high too. That's the value plays. Too big of a discount to pass it up. Good looking out. They're good, man. They're good. I think McKesson is better quality. It sucks. McKesson, the irony of McKesson, the spices, is that it's kind of doing what Kimberly-Clark is doing. So they're buying Unilever and, like, you know, funding that acquisition and going. That's kind of what's giving you the volatility in the stock. But yeah, they're stable. 4% dividend yield. I mean, all of them can go lower, but I hope you guys are understanding, you know, the idea with a lot of these plays is like they could go lower. You're at least not buying them near their high. And then even if they go lower, I mean, you could average around these because these are still companies that are going to be everywhere. Putin and Xi Jinping discuss the outcome of Trump's visit. And then 31 ships passed through Hormuz with IRGC coordination. Iran State TV. Oh, did I say McKesson? I meant McCormick. Yeah, my bad. One of them is kitchenware. One of them is spices. Yeah, McCormick. McCormick Spices. Lunar. Ships include oil tankers and container ships in the past 24 hours. Snap. Lunar. Cadence. Synopsis. SAP. Net. Now. K-Web faded its little dip. They got murdered all day today. NXL, this one's very illiquid. Acon and Young long term. Oh, I forgot Acon. That's the weed stocks. The value video, was it on IG? It was. I posted it yesterday. You know, and I think it was just good, easy info. You know, I know the bond video was kind of confusing, even though I think the bonds are really important, but for a lot of people trying to get started out and looking at things, I mean, especially, we gotta love the long term, baby. I think there's good names. I mean, especially while we're hitting all-time highs, people are worried about so many things. I mean, there's at least, I could pull up 5-6 names right now that are down 20 to 40, 50% on the year, and these companies are going nowhere. And these, you know, it's something you could build around, and then, you know, if you get better growth names, we could buy those. Otherwise, we could build around it. DAC JD on the low, and then is that Goldman? Goldman just hit a 52-week high. All right. We'll see if banks slip. Banks were in the green earlier. Pull them up. You pull them up. I put them on the video. That's there, baby. That's just like a small list, too. There's so many more. That's the crazy part. And then again, I mean, depending on what your portfolio needs, either growth or value, there's a lot. But I do think, you know, every single one of those names, most people know about them. They make billions of dollars, you know, whether they've been underperforming or not. They, you know, these are companies that will be around and that you've probably engaged with on a almost a consistent basis. I just got my low cash. Visa. You're not a social media guy? Isn't YouTube social media? I would not be in social right now. Well, I'll play the video for you. It has a Drake song. I don't know if you guys could handle it. It has a Drake song. See, I thought it was very catchy. You know, the stocks I'm eyeing for the long term. Spicy, tampons, beer, Cocoa Puffs, Arch, and tax fraud. Isn't that compelling? And then that's me. So Kimberly Clark, easy. Tap, easy. McCormick, easy. General Mills down 38, easy. McDonald's down 12.5, could be better. Home Depot down 21. Intuit down 48. I think Intuit's down more, bro. I think Intuit is now down a lot more, bro. So yeah, bro. I don't know. Yeah, Intuit just dropped. That picture was taken at 340. So I think they dropped in. I think they're down over 50% this year. Victoria's Secret changed their stock symbol to VSXY. Bullshit. There's no way. Very sexy. Is that really what they're doing now? What is, Intel, I keep calling it Intel, Intuit. Intuit has a yield too. I know it's not high, but I don't know. What are they yielding right now after this drop? It might be 2%. I think last time it was at 1%. Palantir kind of taking off. Let me see those. Yeah, what's going on with Palant? Oh, they already jacked the spreads. Boom. Adobe or Intuit? I think they're different. But I think Intuit. Because they're both threatened by AI, but like, I don't think you could replace Intuit. That's the part. That's what I was saying this back when all of this stuff happened with like AI and software. I don't know if you were here, but like AI is gonna augment things and it's gonna work. It's definitely cannibalized some other software industries, but I do believe that it's gonna work together with things. But then one big part that like you can't replace, I don't care how good your software is, you're not going to replace these like workflows and like government interactions, if that makes any sense. So like TurboTax, QuickBooks, the way they're involved in people's taxes and have been, a part of it is like the regulatory. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where I don't believe Intuit's moat is their software. I don't think TurboTax, or people are like, wow, fucking love the UI of TurboTax. Like, wow, this is helping my workflow. I think the moat is that's what the government has been using and everybody's been using and pushing as the general population, tax stuff. Not to mention QuickBooks and business as well. So that's where I believe that's where I think their quote unquote moat is. It's the just the direct involvement in everyone's lives of actually, if you've ever filed taxes, you're probably going to come across TurboTax and QuickBooks. And then again, I mean, it's kind of the they have been tight with the government for a very long time. So that's why I just don't think it's going to go anywhere. Even if AGI, I still think they're going to use TurboTax. As weird as that sounds. Because it's easy for AI to do your taxes. But then you need somebody to stamp it and be willing to take the audit risk and all of that. And that's where I think, TurboTax comes in. they're going to implement AIs to make it easier, but you know, you don't like, I wouldn't use AI to do my taxes. I would either have somebody look over it, or I'd put it through a software or something that's going to take the more of the responsibility, or at least look over it. It's intuitive. If only they had cheap premiums. The real risk, you don't even have to file taxes in the AI age. You know what, bro? Now you're fucking talking. Like that, I agree with you, bro. That's probably the ultimate tailwind, or the headwind everyone's ignoring. Is like, what if we get real AGI, real AI deflation, and then you don't even need to fucking pay taxes anymore because everybody's on UBI? Then that's a different story. That's what I'm like. That's probably the best argument that I've heard towards not, you know, if you're gonna say AI is a threat to it, I don't think AI is gonna replace TurboTax. But if AI changes your value system and money and creates a UBI, then yeah, maybe TurboTax is useless. And then Google. And then Shake Shack. Remember, they had bad earnings not too long ago, and then they're picking up right now. LPTH, SpaceX critical supplier speculations. Lightpath, they got a little pop there. Again, Google took off kind of out of nowhere. Is BB still going? That first candle was pretty hot. Yeah, that's moving. Chad contractor list. I could put it, I have the data. We have a database of Chads who all have careers enlisted. I don't have it public, but yeah, we should make one. We're calling it universal Trump income. Everybody gets paid like me. That's it. You don't have to work anymore. Just get paid. I know, but working hard is good. That's what I tell them. I tell all of them. I tell the kids, work hard. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. We already passed ex-dividend on Intuit. Target coming up too. All right, man. What time is it? 7:50? See if Walmart... No, they ain't getting no love. Kremlin says Putin and Xi discuss details. Race, Ferrari. I know UTI used to mean the bad thing. Now it means universal Trump income. Excuse me? And then RDW. Didn't they have a headline earlier? And then NVDA's 52-week high, and then more space stuff, and then more solar energy, and now Amazon. So you got Amazon and Google, while NVIDIA's into the low. Microsoft stopped drilling. I mean, Microsoft would be really ugly if it didn't have the gap up. And now Cisco as well. And then Bloom Energy. Let's see, what else? Ford going up. Oh, Euro close in 30 minutes. 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 30 And then Palantir started, but I don't like the Palantir premiums. They're slightly higher than yesterday. JBS, Danny here too. I mean, we've been talking about that, and that's ripped a lot. That was one of those biotechs. And then Rumble, CAI. AIG. The new Ram Rumblebee. I think I have the one with the, it's like a race car, but like a truck. I still miss my Ford Lightning, non-electric. Stellantis, they had Investor Day today, and they dropped. They're actually coming back up, still down 3. U.S. allows scrap dealers to buy sanctioned Iran ships. Oh, dude, no way. We're flipping them now? Is it bullshit, man? He took my ship, and now they say I have to pay for the towing, impound. Are they going to sell it? It's a bullshit, man. I just bought that one. It's a 2020 oil cargo tanker. It's a bullshit, man. It's a bullshit. That's crazy. Not bad, though. Where's Kimberly? I purchased an overnight boat parking pass. Why is this bullshit, man? You know Iran. Iran's mad, bro. Iran, that's their money, dog. They like money. They really like money. I guess, don't we all? ASTS again, and then Google, and then Amazon. So Amazon and Google and Apple too, they just kind of stopped being so high. Apple's right at break even. I know NVDA is nuts. It sucks, like I say, I don't really like talking about NVDA. We still have the shares. I have free shares of NVDA at $2. So that's why it just sucks, because everyone's like, should I buy it now? It's like its own weird little intel. But obviously we didn't add it to the long term. We just played the news. But yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to pump it. I mean, we're up 1,000%. If you were here when we dropped that news when it came out, we got it extreme. Was that last year? I think it was. It was like $2. Can't believe it's been that long. And then SPY, bro, right at V. We haven't moved. Again, Apple's break even. NVIDIA's down. Meta's down. Now Google and Amazon are up. And then you still, I believe, have like 70% of the market in the red. Let's double check. NASDAQ, 68 in the red. So 2 more went green. Dow has only 10 in the green, 20 in the red. And then SPY, 320 in the red, 180. So at least 80 names went green on the SPY. At one point, there was only 100 green. So you broadened out a little bit. And then oil is doing the climb again, slightly higher. But latest headlines were just revolving around the hard line on moving uranium. And then something about charging a toll at the Hormuz and working with Oman. We had one of those one day a couple weeks ago with Oman. About gambling with DXYZ. It might move a little bit, but it's already at a premium. So obviously if the higher the SpaceX premium goes, that'll increase. But I mean, you kind of seen like VFX or whatever, VCX, and then the other ones, they could run up for a little bit with hype, but if that hype ever slows down or the money actually just goes to SpaceX directly, that'll change it. We bought Navitas on the NVDA announcement. We got that announcement within literally seconds. So I made a small gamble on it with a couple hundred shares, and then it doubled up so fast I sold it back, made my initial investment, and then yeah, now it just rode. But yeah, so we just knew about them in NVIDIA really extremely early, and that was the only thesis. That's why I'm saying I don't really care about the stock. I don't know, it just went really insane. But that's why it's like I'm not like a big believer, but I own some. That's all it was, NVIDIA. Ford for the long term. I'd be careful. I mean, again, if you wanted Ford for the long term and you bought it before this move, I'm down with that. I don't really like automakers, but you know, my question is, do you want Ford now, or did the price movement make you want it? Obviously, if they get into, you know, data centers and become very good, that'd be awesome, but at the end of the day, you are not getting that stock cheaper. You're paying the highest premium in 3 days, 4 days after like what, 6-7 years. And then I have leaps on it, but I bought them for a different reason. But those are already up like 400% or 500% as well too. So it's not cheap. Again, I think the idea is compelling. If they play it as a data center supplier and energy, that's gonna, you know, it's right place, right time. But at the same time now, it has moved up a lot in the last, you know, couple of days that I do think, you know, that kind of works against you. I think once SpaceX IPOs, those other names might slow down because the money's going to go there. But in the meantime, you know, I remember I was telling you guys beginning of the year, space stocks, that was like the bubble area we said to look at because of SpaceX. So, but when SpaceX comes out, I'm assuming SpaceX does really good. Those other companies might benefit, but once SpaceX is out, you know, I do think people are going to stop investing in some of those as much, and a lot of that money is going to get pulled into SpaceX. And then if SpaceX starts doing really good, it'll reignite those companies again so that they could all tag along. Then we did it post market. So that news came out after the bell, and it was still at $2. So we bought the play, and it wasn't even up 10%. And then it ended up going a couple 100%. So that was just, if you were here on stream, it was like right after hours. That was a long time ago. That was a year ago, at least at this point. Rubio tolling system in Hormuz would be unacceptable. That would make a diplomatic deal unfeasible. So oil's popping up again and SPY coming down. I mean, you're barely right below open. How does a car plant offer data centers? It's weird. But remember, that's what happened the other day. Ford announced that they, what's it called? They announced that they're turning their, like, one of their plants into a battery storage, energy storage. And they're going to use that energy storage to supply data centers as well as utilities. So they only had one deal so far, but yeah, that's why it has to work or not. And then every time Ford gets in, Ford does this. That's the thing I don't like. They did it with EV. They'll get into the trend, spend a bunch of money, but then if it doesn't work out, then yeah, it doesn't work out. Ford is pretty garbo, not gonna lie. Yeah, they haven't done anything for a long time. Auto companies in general, like Tesla's the only auto company as of late. Like GM, they got lucky with a lot of things, and the government, but even then, like, you know, it's people buy cars a lot, but then it's not like it's not a consumer staple. I don't even know. Is a car discretionary? Yo, Qualcomm 210 to 199. Hi. And then Spotify again. Habibi. Yeah, Spotify was a banger if you grab those. So expensive. eBay Cohen speculations. LinkedIn. They follow each other on LinkedIn. Ryan Cohen and eBay. Bro, more Spotify and AAP too. That was your value earnings winner. And now Merck, GIS, a couple more values going up. And then SPY. So SPY, new low of the day before oil hit a high. You did get those Marco Rubio comments, kind of, solidifying this idea that charging a toll would be unacceptable. The chart of how China is reacting. I can. I remember too, if it's already posted on a video, you could go back and get it on your own time. I think that's a great way for having the information. But yeah, I could find it for you. Where is homeboy? Man, so many screenshots. That was the same day as Ford Energy. So yes. So here's how it plays. Remember, this is a month. So on average, you're higher a month later. First couple days is slow. Then it takes off. But then you see the shadow. That's the other outcomes where you could be lower. So I don't have an updated one of this. But essentially, I think we're like a little lower. But then, yeah, it's still only been like, what, 4 days? 3 days now? 4 days? Since, again, that was all last week. But yeah, that's why we're saying the next 2 to 4 weeks, essentially hoping to get somewhere in this range. Cuba says they've accepted humanitarian assistance offered by U.S. Spotify! And then 8:11, 20 minutes till Euro close. Huang, very clear ROI of AI is incredibly good. Okay. It's very clear how good is. You understand? Guardian Health. Didn't they have something a little bit ago? But yeah, NVIDIA comments. Jensen. Where's Jensen at? Is he doing a little road show? Where you at, Jensen? And then I don't know where Trump's at. He was supposed to be live. You guys were waiting for that. Jensen on stock performance. One of the mysteries of the
economy and people's livelihoods. And when we get, certain ones like a Dario Amodei talking about 20% unemployment,
Spotify and Universal strike
stuff,
deal for
right? No wonder there's
and
political
remixes.
pushback.
Yeah, not to mention what it's done to electricity and
WMG's popping off of that.
Yeah. For more on the broader market, let's
Eyes
bring
on
in UBS
WMG.
Alignment Partners Managing Director
That
Ali McCartney,
Spotify
who's here
deal
at Post 9 can help us take stock of what the market's done, even in the face of pretty amazing earnings growth so far.
Well, look, I couldn't have set it up better than Jensen's comments and your comments. We're at a place where we had, to use the cosmic references that we have been using in the stock market of late for a myriad reasons. Earnings was astronomical. NVIDIA, for all intents and purposes, closed out the first quarter earnings season yesterday. The number is 29% earnings growth in the first quarter. And what is interesting about that, or notable, is even in the face of one of the narrowest rallies in history, which we've seen over the past 6 or 7 weeks, it is not just the hyperscalers or the AI adjacent companies that have posted solid earnings. And even in the face of posting earnings growth in the
oil
high
didn't
20s
move. I'm
to
looking
virtually
for Trump
30%,
now.
It hasn't necessarily impeded
Interim
guidance
Venezuelan
going forward.
president traveling
so
to
we
India
sit
next
at this
week.
point where there are
Again, high
reasons
ticker, you got a
for
little bit of
sure
tech,
to be
but
scared
wait till
about
oil
growth,
moves, but something's happening.
Inflation, potentially divergent global policy and interest rates, but there are also myriad
Pakistanians
reasons,
will travel
both
to Iran today.
fundamental, technical, and secular.
So the
to be
deal is
very,
still
very
on,
bullish,
huh?
As we've seen markets go up, yes.
So yeah, again,
but
like I said
multiples
today,
come down
you
as
might play
earnings
this every
have
hour.
grown so much.
One good
Meanwhile,
headline, one
the
bad
two-month
headline.
correlation between equities and
Again, the
treasuries
Oman
is what,
admitting
the
was
most negative
not
since
good.
the 90s? Does
Then
that
you
ever
had
matter?
the first one in the morning about the hard line
All
on
of
the
these things that
uranium.
we talk about,
And now they're saying the
matter to
Pakistanians
people
are still
and to
meeting.
algorithms and to relationships in the short term.
Rubio were very upset
but,
with NATO allies over Iran
right
response.
now, what we're dealing with is again, there are certainly reasons for everything we talked about, and the fact that, let's be honest, the market seems to have largely looked through the Gulf situation. But there are absolutely short and medium-term consequences, potentially longer-term consequences to not only all commodity markets, supply chain, inflation, the AI trade, and being able to buy the energy to run the machines. But the question is, are we talking about a story predominantly of inflation, which means we, like Europe and the Bank of England, end up needing to hike? Or are we talking about a threat to growth where we potentially need to bring interest rates down?
Rubio negotiations with Iran have made progress. And so I think what you've seen is like this daily parsing in different markets between all of those narratives.
Is NVIDIA key to the AI trade? I mean, it was for so long. It's down 2%, a company that's growing revenues more than 80%. Beat and raise forecast, now has a cash return story, you know, when it comes to the authorization of the new buyback, which is something the market was pushing for. Talking about trillion-dollar market opportunities with revenue.
I think it is, and I will be putting it
telling you
to
that
the
guidance?
Okay.
So that what it is telling me right now,
what the fuck?
And again, it is.
Why did they say it like that?
It is the behemoth in the
Wait,
room,
hold on.
and it is from a PR
and
a
trillion-dollar opportunities.
You know,
Bitch, a week ago that was guidance. Hold on.
At, you know, $30,000, when it was a baby and no one talked about it, and they now own it at $1, $2, $3, $4 million. So simply the narrative of the growth is very important. And what he just talked about, whether Jensen was referring specifically to NVIDIA or whether you can take it as a much larger semiconductor conversation, AI conversation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of chips, in terms of energy, in terms of agentic AI. So I do think it is important. Why do I think it's down? I think, again, we knew what was coming. We were 98% into an earnings season that was bonkers. We have a semiconductor index that was up between 60 and 70%. So what are you seeing today? You saw then confirm the narrative that the AI trade and the secular tailwinds are real, but you didn't see them come in with anything that sort of overwhelmed or underwhelmed regarding those other narratives we're focused on in the market.
I mean, this was $166 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
no, it had a nice time in
hearing that it's a disappointment in any way.
No, I don't think it was a disappointment in any way. Again, I think that we are at this very interesting point where...
Deal. All right, I'm done with these guys. I wanted some other ones. Trump preferences, negotiated agreement with Cuba that's peaceful. VG, it's isn't that natural gas? I sold a natural gas place yesterday. I had ones that were up since the Hormuz, so they were green, so I figured I'd take some profit on them. Meta. In this market, as an average investor, should you stack cash, stack positions, the long term? But what about 1 year to 4 year plays like quantum and AI? I would ignore them. So, like, don't think that specific. What you should be doing, especially if you're new or average, you should be building a long term. That's what I'm saying, buying and holding for a minimum of 10 years and build where you can. So, like I'm saying, like, we have AI and chip exposure, but we didn't buy it when it was expensive. We bought it when they were down and when they were cheap. So what you should be doing now is taking advantage of the names that are cheap right now that you could start building and stacking positions on, getting your money to work. And then, you know, over the next, whether it's 1 year, 6 months, 2 years, 3 years, other names are going to come down. And thankfully right now you could even buy some growth names in software that are extremely cheap to where they have been. But yeah, like I wouldn't stack cash and do nothing. I mean, the maximum cash you could have is 20%. But like I'm saying, like the whole like quantum AI, like I would ignore it in the sense of like I like quantum and AI. I'm a believer, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not looking for it. If it comes my way and there's a good valued name that a good company making money in business in these areas, we'll buy them. And that's why it's like, you know what's out there, know where things are going, and that'll help you. But Usually the next big thing, you already know about it, and you know you could buy it at an affordable price. So you don't need to top blast anything. And in the meantime, until those names come back to better, adequate prices for you to buy, you could start building everything else. And then by the time you build the other stuff, it'll probably be time to get some of that exposure, and then you'll have more clarification. I like IBM. We've talked about it now. I mean, this 10% pop today doesn't help, but we've talked about it. They're still up and they're kind of in the middle, but that meets my criteria. It's down on the year. You're going back in time a couple of years, still paying somewhat of a premium, but I mean, it's better than not. Like I'm saying, there's other names out there you could be getting way less value and paying way more money for them. LEU and SMR for the long term, I think you could gamble on those plays. Again, I think certain energy, I don't like energy for the long term. I prefer healthcare and biotech, so you could still do it. I'm not saying you can't, but I would gamble and speculate on those plays. I don't know enough about them. That's the thing. Like, I know how energy ties into this AI stuff, but I don't know how a modular reactor operates. I don't, just like that Warren Buffett clip, man. I'm sure people know it way better than I do, and you could make money in it, but that's not, if I don't understand it fully, I'm not going to dabble for the long term. But that's why, I flipped those plays before. We even got an energy flip the other day, but yeah, I'm not, I don't have the same 10-year commitment on some of those types of plays. But eventually, what I'm saying, if we could get a good energy play, that's one of those. So he's talking AI and other stuff, but it's if there's a good energy play tied into industrial and the real infrastructure build out and it's a good price, I would love to get one. But yeah, it has to make sense. The business has to be obvious and obvious that they make money and not speculating off of certain things. I could consider it, but for the most part, I do opt towards biotechs and healthcare instead of energy in my long term. Now, I've been talking about now for the long term, but I mean, it was legitimately 15% lower last time we had this talk. So it's a little up there. It's still cheap on the year. It's not cheap in terms of what it's pricing in, but it's tied into a lot of everything else. So I'm not too against it. But then again, that window and that pricing has already changed since the last time we had this talk. The premium are climbing. Let's go, buddy. Let's go, brother. Why they play this game, man? Bullshit, man, I think they're both up at least 100%. The Junes are right below 100. But yeah. The July ones hit, you're above 100%. But yeah, I already made the July ones free real quick. But yeah, IBM finally doing it. E-Hang. I like Adobe and CRM too. I think Intuit will probably starting to become the best one, just in terms of longevity and then price and how much it's down. I'm a big fan. And I think they got more staying power than Adobe. But Adobe is not bad. And then CRM, they've just been the one multiple years in a row they've been down. I like CRM though. If CRM finally gets a turnaround quarter, people are gonna go crazy over it. Why I like Tap? You're hearing how the younger generations aren't drinking. Yeah, I said it. This is one of my favorite thing about Tap is that you can't kill what's already been killed. So the thing I like about Tap is that the sentiment is reflected in the valuations, right? You tell me that alcohol is dying, I don't disagree with you. That's why I like it, because at least it shows up in the price, right? So when I go look at any alcohol stock, and even when we bought Tap, there was other alcohol stocks that were up 50% more. So that's the best part. White House postpones AI executive order signing ceremony. Or Axios. So that AI ceremony, the thing we were talking about yesterday, even with cybersecurity, they just postponed it. But yeah, like I'm saying, you go look at these alcohol companies, the negativity is priced into it. It's at multi-year lows. They're trading lower than ever. Even a company like TAP, it's trading below its book value. You know, where, again, that company cash flows pretty much its entire market cap. It's kind of insane. When you go even and look at TAP compared to some of the other ones, like, you know, TAP, their EBITDA and their cash flow is very comparable to even like a Constellation. And Constellation, same industry, and they you know, they were with more premium, but yeah, it's like these companies make a lot of money. So I think alcohol is already dead, and the reason why I like it is because these companies are still making money at this level. I do think alcohol is always going to be around, so I think there's just more upside than not. But even if alcohol stays like this or gets worse, I still think you're going to be making money with certain brands and names that are always going to be generating some income. So at the very least, the one thing I like is that I'm getting value for that sentiment. It's showing up in the price when I buy it. And yeah, it's already down a substantial amount. So at least we're buying closer towards closer to value than paying with a premium. Yeah, executive order signing canceled. I think war should be good to go. Peter Diamandis, Light ASTS. All right, I need to go. We need to do a push-up, and I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America, and make your contracts free, my friends. Okay, it's one thing; it could change your life. BRB.
The contract's free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. Just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit. Golden rule. I make the contract free.
Move your body, dude.
Take my profit.
Move your body.
Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free.
make it free. Dude, Spotify! You kidding me?
I used to beg for
One more move. Now I bless what I approve.
If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by.
Cause I already paid my fee. Yeah, bro, Spotify is insane. So I hope you made a contract free. But yeah, man, I hope you got your push-ups in too. Let's see, I got a little bit in there. I don't know. I think I could wait. I might have to take an emergency dump. We'll see. But other than, I mean, the market's going nowhere, man. Except for unless your name is Spotify. I guess in some of the quantum plays. Already paid my fee. Where is that one? Free. RevMed too. Remember, biotech, even buyout candidate, and then GSK. More of them are actually going up, and then Peabody Energy, coal. But then more biotechs are moving too. Even a little bit of CVS action. Make the push-ups free. It is. Once you do a bunch, man, they become easier. The body, the compounding action. I love compounding. That's why I like the gym. You guys know that? That's like your long term. You saw my recent IG post was Intuit being in light mode, some sort of signal versus the others. It was not. No, it was just because Intuit was dropping that day, like right before I posted it. So I updated the screenshot and it was daytime. So that's it. If I could encourage any of you, like, don't underestimate how stupid I am. And why I say that is because, like, don't ever think I'm speaking to you in code. Okay? That's how you'll go cuckoo. You might go cuckoo one day if that's the case. Because you'll be like, yo, Josh, I think Josh is trying to communicate with me through the RGB light waves. And then you see what he said. That's just, I'm telling you, people have made this error other times in the past. And I just encourage you not to think I'm speaking to you. You know, they'd be like, Josh told me to move into the desert. I'm like, Josh never talked to you. Josh never said that. And they'll be like, no, that's what he told me. I'm like, no, that's not. He gave us the signal. You could send a signal for Uncle. He'll give you a clear signal and tell you this is a signal, you know, but usually be careful of the inference. Mm-hmm. You're new here, you buy stocks and work job, good. That's what you need. So you get a job, you got stocks, that's it, man. You're a couple steps away from a big portfolio in a house. But you got the prerequisite down. Netflix is not trading below value, no. They're still pretty overly valued. And they got a nice future priced into it, but their earnings just wasn't good. That's why out of all the earnings companies, their earnings were, they did not guide up. All right, well, Euro closed, man. It's 8:30. We have gone nowhere. As I said it was boring, and then they're like, it's boring, Josh. Boom. And then it comes back down. And then meanwhile, oil doing the climb. Josh is talking in third person. That's our sign not to listen to him, but listen to his hidden message. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think the Josh Atola is very clear. You know, I think the Josh Atola is, you know, thrives on accuracy. He likes to inform his people. So it's good. SpaceX filing fuels Tesla merger speculation. A lilac. Dude, Spotify 15%. Already paid my fee. SPY's going down a little bit for the crash. Well, again, we'll see by early June. We'll see what happens with CPI. And then, I mean, after this week too, just keep in mind, you know, today is still like a big NVIDIA hangover day. If I went from doing nothing to down 2, but you already got to see a little bit of rotation. But I do think end of May and then early June is going to be an exciting time. So I hope you guys are ready for it. I hope you're ready for it. All the space stocks killed it today. Again, maybe more of the hype there from young SpaceX. And then again, at least Spotify, that was its own investor day individual move. I mean, I don't know, Google, I don't know why they picked up. And then again, the quantum stocks, UNH popping right now. Again, a couple other healthcare was moving. UNH didn't do good since Buffett got out of it. But it's climbing, Habibi. It's funny to think your name might not even be Josh. No, it's not even like a possibility. It's just not my name. It's one of my names, but it's not my name. So I hope that clears things up. I hope you're paying attention. CMP. Was that not CMG and then SOC? Already paid my fee. The latest headline, again, the Marco Rubio, he acknowledged no toll is bad, or a toll is bad, and then he said the Iranians are still going to Pakistan. So that was it, and then mixed in with the first ones. He had a French headline, but I don't think that's it. You're in super shitty contracts. You don't know if you should bail or not. Well, I'll tell you, eliminate desperation, and you will make a good move. But then the other part is you should already have that plan in mind. What is this? Nokia and NVIDIA building token metered AI services for telco facilities. But like I'm saying, like how I trade my options is that I lost right when I buy them. So this is something, I mean, I have a locked in video on it. You know, again, this was actually before. That's crazy, actually, now that I think about it. Because like we started to get a pickup in the locked in, and like I'm saying, man, it's awesome. I make money off of it. I'm glad you guys are here, but at the same time, like I have kept it real with you. I don't think locked in is for new traders. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I went over a lesson, because people were, you know, we were hitting a lot of plays, and then people were getting really, really excited on it. But I was like, you need to understand how I'm, you know, the strategy, you know, the people who've watched for a while, who have their own trading strategies, they know how I operate, they know how to use me as a signal. You're going to get a lot from it. But that's why I was saying, it's like, you need to understand this. And one of the things is positioning and the sizing. So any option is going to zero, every option. So the moment I buy an option, I am only using an amount that I'm comfortable taking 100% loss on. So that's why, like, I have a plan before every play. I'm either going to buy another one or that play's gone. That's it. That's why, if you think, when I'm saying average down, I'm probably going to get another strike price. But that whatever I'm putting in, I'm expecting it. I'm already writing it off. We don't have a stop loss, and that decision is already made. So like I'm telling you, I'm not going to run into that decision ever, or that challenge where I'm like, damn, like K-Web is lagging. Should I just dip out and leave? I will never have that decision. You know why? Because I'm already assuming that if this play doesn't work right away, or even in the period of the time frame, all of that money's gone. So I'm not going to put an amount where I would even consider wanting to salvage it, if that makes any sense. So that's how you should approach these, if there's a large volume of opportunities, and these are, high risk, high reward plays with big upside, but then the risk of 100% loss because it's an option, that's how I would be approaching all of these. That's what I am doing with every single one of these. So keep that in mind. And that way too, it's like if you're still deciding, you might be trading too big on some of these, or I would encourage you to quickly pick up on the game of options go to zero. And if you're, I know a lot of people, they like to go in big and trim it and cut it down and be like, oh, stop loss. You could do that with shares if you'd like, but with an option, I mean, like I'm saying, they're designed to go to zero. They fluctuate big. You could lose all of your money, and then by the time one option goes down, I mean, another option it changes how much likely another option would be, and that makes it even better. So I prefer my stop loss is my entry amount rather than using any stop loss at all. You put a small, I think small amounts are good. I don't know if you guys, did you see what I posted on that video? I don't want to flex on it. I don't want to explain it because I already know it'll probably create more negative than not. But you could do a lot with a small account. You don't need a lot. I've done it multiple times in the last 24 months. Tiny ass accounts, you could turn them into good amounts. That's why I'm saying you should not neglect your long term. But I like going small. I prefer it. But you don't have to go small is what I am telling you. What I am telling you is do not buy an option when you set that amount for how much you're buying. If you are not comfortable losing 100% of that money, I would not put that much money in that play. Does that make sense? You should write it off before. It's like buying inventory. If you are running a business, the moment you buy inventory, that's it. You're deducting that off of your books. Yeah, you could calculate it as inventory value, but no, it's just you spent money. So until you sell that, you're getting no money back. But you need to assume that whatever you're putting on that option is going to be gone. So like I'm saying, that's why I like small plays, because I'm telling you, my legitimate mindset is that these plays are going to all die. That's it. I'm either going to hit them. That's why I like to make them free right away, or it's going to go to zero. It's designed to. It's an option. But I'm whatever I'm comfortable with, it's based off of when I look at that play, that idea, my account, my performance, I'm looking at it very simply. $100, I'm losing $100 if I put that much in. 1,000, I'm losing 1,000. I put 10,000, I'm going to lose $10,000. If I'm okay with that, then that's fine. That's why I'm saying all of you are going to grow and work at different levels, and not telling you to, only use this amount. Again, smaller is better for plays that have total loss, but at the same time, it just, the thinking, the logic is that whatever you are putting in, that is going to, if you are not comfortable losing that amount, I would not take that. Well, yes, I know, genius, you don't have to take the 100% loss, but do you see what I'm saying? Negotiating with this, you're going to not have any direction. Let's be real. Yeah, you don't have to. You could take a loss. You could take 50% down. But again, ask a motherfucker who did that with NVIDIA. That didn't work out too well. Same thing even with K-Web for a little bit. So that's the whole idea, where it's like these low-cost plays with 100% loss potential, you control your downside, but then they have a lot of upside. Again, we've hit several 1,000% plays back to back to back. It's great upside. That's why I'm saying, I've even explained it. Even if you go 20% success rate, you got a good opportunity there. But the problem people have with this is, like I'm telling you, you want to avoid this mental back and forth. You want to decide your plays more strategically. I'm saying, hey, I like this idea, this time frame, this is good premium, whatever it may be. But when it's time to pull the trigger, how much am I going to put on it? Ask the serious question of, you're going to lose all your money. If you knew whatever you clicked enter on could all be gone, what would you put? And that right there is going to help you get a play and actually ride through it, and then be able to not have to deal with the emotions halfway through. Where, like I'm saying, you could take this start to finish. I'm deciding my end on the beginning. Do you get what I'm saying? Very simple. I say, hey, $100 is gone if I put 100. 1,000 is gone if I put 1,000. I don't have to worry about that because I'm making that choice before I even make the play. And then that way it's a lot easier to stick with. Does that make sense? I think it's a good lesson for everybody. But especially if there's going to be a lot of other things, and that's it. And just don't get emotional. And then don't get emotional if it goes against you. Don't get emotional if it works in your favor, because that'll probably be your next problem. Because that's why this game gets so confusing. Because then you'll be like, oh, fuck, and then I cut out, and then I got to cut out. Then you're like, okay, I'll put an amount that I won't cut out, and then that one's going to go fucking 5,000%. And then you'll be like, oh, if I put in $1,000, then you see what I'm saying? And then back to square one. You're just going to rinse and repeat the emotional cycle. That's why I'm saying I would just make decisions, decide early, understand the like literal mechanics of what you're doing, understand that from the get-go, and be happy with whatever outcome, and don't pressure yourself so much, because you're never going to buy perfect, you're never going to sell perfect. But like I'm saying, if you could consistently put yourself in a way to get exposed to opportunity while managing your downside, then that's what's going to keep you alive. You have to know when to close the contract. That's true. NVIDIA. I mean, I was telling everybody on NVIDIA, but you guys don't see the emotions. Come on, dude. I think NVIDIA was a perfect example of just fucking emotions. Because, again, I tell everybody about it. It goes up. Then people only buy it when it goes up. Some people bought it when it was down, and they got a really killer play. And then fucking 4 days later, it went from, oh my God, up, down, to then, I told you, it took on a life of its own. Those last 2 days of it, like, really topping out, it went from people like, yo, the play. Oh, what do I do with the play? Oh, NVIDIA. It went from, oh, wait, when do we sell? After these last 2 days right here, it went from, all right, man, fuck you, Josh. I'm fucking running this till earnings. I'm telling you, the amount of people that reached out to me, and I told everybody, I said I wouldn't do that. That's not why I played it. Again, I'm glad I made, again, the plan from the beginning was very clear, but you notice the stock goes down, emotions, motherfuckers abandon the plan right away, right? Stock goes up, they're like, yeah, I like the plan. Stock went up too much. Motherfuckers said, fuck the plan. They're like, what do you mean plan? Why don't we just hold this till earnings? Again, the way this all played out was fascinating. So, like I'm saying, you did have a good guide. I'm telling you, that's why I eventually took all my plays. And then even yesterday, right ahead of the earnings, I said I'm getting rid of all of them. That my original plan was play the before, play what was going on, play that we had a good price. It didn't move. We played it and it worked in our way, and then that was it. So, yeah, that's why I'm saying that was very emotional when it was all said and done. But the emotionals, it was shifting what people wanted to do. You got to see it. It went from people didn't want it, they thought it was a dud, nothing happened, to chasing or loving that they got it cheap. And then before you knew it, the reason that we got into play, it went up so much, people said, well, fuck that. I'm going for something else now. So, and that's what's going to happen on all of these plays. That's the emotional cycle that you go through. That's why it's going to go down. You're going to get mad. You're going to get frustrated. It goes up. You're going to be like, I should have got more. Now it's up. Let me change my plan. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same exact thing. That's why it's just like telling you from the get-go, try to have a plan you could stick with, have a budget you could stick with. Don't put in something you're not okay with losing. And if you really there was a specific reasoning, just stick to the reasoning. Don't let the price movement change your logic. Because I'm telling you, you guys got to see that all. That's the beauty of doing this all. You got to even see me sell the exact top. You got to see all the cool stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like that emotional back and forth. You don't get to see it as clear as that sometimes, but you just did. And that's why I'm saying, if you could defend against that and not be vulnerable to letting that make you lose money, you're going to have a good time. You're going to do very well at this game. But otherwise, if you keep playing if you go emotional, swinging, no plan, not thinking about your budget, not thinking about what you're going to lose, you're going to hate me in a month. You're going to hate the whole stock market in a month. That's what I'm telling you. You're going to get fucking eaten alive. That's why philo is important, my friend. I'm just telling you right now, this is all a very emotional game with prices.
Because it's and I'm going to. Columbiana Foods co-owner Ron Graff Sr. Right here. Right behind you.
Here.
Yeah. Hello, Ron. Neiman Foods President Richard Neiman.
Right here, sir.
Hi, Richard. Piggy. Well, that's a nice, right? Piggly Wiggly franchise owner. And that's a big company, too.
I thought your name was Piggy.
Kevin McDaniel. Where's Kevin? How's that name playing? Good?
Piggly Wiggly, doing great.
Piggly Wiggly. I've heard that, actually. That's great. Franchise owner,
Bro,
Kevin.
Spotify.
So you met Kevin. And Food Fresh owner, Michael Gay.
Right
Food
here.
Fresh.
Yay!
Hi, Michael. How are you, Michael?
Michael.
And this is a representative group of very large-scale retailers. Under the Biden administration, the so-called technology transition rule, which was crazy, forced companies to adopt specific high-cost refrigerants, massively driving up the price of transporting and storing refrigerants and various goods. Many grocery stores and restaurants had no choice but to replace their refrigerators entirely. They went out of business, half of them. And these costs rose. Americans faced higher grocery
I already
prices
sold the
and
NVDA
reduced
stock.
access
That's
to
why I did tell everybody.
medical
but-
supplies.
So that's what I'm saying. At some point,
very
you guys got
catastrophic
my buy and my
thing
sell
that
on
they
that
did.
play.
At the same
But like
time,
I'm
this
saying,
rule
you had
also
the
drove
freedom
up the cost of living by
to play
forcing
into the
consumers to
emotions.
purchase.
You could have done
higher
better, or
cost
you could have done worse.
residential air
But that's
conditioning
why
units.
you had a good
They went
model
up
on
very
that one.
substantially
But
in
unfortunately,
cost,
that
and
play was
also
over. That
they
play
were
was
to be
over yesterday,
obsolete
2 days
very
before
quickly.
that.
It created national security risks by adding additional hurdles to the already complicated
Haven't had such
process
peace
of
of mind
manufacturing
until I started a separate
semiconductors.
long term. Oh.
So it was a mess. Likewise, the so-called emissions
Amen.
rule imposed crippling leak repair requirements on virtually all existing large-scale refrigeration
69
systems,
months.
hurting
That's what I'm talking
consumers
about,
and
baby.
small
God bless you.
businesses, making it almost impossible for many small businesses to even buy inferior equipment. And this is all across the
NXL,
country. The
fine.
higher
This thing is
cost
so
threatened
illiquid, but it
thousands of
actually
jobs
fucking
and
held.
was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes. Today's reforms will deliver significant financial relief, saving American families and businesses more than $2.4 billion. Think of that, each year. Thanks to today's reforms, the American people have lower grocery prices, cheaper transportation of goods, lower costs of air conditioning, at no detriment at all to our country. Zero, including environmental detriment. My administration's historic deregulatory agenda has already saved our country an estimated $1.2 trillion. That's been done over a relatively short period of time. 1.2 trillion with a T. We're committed to fixing and really completely ending Biden's disastrous regulatory policies and delivering financial relief to each and every American, which is what we're doing. This was a tremendous burden, a tremendous cost. These people had to live with it, not only refrigerants, but a lot more. And it was making the equipment unaffordable. Okay. And the actual benefit was nothing. It just made it worse. It made life worse, and it made it worse, and it drove up costs tremendously. So now I'd like to ask Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's absolutely fantastic. He's doing an incredible job. We're proud of you, Lee. Really, the job you're doing is incredible. Followed by Greg, Kevin, and
Not
Michael.
a recommendation.
Is that okay?
You will lose money.
Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, many Americans were expressing
I shouldn't have told
of
you shit, dog.
frustration and
Please
anger
don't fall for that.
of
I
this
told you just
rushed,
weren't here,
frantic,
man.
reckless sprint
That's
by
just
the
the
Biden
reality.
administration to
So if you were
phase
here, a
out
lot of Chads know when I
reliable
sold
equipment
NVIDIA.
for grocery
I sold it
stores,
for 2 days.
for restaurants,
At the
and
very
for
top,
homes.
and then right
And the
before that.
consequences, well, they've been devastating. And once again, the Trump administration is answering the call, which will lower the cost of
Why do you
living
sound like a
for
podcast?
hardworking American families. Now look at this chart to your far right. Today's actions are saving over $2.4 billion for American families.
I said it
it's
a lot.
safeguarding
bro.
350,000
People were making
jobs.
fun of me for selling because it went up a
Just
little
at
bit.
supermarkets alone, we're going to see a savings of $800 million, which Americans will be able to see when they go and buy their food. The Biden EPA face planted when trying to jam through their restrictions. Americans who wanted to be able to fix their equipment were instead being required to buy far more costly new equipment, and that just doesn't make any sense. Refrigeration trucks were being handed impossible restrictions to meet. And once again, here we are in the Oval Office. President Trump is righting another wrong. At the Trump EPA, we are proudly implementing President Trump's agenda every single day.
The IBM's on
and
a
delivering
300.
for the American people.
Thank you.
Habibi.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Lee. Look, on behalf of the Kroger Company, and we operate about 2,700 supermarkets.
It's just the ask is
An
high,
orderly
but yeah,
transition of
the
equipment
latest one is holding- you could
reduces
get at least
both
100%.
capital costs and operating
It'll
costs.
fill
And at the
100,
end of the
300,
day,
300 on the ask.
that's good for consumers because we're able to take that and put that into lowering prices, which is the key objective that we have in our business. So thank you very much.
And you were able to save a lot of money and put it elsewhere by
30 cents. Did you get it at 1 cent?
Exactly. So it allows us, instead of having to outlay more capital at a faster rate and more operating costs to change that equipment.
Or to replace a refrigerator that's working perfectly, right?
Yeah. So that allows us, obviously these things have a lifespan, but an orderly transition allows us to move through that in a way which keeps the price of groceries
I made my
down,
IBM,
and that's something that we're
Junes.
desperately focusing
Those
on.
didn't
Mr.
move, but those
President.
just got over
Thank you very
100%.
much.
Made that one free.
Next.
My name's Kevin McDaniel. We operate 14 Piggly Wiggly stores
Piggly
in North
Wiggly
Florida,
stores.
Alabama, and Georgia. On behalf of NGA, the Piggly Wiggly family, which has about 250 stores in the Southeast, we want to thank President Trump for rolling this terrible Biden legislation back, because without it, there would have been a lot of independents out of business. And what people don't realize is it's just not a refrigerant change. It was a equipment change. And those equipment per store, you take a store, our stores run from 25 to 50,000 square feet. You could look for $800,000 to $1.5 million per store to do a change out. That would have
And
done.
the new equipment would not be as good as the old equipment.
No, absolutely not.
It would be inferior equipment because you weren't able to use a refrigerant.
It was thrown together too fast. The technology's not there yet. It's just way too fast. That's the problem. Good idea, but it's terrible.
NXL
So
is
you
kind
would
of
have had all
shitty.
these independents go out of business.
So I have an idea with it. But
You'd had independents out of
there's
business,
like a
and you would have seen
government-
grocery prices
it's like a
sold.
traumatic
That's what would have
brain
happened if this
injury
would have went
thing,
through.
and the government
President
made
Trump,
like a
thank you
change,
very
but
much on behalf of
it's
all
a
every
liquid and
independent in the United
scammy. It's
States.
already
We
up a
cannot thank
lot,
you enough
but
for what you've done for us.
there might
Thank
be
you
a
so much.
follow-up with the government.
I mean, just
or that's going to probably be the
bottom
big
line
driver
is,
with it.
So
But till
you
then,
have
it's
great
pretty
equipment that
shitty.
works incredibly, takes care of your meats and foods and everything else, beautiful refrigeration systems. Take it out and replace it with stuff
never
that
been to a Piggly
barely
Wiggly
works,
in my life.
costs a fortune, and it's no good. Think of it. And everyone's going to go bankrupt because the equipment is much more expensive on top of everything else. So the big thing now, we got to get rid of the law that was signed quite a while ago, and we have to get rid of that because ultimately we want to make it permanent. There's no negative impact by having a good system, but there's a tremendous impact. I think it's going to be bad because a lot of people said the other stuff doesn't cool your product.
No, it's probably.
It's so crazy. Please.
So crazy.
Michael Gay, I have a single store, Food Fresh in
Michael
Claxton,
Gay.
Georgia. And exactly.
He's like Michael
to echo everyone
Dell.
up here. These refrigeration costs,
Kawasaki
I'm
Heavy
the only
and
store in a
NVDA
county
partner.
of 10,000. I literally, 2 years ago, put in equipment that should have about 20 more years of useful life. And to replace literally every single piece of equipment in our store
Jen, that's the
would have been
cybersecurity
unbelievably cost prohibitive, driving up costs as we fight every day to try to keep them as low as we can. And, if that cost gets too high,
LMT
especially
with the
attached
stick.
to regulation,
Baby one.
do you have independent stores closed in neighborhoods that once I go away, you've created a food desert? So it's very beneficial that this happened today.
DFTX and ATI,
it's much more
Drug
complicated than
Enforcement,
anyone thinks, and
putting out a
to
no
try to
judge
rush
notice
this
for
through
prolonged
was
delays to
just the wrong way to
reschedule
go.
weed.
So we're very appreciative of you today. Mr.
Now, Cadence.
One
to
grocer is a
CNS.
friend of mine. He's pretty big, and he said, I'm going to go ahead of the schedule. And he actually replaced a lot of his equipment. He called me up. He said, this crap doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food. So you know about that, right? What a shame. Okay, would anybody, Kevin, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, sir, that this is part of your overall deregulatory agenda.
Oh, it's only 9 o'clock. Pretty
The
early.
big number, 1.2 trillion, is the savings so far, but we're going to be hitting that every year. And we're rolling back stuff that everywhere we look, there's stuff that's as awful as this. And I think that really one of the leaders has been Lee, because the EPA has been a holdup for so many years. But Lee is just out there saving Americans money. And right now, again, if you look at that number, it's $14,000 per family has been saved at reduced costs because of their deregulatory.
Do we agree that Lee is an MVP candidate? MVP. He's done a great job, and he sees what's
And
good.
Baba,
and he's
a lot
big
of random
environmentalist.
things running
he
right
wants
now.
to make sure
And
everything's
silver.
good, but
And
he also
TLT.
sees stupid
Art?
things like this. Senator, would you like to each speak? Sure.
And
Well,
I be a
Mr. President,
middle.
I'd like to thank you for this because this hits our goal of trying to keep prices low for working families in America, cost of food. I have the Graff family here right behind you. They operate 3 grocery stores in Columbiana County. They had already upgraded their refrigeration systems a few years ago. This was going to cost them millions of more dollars in Columbiana County, which is not an affluent county. It has a grocery store in East Liverpool, Ohio, which is the hometown of the
Yeah, we'll
late
go to the
great
bathroom.
Lou Holtz.
What's Columbia County?
And these people, not only would it raise
Okay.
food costs, but it might
Yeah, a lot
force
of
them
things
to shut a
broadening
grocery
out.
store
High
down
Tinker's
so that
pretty
the town
active
didn't
right
even
now.
have a grocery store. So you're saving money for working families and their grocery prices. You're also saving grocery stores so that we don't have food deserts in rural places across our country.
Yep.
Mr. President, I think it is so important that the people see what you choose to hang right by your desk, which is the Declaration of Independence, which is a reminder that government at its core is supposed to function in a way that allows people the opportunity to pursue happiness and not work against them by coming up with regulations that just make it harder to live, more expensive to live. And from day one, I remember standing with you with the same crew of folks. From day one, you have been digging into all of these regulations that are issued with no thought to how they affect real people and real small businesses and businesses trying to step up and provide jobs and lift up their communities. Thank you for that. Thank you for getting back to the core of what government is supposed to be, and that is working in the interests of the people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you, everybody. So any questions, please?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. How much do you expect that this will save the average American family every week on groceries? And do you expect this change to help Republicans?
It's very, very substantial. We're going to be a big saving. We're breaking it down. In fact, numbers are coming out this afternoon sometime, but the average family will save a lot of money, and you can have stores. You know, nobody actually thought of it until it was mentioned this morning. You will have stores closing down in areas where they're not going to have a store anymore. That's right. And you really are being forced to spend money, much more money, on much more expensive equipment that really doesn't work. This friend of mine is a very savvy guy, and big league stuff, and he put some in because he wanted to see, and he said the stuff doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food properly. That's why they call the thing that we're talking about a refrigerant. For a reason, it's a refrigerant. So that's it. Please, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President Trump. Are there any assurances from the grocery chains that they'll pass these savings down to consumers?
Well, let's ask Kroger about that. Come on. That's a very good question. You have the biggest right here.
Yeah. We're actually right in the middle of doing that at the moment. So we're concerned about the cost of living.
Your boy Poet.
It makes a big difference
Actually,
when you get your pricing
3%
right,
on
and,
Poet.
We certainly are interested in ensuring that all our customers right across the country are paying the right price.
If it were the right thing to do, if it would be, bad for the environment, what they had, I'm all for it. I'm all for that stuff. But when you're forced to put in.
It was once,
very
bro.
inferior
Nah, it's your boy,
equipment that's
dog.
not
It's
gonna
your
work.
boy.
It's not- you're going to be wasting a lot of food product because
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
popping right
cool
now. I
the
don't
food
have a headline.
properly. And it's actually a bad thing, and the bad thing is more expensive than what they already have. And in many cases, they just put it in. You know, they just put in the other apparatus, and a lot of people have said they've spent money recently to do it, and then this rule came up out of nowhere, and the stuff they just put in, they have to change. I'd be all for changing if it was good, even if it was a little bit good. But this is actually bad.
Yeah, do you not have any environmental concerns though with this?
No, there is no environmental concern. And Lee covered that really well. There's no environmental concern. It's not going to have any impact on the environment.
Mr. President, with many Americans concerned about affordability ahead of the midterms, there is some backlash among Senate Republicans to some of your other priorities, the ballroom and the anti-weaponization fund. You clearly still have a stronghold in the Republican Party. Your candidates did very well this week during the primaries.
Yeah,
But are
hit
you
the gear,
losing
report it to
control?
YouTube.
Not all
If they keep
candidates.
lagging your
But are
stream,
you
hit the
losing control of
feedback.
Senate, sir?
Bother them.
Are you
We
losing
bother
control of
YouTube
the
like
Senate,
once a
Senate
year. They
Republicans?
cave to us. You know that, right?
No, I can tell you.
You remember last time?
Right.
And you guys are like, they'll never
I don't need money for the
respond,
ballroom.
Josh.
We're not making a gift for
They've
the
removed
ballroom.
everything.
This is the biggest.
I'm pretty sure we got somebody fired.
Misreporting that I've ever seen.
they
The
were
ballroom is being
discriminating.
built. It'll cost. It was going to be $200 million. I've doubled the size of it because we need it, and it's being done in conjunction
But that's
with
what I'm
the
saying,
military.
for real
and
though.
with
If your stream is
uh,
lagging,
very much
if
in
it kicks
conjunction
you
with the
out, if
military
it's
and
doing
Secret
stuff it doesn't
Service.
do on there,
We're
just hit
on
the
time, on
feedback
budget,
thing and
it's
like
going
literally
beautifully.
email YouTube and
have all the
fill
money
out
you
and be
need.
like, yo man, stop
We're
this.
making a gift to the
Stop
United
it.
States.
Say
They
stop
came
it.
along and they said, we want to
Say,
make
what
it.
good is YouTube Premium if
the
I can't
House,
even hear
White
the
House
Josh Atola
overall
for my
more
live
secure.
action news?
And I understand that. Not for me, because I'll be gone, I'll be gone and you'll have somebody else in for hopefully hundreds of years. But that's what they're doing it for. The ballroom is paid for. It's a gift. I mean, I want to make it clear because so many people say, I thought you were giving this away. And all of a sudden, the money that they're spending is for security, having to do maybe around the ballroom and other parts of the house. But this is not
a couple of
for the
headlines, 'cause my
ballroom.
wire
The
just
ballroom
tweaked.
is
Space
being-
stock's still going up.
A tremendous amount of what's being done with respect to the ballroom is for national security, including, as an example,
Or
a
a
drone
smart
port
ring
on
files
top
for
of
IPO.
which was
No
top secret until litigation made it less than top secret. But we have a drone port. We have the glass that's 4 inches thick, bulletproof glass. We have bulletproof walls. We have things. You need a place like this. But this is being made as a gift from me and other people that are great patriots that spend a lot of money. We're building what will be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. If they want to spend money on securing the White House, I think it would be very, very much a good expenditure. But the ballroom is being built.
But what if Congress doesn't sign off on the security money, sir?
Then the White House won't be a very secure place.
But, and then regarding Cuba, there was an aircraft carrier that just arrived there this week, a Nimitz aircraft carrier. Are you sending that there to intimidate the Cuban government?
No, not at all. The Cuba, look, it's a failed country. Everybody knows it. They don't have electricity. They don't have money. They don't have really anything. They don't have food. And we're going to help them along.
They don't really have
and we're gonna
anything.
help them because number one, I want to help them. I want to on a humanitarian basis, but we have the Cuban American population, much of it living in Miami and Florida.
Miami.
That's a great group of people, amazing group of people, industrious, they're great Americans. They've wanted this to happen. They want to go back to their country. They want to help their country. I hope they're going to stay here, but they want to go back. They want to invest in their country and, see if they can bring it back. Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so would be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
The CDC released a report this morning, their report on the last election on why you won and Democrats lost. One thing that it mentions is how they failed to reach Middle America, Southern Americans. Do you think they've learned lessons from that election, and have you seen that report?
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have voter ID, and it's so important you have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship. and also mail-in voting, which is so crooked. So in Maryland, as you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt. They were corrupt. They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We've got to stop it. We have a country that has a very corrupt, we have more corrupt elections than third world countries have. And we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. You have voter ID, voter identification. The Democrats don't want to pass. Now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again. Because with their policy of open borders, transgender for everyone, I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the stuff that they do, high taxes. They want a tax hike. They voted in favor of high taxes. They voted against a tax cut. They voted in favor of men playing in women's sports. I don't know what these people are thinking. The only way they can win is to cheat, and that's what they want to do. And we ought to pass the Save America Act. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One of them, which you love. First about the ballroom, and the second about Iran. First, I'm curious, what is the stone that you're going to be using? And I ask that for a reason, because I live in Stafford County, and you know a lot about history and stuff like that. So you know that the stone that was quarried for the Capitol and the White House is from Stafford County. They still have quarries, so hint, hint, down there. Just curious.
Marbles and granite.
Okay.
Mostly marbles and granite.
All right, excellent. And then my second question is,
I mean, again,
Vice
this
President
ties
mentioned
into
the other day
this conversation
there would be
right now.
accommodations, they were willing to make
Trump
accommodations
said we'll get
with the
it
Iranian
one
deal.
way or another
Could
with
you
war.
kind of expand on those possible accommodations? Does that include
Yeah, PG, ADM, a
accommodations?
lot of them are
Talking
except
about
for
accommodations
Tyson.
as far as making the deal.
But keep eyes on that.
Making the deal going. Would that include
I can't tell you.
proxies?
Right now we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You know, when people hear it, because oftentimes they won't put up the second part of the sentence having to do with, I'll say, this is more important than anything that we have to talk about, and usually they'll cut it off, the fake news. I said, because this is the nuclearization of a country that some people would say is somewhat crazy, and we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all it is. We can't let it. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here. That war will go to Europe.
Into it.
We cannot let that happen, and it won't happen. It's not going to happen. That's more important than
that's
anything
crazy.
else. We can't. I can think of nothing that's more important than the fact that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't. Yeah, Jeff.
Following up on that,
I mean,
Iran
Core
is
Weave and Arms still
negotiating with
going.
Oman to set up a formalization of charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about
We're
it.
looking
They've
at it.
negotiated. They've had a relationship.
And that was
with
the
them
bad
before.
headline earlier.
And we'll see.
Rubio
We
already
have
commented
total
on it.
control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their air. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology, anti-drone technology now that frankly
Even
we
Apple
didn't have
climbed
even
up
2
a
months
little
ago.
bit.
We have unbelievable
That helped, but
drone
NVIDIA ain't
technology,
moved.
both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear
How do
weapon.
you want
Yes.
things to end up?
Daniel?
Let me just one follow up on that. How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have
Well, we
control
want it
of that?
open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of money, but whether it's 500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval. And the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran without our approval.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it. Okay?
Mr. President, I have two questions. First on deregulation, the second on the Supreme Court. You, coming from business, you see the effects of unnecessary red tape in your business. Do you believe that given the amount of deregulatory actions you've taken along with this, going back to the endangerment finding, the CAFE standards, tax cuts, and tariffs, do you believe that you've made the United States the most pro-business, pro-investment country in the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, because we are
Smuckers
for every
again.
one new
Remember,
regulation
there's that buyout
we're
shit.
getting rid of
Could just
20
be with the
to
value
30
though.
to 40, and now it's actually at even a number. In my first term, for every regulation that was added, we got rid of a minimum of 10. And I understand, Lee, that it's up to 43 or 44 right now. So if we add a regulation, we get rid of 43, 44. We're making it a much more pro-business, pro-people. You know, regulations are very costly for the people. They're bad for everybody. They're bad for jobs, bad for everybody. And we have, as of today, we have more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. To me, it's one of my favorite stats. But we have more people today working in the United States than at any time in the history. And this is with the Iran conflict. That'll end soon, very soon. And when it ends, your gasoline prices will go down lower than they were before. You know, I left Iowa a few months ago, and gasoline was at $1.85 a gallon. That's right. And we'll be hitting numbers like that again.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court.
We'll be hitting them in a much nicer way, by the way. We will be hitting them, and we will have a country that will not have a nuclear weapon. Yeah,
So what
has today's executive?
Let me just finish.
On the Supreme Court, sir, we're still waiting for the decision on birthright citizenship. You attended the oral arguments of that. Can you just explain what's at stake?
Trump will likely have to pay
It's
back $149 billion in
the
tariffs.
Supreme Court. We had a terrible tariff decision. They cost our country a fortune. They said do it a different way. We're doing it a different way, but we're going to most likely have to pay back $149 billion. All they had to do is put a little sentence in there, half a sentence, saying that any monies paid don't have to be paid back. You know, you're talking about the people in many cases that hate our country. Give them back money. It was a terrible decision. And it's not going to affect because we do the tariffs a different way. The tariffs are what's bringing in all of this money. It's really made our country rich, modernly rich. Now we have another one coming up, which is birthright citizenship.
Rich. Wow.
And we're the only country in the world that has it. You step into our country and you're all of a sudden a citizen. You come in a certain way. This was not meant for Chinese billionaires to have their children become citizens of our country. This was meant, or other rich people, poor people. This was meant for the babies of slaves. This was signed right after the Civil War. You look at the dates alone, immediately after. This was having to do with the babies of slaves. And people have used it. And if this is allowed to stand, it will be a disaster economically for our country. And you'll have 25% of the people coming into our country coming in through birthright citizenship. And we won't have any control. This decision by the Supreme Court is a very big one. They'll probably rule against me because they seem to like doing that. You know, frankly, I'm not happy with some of the decisions. Look at NIL. Look what they've done. Look what the courts have done to college sports. They're destroying college sports. They're destroying universities. But birthright citizens are a big deal. And literally, if that's allowed to stand, and again, this was a civil war. This was right after the Civil War. And it has to do with the babies of slaves. It doesn't have to do with the babies of very rich people coming into the country. One of them came in with 57 children. Okay, 57 children. They're using the system, and it's usually people that hate our country, if you want to know the truth. Birthright citizen is done by no other country in the world.
Habibi.
The way we're doing it. We're a laughing stock. And if the Supreme Court approves that decision, they have done a great disservice to the United States of America, just like they did a great disservice by costing us $149 billion on tariffs by saying do it a different way. Get the same result, do it a different way. We should have won that decision. We had a very strong, very powerful dissent. We had 3 dissents. So it wasn't like a unanimous decision by any means. We had very powerful dissents. When you read that dissent, people that read that dissent say, you really should have won this case. We should have won that case on tariffs. That case cost our country $149 million. It goes to people that hate our country.
Billion.
So now we have another one coming up, birthright citizenship. It would be a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if the Supreme Court of the United States allows that to happen. Remember what I said, 20 to 25% of the people coming into our country will come in through birthright citizenship. They'll become citizens through birthright citizenship, and it'll cost us numbers that are, I don't even think they're doable. And it's all up to a couple of people, and I hope they do what's right. Birthright citizenship is a disgrace. The fact that, look at the people that are bringing the suit. Study the people that are bringing the suit. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that.
Mr. President, why has today's executive order on AI been postponed?
Because I didn't like certain aspects of it. I postponed it. I think it gets in the way of...
Good, you should have done that from the beginning.
We're leading China, we're leading
of
everybody.
The fucking big,
and I don't want to do
bill.
anything that's going to get in the way of that lead. We have a very substantial on AI. It's causing
Did you say China?
Tremendous good, and it's also bringing in a lot of jobs, tremendous numbers of jobs. Again, we have more people working right now than we've ever had. I really thought that could have been a blocker, and I want to make sure that it's not.
Mr. President, with
President Xi
last week, did you discuss AI safeguards?
Who, what?
In China last week with President Xi,
Yes.
Did you discuss AI
I did.
safeguards?
I discussed it. And he acknowledges how well we're doing. We're doing well. He's doing, it's the two of us. The 2 countries are fighting for it. Other countries are way behind, way behind. They're fighting for it. They want it. Everybody wants it, but they're way behind. But I didn't want to do it. I postponed that meeting. It was a press conference. It was a signing, actually, because I didn't like what I was seeing.
Mr. President, a few moments ago, the Commission of Fine Arts approved your design, the design for your arch. Do you think you need congressional approval for it?
I finally get good news from them.
Do you think you need
What was the
congressional
vote? Do you know what the
approval for it,
vote was?
sir?
What was the vote?
I'm just seeing the headline here. I don't have the exact vote. but-
So we're building what's called the Triumphal Arch right opposite the Arlington Memorial Bridge, right by Arlington Cemetery. It's beautiful. It's the Arc de Triomphe would be the one that you would probably know in Paris. It's one of the most beautiful. It's a very similar size, slightly larger. We have to do slightly larger. It doesn't have to be a lot larger. Otherwise, you'd all be disappointed in me. But it's even far more beautiful. And I think that the Arc de Triomphe is beautiful. It's a couple of 100 years old, but I think it's beautiful. And some arcs go back over 1,000 years. And it's called a triumphal arc. It's usually done for victories in war and things. There are 59 of them in the world. And some are really beautiful. And we're the only major, Washington, D.C., which should be number 1. We're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch. So it was meant to be built for many years. The circle going up to the bridge, it was, people pass that circle, they say, why isn't something built here? And so that's very good. We just got approval from Fine Arts. That's fantastic.
Right, but you need Congress to sign off on it.
No, we don't. No, we're doing it. It's the land is owned by the Interior Department. We don't need anything from Congress.
Are you attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair. And I'm
If
gonna
he
try
wants
and
me
make
to
it.
go to his wedding, I'll
I'm in
go.
the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called
91%.
Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, actually to add...
I've known my son for a very long time. I've known the man for a long time.
There's just geese that are there all the time.
I've known him from day one.
How long will that take?
I'm telling you,
Also,
a
I have
long
to say, I
time
have
I've
to pass
known my
along
son.
something for my mother, who she drove in with me. She was amazed by all the people she was seeing on the streets here in DC. She doesn't get in here as much.
DC
but
is hot again.
she was noticing how clean and beautiful it was,
Clean.
so I'm passing them
Might
along.
have to take it
Well,
down.
that's what I do, clean. Take a look outside. We had a broken path. It was so
So yeah, you
terrible
guys will be
coming into
flying
the
blind
White
here
House
for a
with
second.
slate.
I'll BRB.
Slate's a roofing material. It's not a walking material, but the slate was all broken and chipped and terrible. And I put down a new granite floor and paid for it myself, by the way. But I put down a nice new granite floor. It looks beautiful. It's actually getting rave reviews. It's beautiful. It's a terrible having people walking up to the White House and they're walking over broken tiles and broken floors. So now we just finished. It's going to be finished when the moldings are put on. But you might take a look at it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's beautiful.
It was very beautiful.
Of other things we're doing while you're at it, we have 31 fountains in Washington. Of the 31, not one worked. Now we have 21 working, and the others are going to be fixed. And people are calling and saying, it's amazing what's happened, the fountains, and they're working top level. And my most exciting is the reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Washington Monument Lincoln Memorial. It's 2,500 feet long by almost 200 feet wide. It's a massive structure, if you think of it. It's taller than the tallest building in the world. If you sat the building down, the tallest building in the world would not reach the end of it. It's a very big thing. It hasn't worked properly since it was built in 1922. President Obama and Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix it. They didn't. Of course, they couldn't do that. They didn't fix it. It was a mess. So mostly they turned it off, collecting garbage. It looked horrible. And we are very close to getting it finished. And when it's finished, it'll be beautiful. It'll be blue water, dark blue. We call it American flag blue because that's the name of the color that we chose. American flag blue. Can't do better than that. It's a rich, dark blue. And it'll be, I think, very reflective, very, very good. Big project. I decided to do a much bigger job. I was going to just get it open. But I said, let's do it right. Let's get it open and let's have it be good. Because President Obama, President Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars, much more than 100 million, but hundreds of millions. It never worked. In fact, when they finished it, it was much worse than it was before. It leaked at a higher level. They would have to fill it up every single day with water. The whole thing was ridiculous. So they ended up turning it off. And it became like a garbage dump. Well, it's pretty close to finished. So they had estimates of $350 million to fix it. I'll be doing it for a tiny fraction of that. A bigger job than I originally thought I'd do it for $2 or $3 million, just do a base. But now we're fixing up the exterior of it. So we'll probably be in there for less than $20 million. And the estimate was going to be using a different method, 350. It was going to take 4 years, 350 million. I'll be doing it in basically a couple of months for less than $20 million. That includes all of the exterior base, which I never included in my original numbers. When I went there last week, I saw the exterior was in very bad shape, as well as the interior, so I said, we're going to fix that too. The stone. It's going to be beautiful. When that's done, you might see it. It's probably 3/4 done. We have rain delays. We get a lot of delays, but that will be something special. The reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln and Washington monuments. I think it's going to be incredible. It's largely done. If you want to go see it, you can see it before we put the water in. The key is to have it done before July 4th. We want to see if we can have it done before July 4th. But we have about 20 or 21 of the water features in Washington open. And I can say we top of the line. They look better than they did the day they were built. Some of them have been closed for 25, 30 years. There's been no water for 25 or 30 years. And they're really beautiful. Some of the fountains are as beautiful as I've ever seen. And you probably see them. And in addition to that, you brought up something. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. We had a city that was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the country, and now it's considered a very safe city. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants were closing. You couldn't go to a restaurant. The restaurants were closing all over because of the danger from during the Biden administration. Now you have restaurants opening, it's thriving, and it was very nice that you said that.
Some solar
I like this reporter.
manufacturing to Tesla.
No, it's nice. We have a vibrant city again. People are going out. I have a lot of people in the White House. Every time I see somebody, they thank me, and I know immediately what. They thank me for making the city safe. They walk to work now.
Injury or death.
Before that, they'd take Uber or something, and they felt unsafe even in Uber. You know, we moved over 5,000 people out of the city, career criminals that came in through the open borders and other reasons.
Solar plays are moving on that.
And an interesting statistic is that 2% of the population creates 91% of the crime. And the reason I like that is that you can handle 2% of the population. Mr. Kroger, I see you have stores in Washington? You see a big difference?
We do.
Well, you said the right thing. Could you imagine? That would have been the end of Kroger. All right, okay, we'll do one or two more. Yeah, please.
Do you think Democrats are genuine in their focus on affordability, especially after they delivered 40-year high inflation last time they were in power? And then, or do you think they're using it or focusing on it as a means to try and win midterms and begin the impeachment process?
Look, the Democrats had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but the history of our country. They had the highest inflation that we've ever had. When I inherited it, I inherited very high prices. And from day one, they said, affordability. Affordability is the word.
Bro, TLT has been catching a bit all day.
But I'm good at words too. But they hit me with affordability. I'd just gotten there. They hit me with eggs. We had a news conference on my third day,
stopped going down.
and they said, egg prices are through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And we got the prices down, way down, actually lower than it was 4 years before. But we've gotten everything. The thing that we have now, the only thing that's really of great concern, two things. Beef is coming down, and the reason is they put restrictions on beef under the Biden administration, and it takes a while to settle that, but prices are down. But the big thing is, of course, energy. We had the energy way down, but I had to do a journey to Iran. I had to say, you know, we just hit the best markets. By the way, the stock market today is at the highest it's ever been, and we've had 59 of them, 59 days out of a very short period of time where the stock market hit all-time highs. So we have an all-time high stock market. We have all-time high job numbers.
Tan and
we
Sunrun
have 401ks just hit the highest number
that's
they've
off
ever
of the
been.
Tesla shit.
So many of you have 401ks. That means you're richer than you've ever been.
You're richer
and we're
than
doing
you've
really
ever
well.
been.
But they came up with this word, affordability. But
Tesla
it's
sought to
them
buy
that
$3
caused the
billion
problem.
from equipment from Suzhou
And
Maxwell.
they used that word, Senator, they used that word right from the beginning. I was in one day, and I heard somebody on television say, affordability. And I inherited this mess from them. But we've got it in great shape. The country's doing well. We're respected all over the world. This country is respected. We're the hottest country. We were a dead country 2 years ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I think most of you appreciate that. Some of you don't. Yeah, please.
Pickett, Washington Times. If the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on birthright citizenship, are there any other avenues that your administration has explored to remedy this? And did you talk with President Xi about Chinese foreign nationals taking advantage of birth tourism here in this country and how they could have?
Well, that's a great question. No, if the Supreme Court hurts our country by ruling against us on birthright citizenship, that would be just between that and tariffs. What damage they've done. What damage they've done. Again, they could have said, which they said, do the tariffs a different way. But they could have said the money taken in, hundreds of billions of dollars, $149 billion we have to pay back. Kevin understands that better than anybody. All they had to do is say, any money taken in, because they agree you could do it a different way. Any money, this is a better way. But the other way is a very secure way. And maybe in many ways it's a stronger way. They could have said any money taken in thus far does not have to be paid back. To, in many cases, the enemy. people that don't like our country. Or it was a half a sentence. The Supreme Court could have saved us $149 billion with a half a sentence. But they chose not to do that. Now they have a ruling which is a much bigger ruling, actually, birthright citizenship. The cost, forgetting about the fact that it's wrong, the cost of birthright citizenship is barely not affordable by our country. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's in their hands. What can I tell you? It's a common sense ruling. It's common sense. It was exact timing, and it's about the babies of slaves. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So do you think if Democrats were to take control of Congress again, they would immediately begin the impeachment process?
I think if Democrats took control of the Congress, I think that, and let's say took control of the country, I think that this country's finished. These people are sick. They suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, but really they have bad policy. They have horrible policy. They cheat on elections. They get elected by cheating on elections. But you would have 2 states added. They'll terminate the filibuster immediately. Republicans should do that. They'll terminate the filibuster. You'll have Washington, D.C., and you'll have Puerto Rico as a state, which will be a disaster, which would be 4 Senate seats, tremendous numbers of electoral college votes. You will have that's really bad, but you will have the destruction of our country. They want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. That's their perfect number. They talk about 13, but they want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. If they get in power, I think this country would be maybe finished. If I didn't win the election, I'll say this, we've become the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were a dead country 2 years ago. If I didn't win this election, we would have been a country that was essentially, I don't even know that we would have been a country any longer. They were destroying our country. They were letting hundreds of thousands, millions of people pour through our southern border, criminals, people from jails, people from mental institutions, drug dealers and drug addicts. They were sending countries were sending everybody that they didn't want by the millions, 25 million people. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, that wasn't too bad. I mean, you got a couple of headlines. I mean, surprisingly, he commented on the war stuff. Apparently, he might not go to his son's wedding because of the war in Iran. But other than that, you had those headlines there on Tesla and the China one, and there was one more, the FDA warning. Didn't cause too much. Then he said one more thing that gave us a move. But, yeah, that wasn't too action-packed in terms of headlines with your boy Trump. So, let me see. I was gonna do one CSIQ Canadian solar going. They all did. I mean, even TE started picking up. That's not solar. But yeah, they all did. Sunrun, Solar Edge, a ton of them. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So not bad. Not bad. Which one was it? There's one more. I'm looking at a couple of things, but nothing's really moved too much. There's only one play out there where like the Palantir premiums didn't change too much. I mean, some of the tech ones, I mean, CRM's not moving. I still need to decide on that. Again, all energy is moving, and then IBM, if you got those, you're able to make them free. Those chilled out. But literally, TAN, First Solar, those are all running now. Dude, look at that. That Tesla headline popped a lot of them. Ay. And then SPY is coming down a little bit. I mean, we haven't ever since Trump. I mean, he did mention the Iran stuff, but not anything too crazy. Kimberly Clarkson, Kimberly Quality, TE, bro, it's back up. It hit 970 early in the morning and then came down today. It was an underperformer with all the energy. So it's good if it come back up, brother. What did I want to see? I wanted to see the Kimberleys. The Kimberleys. They went up a little bit, but they won't go like high. They're up like 30% on Iran. I think all these neoclouds are compelling. I mean, we've talked about it a lot this year. Again, I don't know if I'd add them to the long term because they still need to confirm that they're going to be successful. But I think to speculate, as long as the AI wave continues, I think you're going to see them a lot. And then, you know, another set of them is emerging. But yeah, these companies switching to neoclouds, switching from one service to now providing electricity and energy for data centers. It's a very big market. It's a very big market. Yeah, well, right now, SPY's down 0.39. Russell's at break even. That was actually green at one point. Dow is down by 1/4, and then NASDAQ down by 0.4. I did not add anything to the long term today, no. So I looked at that. That video gave you kind of what I was looking at, but yeah, I did not decide to buy any of those. Let me see. Which one was it? Looking for China. And I thought there's no real answer on what happened with them today. It's just you had more news coming out of Korea, and then Korea and chips are still doing good. Why are calls so liquid but puts are choppy, slower to change? It just depends which play. But then again, I mean, more people are not as many people are buying puts. Dude, it's fucking solar, man. That headline, I'm glad I even put out a stream alert, but I didn't think all of them were, dude, they all just started to run. BB and Kimberly, SPY at VWAP. I mean, we're almost at 10 o'clock. It's 9:40, 3 out. Oh, would you guys like to do a push-up? Can I interest you in a set of push-ups? Is that something that you would like? So, Chattadonia, we've been here for about 3.5 hours. 4.5 or 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Okay, that's it. Breathe in, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. If you can't do a push-up, just move around. You know what I'm saying? Maybe stand up. Maybe flex your core a little bit. You'll be good to go, man. So move around. Get your body involved. All right? And then relax a little bit. Relax your eyes, your ears, your nose, your jaw. You'll be good to go, baby. You'll be good to go. The midterm money glitch. Well, that's the thing. The midterm money glitch, a lot of those names, I mean, if they're already down, they may not go lower. The midterm money glitch at this point for like, we already hit our low of the year. So that criteria has been met. So hopefully some high flyers come down, but a lot of those ones that I put up there yesterday, those are all names that are already down and they could still go lower, but if anything, you know, it's not the same as like a Intel or something that's up near the highs. So that's good. Take your vitamins, amen. 10 push-ups minimum. I'm doing lunges right now. I might need to do some glute bridges, you know, but that's why I can still talk to you while I do the lunges. They're very good. But yeah, anything, man, just move around. You're gonna be here. You're gonna be here anyway, so you might as well get the body moving. Why is the market down? This is still the NVDA hangover. You know, NVIDIA went down barely. It didn't move. There's a couple names up. I mean, majority of names are down, but then Korea and chips and memory, that still got a tailwind. And then the news today has still been like half good, half bad. You just still have the lingering fog of war. But yeah, I mean, we're just barely moving. That's it. This is just day after NVIDIA. We're kind of chilling. And like I'm saying, following today, end of tomorrow, next week, you know, the market's going to start. There's not as much to focus on anymore. That's the crazy. There's no earnings. You're now wrapping up the earnings. You got your buybacks coming back into play. Things are going to start moving more in tandem. And then, you know, it's really going to be driven by end of the month. Get a little bit of data and then see where good old June takes us. And then June, you'll start to get more volatility as we come into the Fed, the data, and everything else. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Dominion. I make the contracts free. I feel you. Let's make the contracts free, my brother. I need to do a glute bridge. So yeah, you know, it works. Vibe with it. Vibe with it.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free.
I'm gonna fuck around and make a contract free right now. You know what I'm saying?
Let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve.
Amen. All right, man. I hope you got a good set of push-ups in there. Welcome to Friday, Junior. Not much. I feel like all week has been 7 hours to nowhere, but that is an earnings effect, you know? Pre-earnings, it does that. Post-earnings, so we'll see what Friday unlocks, but even the rest of the day, I'm sure we'll get some more exciting headlines and signs of the times, but at the end of the day, man, you know, like I'm telling y'all, bro, maybe you see it. You know, I'm glad we got to talk about NVIDIA and you guys got to watch a cool NVIDIA play in real time. Hopefully you got to learn from it, but the other part, around the same time, I was telling you guys what happens when momentum slows down. So are you guys getting it? We're not going to stay here. We might go lower. We might go higher. We might still keep bouncing around. But I do think this last week so far, it's giving you a taste of what we were talking about, where it's like, listen, you were going straight up and we were going up so much. Everybody kept talking. it's only going to go straight up or it's going to go straight down. But like I was telling you, if you kind of just start stalling out, not too high, not too low, you get this weird effect, and it affects the options. It slows things down, and now you still have all the tension in the market, the Korea, the chips, the memory, the energy, the staples, all these factors. So I hope you guys were prepared for it, and I hope that was a good warning. And then that way too, 3-4 days in a row of 7 hours to nowhere, I hope it doesn't shock you too much. You know what I'm saying? I hope it don't shock you too much. On enriched uranium, we'll take it. We don't want it. We'll destroy it. Yeah, that's what he said during the thing. So he had a couple. His headlines didn't move it as much, believe it or not. The random Reuters denial and then the Marco Rubio segment, that moved oil and stocks more. You recommend spreading money across multiple stocks? I mean, when you begin, you could buy a couple. Like I'm saying, just do it. Just whatever you do. I might need to make another simple video for all of you. I'm telling you, like, what you should be doing right now until you learn trading effectively, until you're able to figure out all the other stuff. You should have a separate account already made. Go make a Schwab account. Go even make a Robinhood. If you go make a fucking Webull if you really want. But any account that has no trading in it, make it separate. Take 10% of your money and start every dollar you touch. Take 10% of the income you've made and put it into another account. And put it into that account with no trading in it, and then just start buying some of these names that are good, fair price, that are going to be around for a long time. And then literally you're going to just keep adding and doing the same thing. The key to all of it is not what you buy right away. The key is that you buy it, and the key is that you keep buying and build out for the next like 6 months to a year. Maybe it'll happen faster. Again, our rebuild started showing good signs of life, 8 months in? So thank you, Intel. But the whole idea is just start getting the money to work, and like what you buy now, whether it's higher or lower, it's not going to make a difference, because if you're really going to stick to a 10-year plan, we have a lot more buys and additions and a lot more to go. So it's gonna, but the key is the consistency, getting it started and then actually doing it. Is having a long-term portfolio in crypto, just top 5 coins, a bad idea? If you treat it like it's your main source of savings. So I have no problem with Bitcoin in alternative assets, but I don't know if I would call it a long-term. I have it in my long-term, but it's not like I'm saying, I have a portion of my assets allocated to X amount of, alternative and other investments. So, but, you could put it in there. I think you should hold Bitcoin physically, or you should own the keys to it if that's what you want to do. But, and I'm more of a, I like Bitcoin above all else and call it a day. But at the same time, it's like, make sure you are still not neglecting equity and real estate and some of the other factors of the long term that are going to be more stable. And then, if you could get a small portion of your long term, if it's a good price and it has growth, I'm not against that. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't take 10% of my income and put most of it into crypto. I have not done that. That's kind of the way I look at it. Elliot, yeah, what the fuck, dude? Elliot, how have you been, bro? Elliot, where do you stand on crypto now? I don't know if you guys remember when I met Elliot. Elliot, you had some nice growth, brother. You got a good long term now, Elliot? Have you stayed out of trouble? Because Elliot, it used to be every day. Elliot was like, yo, Michael Saylor, Joshua. He said, excuse me, Sir Joshua Tola, how about Bitcoin at $180,000? You don't think so? And then Bitcoin, and then Michael Saylor. But yeah, I feel like I haven't heard that from you lately, which is, again, I hope it has opened up the door for other assets. I still like crypto. I'm just not, like I'm saying, I mean, I liked it before it got cool, and then now it got so weird after that election move. He even said, Webull, what have we done? I know I don't like Webull, but like I'm telling you, I'm trying to highlight the easy concept. The easy concept, especially if you want to do something and get started right now, what you should be doing is making a separate brokerage account, any account, doesn't matter. And then literally putting 10% of your money, no trading in it, and call it a day. Bro, 10B. I want one of these, but these are still going up, bro. And then Amazon. The Palantir premiums just won't budge. Because I already paid my fee. Which one's that? You've been staying out of trouble. You've been well. You only like Bitcoin, but I don't think it's the biggest in the world. It'll have its time when it's needed again. That's amazing. It's amazing. That's it. Because that was like, you were really big on it, dude. So I'm glad. I'm glad we got more flexibility. But now you have good experience with it, though. So that I think that's going to pay a dividend if you approach it with that maturity. Intuit, dude, I don't know why I feel like I'm missing something with Intuit. I think one part was that they're like debt to EBITDA. Like I looked at it, there was like random factors that tweaked out after that last earnings. But I'm missing something because I don't think Intuit was that bad. Again, I don't think it should be down 20%. It got weird after Trump coin. Nah, it was already, remember, right after the election, it went up. I'll tell you the answer. I'll tell you, this is when every bubble is going to pop. I could tell you guys when. I could tell you the problem. I could tell you the problem with crypto. The problem is already happening with AI, and you'll eventually know. But there's one thing. There's one thing to blame, and you could kind of track it too. Would you guys like to know? This might offend people. I don't know if you guys could handle it, especially before Philo. I don't know if this is what you're into. Marvin. Let's see. Big Pop Alp. Oh yeah, what is that? 12-cent stock Alp? Interesting. What was the other one earlier? NXL? That was the only other cheap one. Alp files 6K. It's a 4 in stock, mid-update. Contracted revenue. What do they do? Compute? I don't know what they do. I think it's an Asian one. AI lab customer, 32 million. That was like 12 days ago. So on May 12th, they had a pop. Yeah, right here. What is this? What is this penny stock AI company? So yeah, I mean, it looks like it's new. Am I tripping? It's foreign. It's a reverse split runner. Ah, be careful then. Those ones just gets, and it's Asian. I'm pretty sure. Am I doing the live every day? Well, I've been live. I haven't really taken a break. The locked in starts 30 minutes earlier, and then the locked in has the nightly video. But I have been putting a free simple. I've been trying to. I've done both. I've done simple, complex. You know, I guess it just depends on your vibe. But on my Instagram and the YouTube Shorts, but mainly Instagram, I have a free nightly video if you're interested. Already paid my fee. So what's the T? My bad, I was looking. I think I'm gonna take another, I'm looking at another Palantir. But let's see, they're being weird. They're like slightly cheaper than yesterday now, but it's the spread. I'm trying to see if I could get them on a scam. Oh, yeah, whatever. What's the other one? NXL? Oh, that one went down? All right, that's finally back to where I got it. A little bit higher. ALP is GPU ASS. Gee, I know, it's something Chinese and AI. So, yeah, I'll give you guys the T. Are you ready? The problem with crypto that crashed it and got it so bad, and this is going to be the problem with the market, and it's happened before, nobody wanted to admit it. The problem is LARPers. I've even said that. I've noticed the LARPing in the trading community. I even see people in the Chad LARP. But that's like the broader problem. LARPers. Live action role players. No. That's all it is. So yeah, there's obviously, I could give you real life debates about energy and competing with data centers and all of it. But yes, like LARPers. 100%. Because I'm telling you, even like after the election, you guys don't understand. I witnessed it. I had people who used to, like, you know, like the Reddit crowd, and like the people who like, oh, you don't even say Abivai correctly. Oh my gosh, this guy's an idiot. And you know what I'm saying? They got that little, like, you know, they got that arrogance about them. And then they used to hate on crypto. I saw people hate on crypto at $1,000 to $10,000, $20,000. And then at $70,000, I watched the same people make it their personality. And then they started live action role playing what crypto meant to them, the future, everything else. Again, crypto has a lot of LARPers. And the same thing. That's what you even had in 2022. You had a lot of people LARPing in the market. Again, that's why after a couple of these bubbles, you get a lot of LARPers. So that's usually what starts to slow everything down, because then essentially the LARPers will get other people to make bad decisions, and then before you know it, the trust in certain things, and then the sentiment. Because, like, think about it. Look at crypto sentiment. It's not high at all. I mean, people have been LARPed on for the last 2 years, so it's not it's hard to get people excited in that. And then every time there is a opportunity, the LARPers are fully present. So keep that in mind. You might see something similar with stocks. Are there chip LARPers? Yeah, and AI LARPers, 100%. That's what I'm saying. It's starting, and then the more and more it's gone, you're going to have more people. They're going to make it their personality. They're going to act like they're all AI, that they know everything, that this is going to happen. And then it just becomes more fake, right? And people like it's not really built on the same understanding and same narratives that built it to what it is, right? You get it. Usually it's things with a good foundation, and then the LARPers build on top of that. And then that's what I'm saying. If you invest in the LARPer economy versus the foundation, that's what separates the results. That's what I'm saying. Like, I love crypto. I've been in crypto from one of the earliest times. You know what I'm saying? I think I still believe in the technology. And I even did back then. I was like, wow, it's amazing. But the foundation was solid. And if you were entered in that foundation, it's awesome. And then, you know, kind of what got built upon it, that's where it started to morph a little bit. NXL, it's a weird one. Let me see that. I explained it briefly. I still think it's shitty. I mean, again, we've seen some lucky shitty biotech, so be careful. But this one, I think you might get a follow-on update. They have a trial. It's like a medical device, but let me read it to you. I don't even remember the ticker. NXL. So yeah, they secured a key neurostimulation legislative provision. So there was they passed a House bill today on like military construction and like the language in the budget, and then pretty much they added language in it that the company advocated for, because it pretty much creates like a new designation of like their product. It's talking about like traumatic brain injuries, but it included the language non-invasive neurostimulation, which is exactly what they are advocating for and studying for with the FDA right now. Netflix again? I mean, shit, bro, we saw the other one. Oh, shit, those hit, dog. Yalla. Yeah, not bad. Feel me, brother. Come on. Already paid my fee. Those little scammers. All right, I got just over 100%. I made the Netflix, the weekly free. S-Claude partner? No way. They're lagging. That's a cybersecurity lag. But again, they're up fucking 50% off the bottom. But yeah, that's a cybersecurity lagger. Yeah, those Netflixes hit if you got them. And Sandisk going, so what if you don't LARP? Just study and learn? Yes, but like be really effective. Just be what you really are. Like that's what I'm saying. If you're going to get into something, just develop a real skill and you'll run laps around everybody. But yeah, that's why I'm saying you don't need to act. You don't need to make it like a false personality. Like you need to like actually learn what it is you want to do. And like really learn the ins and outs and understand it, get immersed in it, and you'll come out good. And I think because that's it, that, you know, when it's all said and done, you know, both good things and bad things happen in communities and environments, but you know, the real skill and talent, it's gonna last. You know what I'm saying? When push comes to shove, you're going to find out who really understands the stock market, right? You're going to really understand. You'll see who really understands crypto. You know, you've got to see it in certain events. Oh, nice. They cut me out. Why you do this, YouTube? I think I'm back. SanDisk again. But yeah, does that make sense? I think it does, and that's why I'm saying, you know, get and develop good skills, bro. And those skills, if you are really interested in it and you build around that the right way, the real way, I mean, you are going to have a nice competitive advantage for the rest of your life. Paid my fee. Oh, it was MXL. All right. Well, that being said, can I interest you in a quick philo? I don't know. Can you guys handle that? Would that be something you're interested in? RXT again? I feel like we saw that one earlier. Or is that RDW? I think that was RDW. But you guys brought up RXT. Never say no to philo. Isn't that amazing? Not everyone can agree, bro. Not everyone can agree, but I think all of the emotional examples, the plays, I'm telling you, SPY tweaking. You got oil down. The futures haven't reflected it yet. Something's happening. SPY up, oil down, gold and silver moving. You're a brewing, Chatadonia. You are a brewing. Oh, they didn't even film me? Those little fuckers. Those little fuckers. Okay, gave me a good price. They're still all red. I don't know. Something's brewing, bro. I'm telling you. Oil moved way earlier. All right, well, those already hit. Let's see. Pay my fee. Yeah, bro, what the fuck is that? All right, I made him free at 150% on the short term. I just took it daily on that one. That one lagged too heavy, bro. Yeah, something. All right, well, you're going. Shout out to Philo. I didn't even have time to stream alert that one, but locked in, you should have got something. I don't even know what that is. Let me double check the news. Yeah, those are up, though. Be careful. All those premiums are up over 100%. Holy shit, dude. Yalla! It's definitely war-related. Oil's down, and then everything else is moving. Is it the bond auction? Oh, shit. I don't know what that is yet. So, again, I wanted to begin Philo. You got the pre-Philo pop. It's probably war-related. Like I'm saying, the way oil moved on that, the futures lagged it, but every oil indicator dropped, and then you got that pump. And then the high ticker fully gassed. Iraq Prime Minister, we renew our condemnation of Saudi attacks. No, there has to be something else. Yeah, oil wouldn't react to the bond auction. Well, the premiums are still up. I already made it free. I wouldn't until we know what it is. Just be cautious. AAL Airlines are reacting to the oil. Trump will get a deal done soon. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the headline. I don't see it yet. I don't know what the fuck this is. That's the craziest part. Iran draft reached via Pakistan, expected to be announced in next few hours. Okay, that's the first report circulating. So then they're saying a draft agreement is reached. And then you're going to get an announcement. I mean, this is borderline the same headline as yesterday about them having a deal. Either way, you get free ones, brother. Call it a day. You know, that's it. Yeah, Iran draft agreement. Telegram. So I got to start fucking reading Arab sources again. But yeah, this is kind of like, again, they're just saying they have an agreement announcement in a few hours. Remember yesterday, they're like, we might announce it in a few hours or tomorrow. You never know. You never know. We might do it. We have an agreement. We will never make agreement. Fuck your agreement. Okay, maybe, I'm sorry, I overreact. Maybe we talk about it. Okay, maybe we'll, fuck you. No, we will never bend the knee. I will never bend the knee. Fuck you, man. Okay. Maybe listen. That we everybody tension, hot head. Let's just make a discussion, a diplomacy. Come on, brother. Come on. Why you guys? No, fuck you. You guys play with me too much. I'm sorry. This is how I imagine all these are going on. This is my mental on what I think is happening during negotiations. Well, shit, we already got positioning. VFC, is that going red to green, dude? No. They were already green. But that's a value name. Or was that yesterday or today? That was today, I think. Oh! Friday Junior, you got the peach, baby. You got some Netflixes. You got more life. Bradley Frizzle. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle, how you doing, baby? Good morning. You guys, he made it, man. Bradley Frizzle. And the peach. That's it. That's all we needed. I knew something was missing. It didn't feel right. Now it feels right. It feels amazing. I love it, baby. God bless you, Bradley. Look at Bradley. I think now we get Philo, Bradley Frizzle. I don't know, man. I think it's about Thursday's looking good, bro. Maybe that was the headline. You guys were like, oh, Telegram. No, it was Bradley Frizzle. It was Bradley Frizzle. All right, well, SPY's going. All those premiums. You got a nice little window on that one, brethren. Oh, shit. Those dailies rip now. That's it. GG's. Microsoft was a Claude day. And Boeing's fucking moving. Oh, and K-Web. Everything. Oh, even Palantir. Oh, you got everything on the high ticker. Remember, 90% is down. This is bullshit, to be honest with you, though. Like I'm saying, you're just unwinding the little oil daily moves, but the headline is the same exact one as yesterday. They're just saying they have a draft agreement. You may find out in the next few hours. So again, that news triggered all of this, but I wouldn't argue that this is new news, if that makes sense. You know, the puck is moving in the situation, but yeah, here we are. And shout out Bradley Frizzle. Oh, that's a banger, dude. I'm going to get rid of one more at 300%, 400%, 500%. Nice, good fill. I still have a couple more. That's it. I got them. They went 150, made them free right away. And now you ride out the rest of them. Dude, these expired today. Holy fuck. That's why they move so much. I thought I got it tomorrow. Well, we still got time. And we got a Philo. But yeah, I took another one off the table. That was, again, I just jumped on it. That was I sensed it. Like I was saying, I saw the other oil indicators go down, but nothing happened. So I said, fuck it. And then they didn't fill me on my first order. So that was also another sign. Breaking several sources. Supreme Leader Mujtaba has directed Iran's weapon-grade stockpile must not be... No, now they're hitting the bad news. Trump's only remaining mechanism is removal from ground. Arabia claims final draft of U.S.-Iran agreement reached. So that's tricking the algos, dude. They're just saying the final agreement reached, but that doesn't mean that you have not reached an agreement. Does that make sense? So the final draft has been submitted, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they And that's why I think everyone's tweaking out. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot like yesterday. It's just a lot, the same headline, just like a slight inching mixed in with, like, again, the hype and the downside we already had. I just flipped a daily earlier, and then we had a couple of other plays that were in there, like swimwear. Maybe a trial run for the algos. You're right. Wayfair. Yeah, the IBM's hit. If you got those, all of them are still up pretty nice. I made them free early. I took another set at the last high. All right, well, let's do Philo. The market approves. Market said I would love a Philo. We got nothing to worry about now. IBN on the high. Wow. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Wow. It includes immediate ceasefire, freedom to navigate, gradual lifting of sanctions, and negotiating of outstanding issues. Wow, 97 on oil. Remember, 87 is where everyone goes buku. I was hit 500% again and then came back down. So if you still have those, but hopefully you made some money on that. God bless. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I have a philo for you, and I hope you enjoyed today's philo. I think I told you yesterday, I don't really want to do philo, okay? Not because I don't want to do philo or I don't do philo. I really, really strong. I mean, again, bro, like, let me tell you, like, if this was a play, I would be yelling, last call, I beg you. I put it in a video. What the fuck are you doing? Do you understand? I really believe that these last couple of philos are of the utmost importance to some of you, especially if you need to get on track. Oh, you have no idea. I feel it in my heart, my soul, my mind, even if I didn't have feeling. Like, I'm telling, it's not even like, I'm not emotional about it. You know, sometimes emotions make you make some bad decisions. I'm just telling you, like, the objective truth behind it. And like I'm saying, where I do think this might be one of the little pieces that I think a lot of you can apply that will hopefully, you know, give you a light, bro, get you some momentum. And I mean, dude, let the light shine on your face, brother. I hope y'all feel me, bro, because I'm telling you, that's, I think some of y'all, you know, let me put it this way. Don't you feel things are out of reach sometimes? Come on. I know some of y'all, I know you believe, I think the problem is you think it's just out of reach. And I think I know some of you well enough, because I know if it was right in front of you, you would take it. But if you think it's just outside of your fingertips, you like, nah. So do you not get what I'm telling you? I'm telling you how to bring things closer. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, bro. That's all I'm saying. Let it come to you. Chad, I don't know if they feel me, bro. So I'm just going to remind you of the philo the other day. And then I'm going to still give you a philo for today. But I am going to take you back to some basics. I'm going to read for you today. I want you to hear, I want you to know, read what I read. You know, it's funny because I had one I wanted to read you, and then this morning I saw another one. And I said, ooh, I kind of like this. I like both of them. And if you know me, you know I do this all the time. I go back to the source code, my brother. You'll see what I'm talking about. But please let me remind you once again. I hope you all receive this. Like I'm saying, the objective here is to bring things closer to you. Because I already believe in hope. I already believe if it's there, I already believe you should go for things. That's what I'm saying. Now what we need to do is bring it in striking distance. So my brothers, you want to get lucky? I've already taught you the game. If you're new and you're just hearing this the first time, maybe this was just for you. Maybe all the people who's still lollygagging and me feeling I need to remind them about this. Maybe this was just for you, man. I don't know. But it's simple game. You can increase your luck. Every single one of you today could become more lucky than you ever were in your life. Doesn't this sound like a scam? Doesn't it sound like I'm about to sell you something for 3 low payments of $29.99? I'm telling you, I know, but this is true. The way you get more luckier, the way you increase your luck, the way you make luck run towards you, not away from you, it runs towards you. It's very simple. This is a problem that I see everywhere. Those of you that eliminate this, I think you're going to increasingly become the most luckiest you've ever been in your life. And I'm talking about killing desperation. Luck hates desperation. My guy, you hate desperation. Have any of you ever reacted to desperation in a positive way? You know, I've helped people who were in a desperate situation, and the irony, they never acted desperate. That's the weird part. And then the people that I have helped people that were they were in desperate situations and they acted desperate, but then it usually backfired. AKA my help did nothing for them. That's what I've noticed. We don't even like desperation. Imagine you met the most beautiful girl of your life. Ladies, you meet the most handsome man, and beyond that, they're successful. They got their life in order. Everything's good. And then they are just hella desperate. Imagine what happens. Would any of you be like, oh, I am so attracted to massive amounts of desperation? Awesome. I would say that's a really big red flag. It is. You guys don't get it? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Thank you. You said it perfectly. Desperation is a repellent. I'm telling you how to attract it. You will bring luck closer to you every time you are not desperate, especially if you kill off the aura of desperation. That's the crazy part. But I'm telling you, it's a straight up repellent. You could have you may not realize how lucky you already are. You are already in a position where opportunity is probably right around the corner. You know what the problem is? Right before you head out the fucking door, you're putting on a cologne of desperation. And you know what happens? All that luck, all the opportunity, all the work, everything. You got things going in your favor. You throw on desperation on the outside in your mind. You living in desperation, my guy. It's gonna repel. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chatadonia. So this is what I keep telling everybody. I want you to figure this out. I'm telling you, bro. We have a lot of information. We got a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of things that are going to happen. There's going to be a lot of stuff we're going to be right in the middle of. Some things we're right at the beginning of. Some things are going to end. But I'm telling you now, you are going to get the most of it if you kill desperation. You are going to be able to take information, live in this society with this world, and make the most of your future if you kill desperation. I'm telling you, that is the answer. That's why I'm telling from the start of whatever you do, whatever you don't do, just leave desperation out of it. The moment you start noticing desperation creep in, kill it. Because that is what's killing opportunity. That is what is keeping luck away. Come on, why? Why? Why does it happen? How many times do people get you? How close were you to opportunity, motherfuckers? Are you kidding me? Stop it. Stop the cap. Why is life playing out like a roulette wheel? Why is life playing out like a slot machine? You know what I'm talking about? Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I was just one away. Oh, every lotto number was one higher, one lower. Oh, it was a 3. It should have been a 13. Why? Why is life playing like that? You're telling me you haven't had that experience? You're telling me you didn't sell something too early, sell something too late. You're telling me that you weren't just like, oh, I was right there, but I wasn't. You're telling me that doesn't happen? You're telling me that doesn't happen on repeat? Oh, come on. I'm telling you the answer right now. It's usually desperation. Desperation's getting you in these weird opportunities and then getting you right out of them right before they actually do something. Is it not? How come? How come you'll miss every play and the only one you got was the bad one? Desperation. I promise you. You need a clear... I'm not telling you, and I hope you guys understand, I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I'm really not. I'm genuinely trying to help you with this conversation. Because like I'm telling you, you need to cut through the bullshit, cut through everything, and get to the point where it's like, why am I doing this? Why am I waking up in the morning? Why am I going after this job? Why am I going after this investment? Why am I going after this play? You name it. You need to make sure desperation is not involved in that decision making. Do you see what I'm telling you? Because the moment you let desperation in, you are going to make poor decisions. You are going to be, it's an invisible force that is not only repelling opportunity and luck, but do you see how it's motivating what you're doing? It's going to motivate what you get into, what you were thinking before, then something changes, and then before you know it, you're not thinking. It's desperation just playing out. So, Chad, I would love for all more opportunity to be in your reach. And I think you could get it. That's going to happen by killing desperation. I'm telling you, this is a philo, but this is just as financial. In so many areas of your life, my brother, you kill off the spirit of desperation. Just watch how lucky you become. I'm telling you, it's a trip. Just be free. You are not called to be a servant or a slave. You don't have to be chained to this. Like I'm telling you, you could be in a desperate situation. That doesn't mean you have to act desperate. So I'm telling you, it's what I've seen from some of the most successful Chads. They started off just like you. They said, I'm working this job, I got debt, I got student loans, I got this, I lost this, I'm going through that. And then it didn't matter. They said, okay, despite that, I'm in a, you don't understand? Save 10% of your money, dog. I have no money. Are you going to save 10% or not? Do you see the desperation or no? Think about it. Every person who's ever told me, oh, I don't make enough, I can't save 10%. You're right, you're in a desperate scenario. But why are you choosing the desperation action? I don't have enough, I can't save 10 off top, I'm never going to save. That is action in desperation. Like I'm telling you, I don't say this to shit on you, I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes. I've said the same words to the same people. Two different people, two different reactions. I've seen another person say, oh, I don't have 10%. I don't have a lot of money. But you said save 10%? Okay, I understand my future. We're going to invest. Okay, and then they did it. Do you see how both people could be in a desperate scenario? One of them acts desperate, one of them does not. That's what I'm telling you. Your situation right now is not what we're talking about. I'm talking about how you behave. I only make $10. Okay, are you going to save $1 or not? Yeah, both. You could be correct however you want to look at it. The question is, which one's going to be more desperate? This is how you need to start weighing all your actions. The moment you kill desperation, watch what's going to happen. You are going to unlock a door of luck, of opportunity. At the very least, where you're going to say, oh, wow, well, then this happened, then this happened. It's a chain effect. It's a domino effect. Bro, you keep living in desperation, it's going to keep being bad moves. Bad opportunities. Just never close enough. Close, but not close enough. Why? Because if it's built on desperation, it's going to repel things. You build on a foundation, you don't even let desperation in the door, my brother. That's going to be a beautiful home that thrives. This is what I'm telling you. This is so critical for today. Look around the world, bro. Look at all the psyop, the propaganda, you name it. Tell me it's not all there to make you feel desperate. You don't see this invisible war of how they trying to hammer home desperation at everybody? Low class, middle class, upper class. That's why I'm telling you why. I've encountered so many people. They all feel behind. How they all get hit by the damn pandemic of desperation. They want you to look at men, women, you desperate about dating, you desperate about the world, the war, the peace, all desperation. If I don't, this guy, we're still fucked. They control this, they don't control that. Nothing I do matters. Desperation everywhere. You don't see it? I laugh at it. That's what I'm telling you. I encourage you to. You should stomp it out. You know, it's the exact same thing I was telling you last year. It's the exact same energy I was telling you last year. Do you not have the authority? Are you not supposed to stomp out the snake? So good, bro. You ain't going to listen. I'm not telling you got to go step up and change the world tomorrow, but I'm telling you right now, if you see a snake of desperation, you stomp it out in your life, and you choose not to participate when you see it. That's what I'm telling you. It's all there just trying to steal your blessing. Do you get it? They all smell like shit. They want you to put on the cologne of desperation. Yeah, come on. Why? Why? So, Chad, I hope you feel me. This right here is going to be, by the next time I talk, by the time I talk to you next year, beginning of the year, end of this year, by next June, my brother, next May, I hope we can notice a big shift in this. I'll know it in some of y'all. I'll know it clearly. I'll notice how you talk, how you behave, and the fruit that you bear. I will know. You know why? Because there's a world's difference between desperation being alive and well versus killing it. So let's go, baby. So that's your first one. And that's all I wanted to tell you today. Actually, I got one more thing, but let me I'll bring it up for you now. And then I'll end it with Jim Rohn. You know what I wanted to share with you today? Something simple, and like I said, my basics. Let's go back to some of the easiest wisdom you could get. It's called Proverbs. One of my favorites. One of my favorites. So I wanted to read you Proverbs 13. I've read you that a lot. But then I've read that many times, actually. But then this one, this came up this morning, and I said, wow, that one's beautiful too. I think I should. I always tell you guys start with Proverbs. You ever want to enter the book? You ever want to understand what got me here? I have Proverbs. That's what got me to read the Bible by myself, without anyone telling me to, without the threat of going to hell, without, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, I was fascinated. And again, there's some wisdom in there. If you could, that's why I tell you, man, go back to basics, because if you could understand some of these concepts, you will understand how universal they are. You will understand how these principles have fed into various cultures throughout the world, but then how it literally establishes your way of thinking. I'm telling you, I never seen a problem with it. But yeah, check it out if you do. But Proverbs 29. He who is often reproved, yet stiffens his neck, will suddenly be broken beyond healing. When the righteous increase, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people groan. He who loves wisdom makes his father glad, but a companion of prostitutes squanders his wealth. By justice, a king builds up the land, but he who exacts gifts tears it down. A man who flatters his neighbor spreads a net for his feet. An evil man is ensnared in his transgression, but a righteous man sings and rejoices. A righteous man knows the rights of the poor. A wicked man does not understand such logic, such knowledge. Right, hold on. Oh, come on. Oh, they won't fill me. I'm going to take another one at 500%, but now it came down. Okay, I got 400. Boo. A righteous man knows the rights of the poor. A wicked man does not understand such knowledge. And then Pentagon said to test rival AI models and race to replace Anthropic. Scoffers set a city aflame, but the wise turn away wrath. If a wise man has an argument with the fool only rages and laughs, and there is no quiet. Bloodthirsty men hate one who is blameless, and seek the life of the upright. A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back. If a ruler listens to falsehood, all of his officials will be wicked. The poor man and the oppressor meet together. The Lord gives light to eyes of both. If a king faithfully judges the poor, his throne will be established forever. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself brings shames to his mother. When the wicked increase, transgression increases, but the righteous will look upon their downfall. Discipline your son, and he will give you rest. He will give you delight to your heart. Where there is no prophetic vision, the people cast off restraint. But blessed is he who keeps the law. By mere words, a servant is not disciplined, for though he understands, he will not respond. Do you see a man who is hasty in his words? There is more hope for a fool than for him. Whoever pampers his servant from childhood will in the end find him his heir. A man of wrath stirs up strife, and one given to anger causes much transgression. They're reiterating, it's hitting the wire again on this final draft. They're circulating it again. One's pride will bring him low, but he who is lowly in spirit will obtain honor. The partner of a thief hates his own life. He hears the curse, but discloses nothing. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Many seek the face of a ruler, but it is from the Lord that a man gets justice. An unjust man is an abomination to the righteous, but one whose way is straight is an abomination to the wicked. Wow. So that's Proverbs 29. And whatever stood out to you the most, you should have wrote it down and think about that for the next week. Oh, one day I hope you never forget these ones and always refresh yourself. That's what I'm telling you, bro. I hope you understand some of the ones I've given you and just don't forget the basis, man. Don't forget, man, the fear of the Lord, the knowledge, the wisdom, what it's built on. The game, my brother, you know so much. I've exposed you to all of this, and it's all there. It was there before I was even alive. That's the crazy part. So I'm telling you, I don't know. I be reading Proverbs. I want to read you Proverbs 13. But I'm telling you, man, it's a living word. And that's why I'm saying whatever stands out, bro, it says a lot. Let it speak to you, man. So Chadadonia, may you all continue to be lucky. May you all continue to get favor from the Lord. And I think you understand the ways that happens. Again, you know, man, God bless those who keep the law. You know, he say that. He said they don't want to keep the law unless there's a prophecy. He said even if they had one, they'd break the law. But he said, blessed is that who keeps the law. You think I'm talking about the judicial system? Oh. So take that to the bank, Chad. But now here's Mr. Jim Rohn. I'll give you one more. Give you uno más.
The last 6,000 years reads like this: opportunity mixed with difficulty. That's how it reads. It isn't going to change. And whether I'm talking to high school kids or business executives, my message is always the same. And it goes like this: the only way it gets better for you is when you get better. I did a seminar one time for Standard Oil executives and management in Honolulu. And one of them said to me, Mr. Rohn, you know some fairly important people halfway around the world. What do you think the 80s are going to be like? And I said, gentlemen, based on my wide experience, I can really honestly say to you, in my opinion, in the 80s, it's going to be about like it's always been. Now, of course, I said that to make a point, but I also said it because it's accurate. It's going to be about like it's always been. The tide comes in, and then what? It goes out. It gets light, and then what? It turns dark. And if the sun goes down, the guy says, what's happened? What's happened? It means he hasn't been here long, I guess, right? It always goes down about this time. In rotation, the next season after fall is what? Winter. For 6,500 years that we know of, recorded history, and probably long before that. So it is not going to change. Now, some winters are long, and some are short, and some are hard, and some are easy, but they always come right after falls. It isn't going to change. Sometimes you can figure it out, sometimes there's no way to figure it out. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it gets in a knot. Sometimes it sails along, sometimes it gets in reverse. See, that's not going to change. The man says, well, if it isn't going to change, how will my life ever change? Answer, when you change. The last 6,000 years reads like this.
Come on. Come on. Sometimes. But it always happens. Imagine, bro. Imagine if nighttime, sunset arrives, and someone walks out, they're like, what happened? What happened? You'd be like, okay, I guess he probably hasn't been on this planet too long. That happens every day. What happens when the tide goes out? It comes back in. What's going to happen in the future? It's going to be new things, but it's probably going to play out very similar. Things are going to change and not change. But all of these things are very repetitive. Oh, I hope you get it, man. Again, the change happens with you, brothers. And it's funny, and I like it. You said the simple message is don't live in sin. Not really. You know that? I think y'all need to figure out your sin. And that's between you and God. You know why I say that? Because I don't care what you do. And you know why I say that? I care if you have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Because my brother, if you actually truly have that, I think it's easy to deal with what's right, what's wrong, sin, is God this, God that. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time explaining why does good happen, bad happens to good. How come bad people keep having good things? How come good people keep having bad things? I'm not concerned with that. As weird as that sounds, I know, live in the contradiction. But what I am concerned with is knowledge, wisdom, understanding. The foundation of that is a fear of the Lord. That's what I'm saying. When you truly have understanding of how to live this world, how to work it, how to work yourself, how to live the right way. And I'm not talking about you do this, you do that. I'm saying a knowledge and a desire of it and an understanding of it. That's going to change everything about you. That's why I keep saying this. Believe me, I don't think God is opening and closing every door he wants. I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with understanding. And I want knowledge. I want knowledge of the Lord. I want knowledge of all these things and the things that are obvious and in front of us. Again, the knowledge of so much has been exposed to you already in the world. The sun, the water, the physics, the electricity. Think about it. All of these things. You know it. And they've shown you things and they're teaching you things. So I'm saying the more knowledge and understanding, it's very, very, very simple. So get knowledge, Chad. Value knowledge, value understanding, value true wisdom. This even goes back to what I was telling you with LARPing. Get over it. Because I'm telling you, bro, the real knowledge, the real wisdom, those of you who really have that desire, who really seek it, the Lord will never say no. You know that, right? Oh, y'all don't even feel, bro. You know that, right? He says it in writing. The Bible says you will never be rebuked for asking for wisdom. Are you kidding me? Go up to God. You ever get to meet God, bro? You ever have an experience with God and you ask him, say, hey, I want wisdom. I want knowledge. I want to understand. I don't want you to point the finger at me. I don't want to point the finger at you. I'm not here to ask you for a present, a gift. No. Help me understand this world, Father. Help me have knowledge on what is happening and what's going to happen, what's already happened. Let me understand. That's what I'm telling you. He will never say no. He has it in, it's a contract. It's in writing. He says you will never be rebuked for that. That's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to make y'all stop smoking, jerking off, whatever you think it is. I'm not trying to make you conform to a pastor, a preacher, a priest, you name it, a government. No. I just want you to get knowledge. I want you to get wisdom. I want you to get understanding. You prioritize that, we'll worry about the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because that will cut real knowledge, real wisdom, real understanding. It's going to encompass all of that. That's what he's saying. What's the point? Why we want to go through all the commands? We can't even love our neighbor as we love ourselves. Huh? Pointless, useless. Go. You can follow every rule in the book, my brother. You lack real knowledge. You lack understanding of the Lord, the wisdom. What good is it? So establish that. That's what I'm concerned with. That's what I hope all of you get every day. That's what I hope all of this, I hope it sets off a fire. I hope it sets off a spark in your mind where you are like, wow, that is it. And then you pursue it and pursue it intently and genuinely. That's what I'm saying. No LARPing, no nothing, but real. Oh. So Chad, take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless America. And 1,000%. I'm going to book it. Book it. Why didn't it fill, dude? Oh, 32. So nice, 1,200% or 1,100. I sold it before it showed me the number. But yeah, so that was that. If you got that first day, that was the daily one. I didn't have time to stream alert that one. But yeah, locked in. You guys, you had a little opportunity there, and they still held. Nice. And then we got Philo out the way. Son. So I'm talking about. Wait, where's the songs, bro? I'm gonna hit one of these.
Depot on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sown. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a Taka. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with thought of faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Playing with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I caught that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now, still leaving rich.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin. and I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Hey man, there's one more. Come on. My long term. Kumbaya. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Oh, the news, we were very early on it. It was all throughout the day, but pretty much the final Iran draft was sent or was figured out with Pakistan. And they've sent it to the U.S. or Iran, one or the other. But we're waiting to hear back in a couple of hours. But there's a final draft agreement involving, what was it? Infrastructure, guaranteed movement through the Hormuz, joint monitoring, gradual sanctions relief. It seems reasonable, but then again, I mean, we've done this several times. But yeah, we've done that, bro. IBM too, again. So someone even said, listen, if you got the IBM plays, I've already made them free. So those are all bangers, anywhere from, I think, 100 to 300% now on those. Or like at least 60 is the lowest. I think the widespread on the Julys. But the other one is literally about 200-300% on the bid, depending on where it fills. But yeah, I've already made them free, so do whatever you want with them. But yeah, I mean, if you want to hold them, you could hold them. But again, we've reduced risk. So whether they lose or not, you know, the money was on the buy. Now, as far as how you monetize it, that's going to be up to you. And then again, they said Anthropic, the government was looking to do, they delayed the cybersecurity, the signing thing, but then they said, yeah, they said they're going to, they're looking for a replacement to your boy Anthropic, HXL. And yeah, those FCX, it is good for silver and gold. I mean, remember, a real end to the war, but FCX and copper, that went up. I still like those, but now those remember, those got cheap for a little bit, but now they're back to green. At this stage, negotiations are focused at ending the war in all arenas, including Lebanon. N13, that's a positive. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, you guys should be used to this. Like, this is a bullshit deal. We never agreed to this. Or maybe we'll actually get an agreement. on the NASDAQ recent rule changes in IPOs. Which part? I don't know if you're talking like stable coins, or I don't know if you're talking about allowing these IPOs to get listed on the index immediately. But that's kind of some of the stuff where I'm like, yeah, I don't know. There's these new IPOs, the size and how they're playing out. They're very, oh, it failed. All right, I got a 300% or 200%. I guess 2 something, 30 cents to $1 on the IBMs on the June. I still have another one left. It's not too bearish for Anthropic. It is if they like can't be involved in anything, but you know, Anthropic is starting to benefit off of just like general public and other activity and people using them. So as long as, you know, if the government doesn't use them, that's one thing. As long as the government doesn't make it where like anybody using Anthropic can't be used, which was kind of the fear that saved shit early on. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Still have the Netflixes too. I got rid of most of those. Home builders, Lennar. And then Netflix. There was one more. Where's our software names? IGV, even KWeb guy. I was saying I was looking at either KWeb or Palantir for an average, but then yeah, they both went. But KWeb was the one. They did good. Well, yeah, Gulf states tell ships not to use Iran's Hormuz Strait route. Or? I think that's old. Kava's still going up. Again, they had good earnings the other day. I think we're Sweet Greens. The slot bowls, $9. All right, Chad. Well, you top tick there. We top ticked that 1000%. And now we're here. So do you have any questions? We have 2 hours. Feel like we're kind of early. Harvard dumps entire Ethereum position worth 87 million. Oh. Have I sold your house to Open Door? I think we've sold one back during 2021 because they overpaid. And then another house, I was going to sell a flip to them, but then I decided to flip it myself. But that was that was the bubble. That was like the top. I bought a house that we were going to flip, right? I got this house for, I think it was like 500 grand or 450, and it needed a lot of work. But right when I bought it, are you ready? I bought it for like 450, and Open Door offered me 650 the same day. So literally, I could have sold them my flip without flipping it and then making 200K. They were willing to buy the same house I bought to flip without ever adding anything to it. They offered to buy it. It was very compelling. It was very compelling. I'm like, dude, that would have been the amazing wholesale. You know, I already bought the house, so the transaction was done. But like, yeah, you could have made that much on a flip without ever flipping it, realistically. But then again, that house, it was done in less than a month, and then we were able to pull out a lot more than that. But yeah, that was they're an interesting company. I'm not the biggest fan of them. I've seen them do some stupid shit. Iran's supreme decision is not to hand over enriched uranium by Al Hadath. SW. There's a couple things moving. High ticker's fully gassed, and then value. Staples are just dragged down by Wally World. The free play. There's no way to see them. I don't have like a list of them up. You just got to be kind of paying attention. So again, I haven't made. I mean, the latest play was that spy on the news, but those don't happen too often. That was a kind of lucky but good opportunity. and then the Netflix. But then if you were here, some of you played the Netflix or the Spotify, and then IBM was in the morning. So, you know, we got those early, but then I've just been making them free. Walmart earnings just was underwhelming. They beat on one area, was in line, and then the rest of it was like in line to slightly lower. So it didn't give like a bad consumer vibe, but then it didn't, you know, support Walmart having a higher PE than NVIDIA. So very lukewarm, with maybe lukewarm with a slight tilted downside. Is the deal reached? No. There is a final draft, a final agreement, or a final draft of a potential agreement has been sent, and we're waiting a response, both from the Iranians to accept it, and then ultimately the U.S. has to accept the acceptance, assuming they don't accept a changed version. So yeah, you've done this before, but yeah, that just got people excited. I mean, back to 95, if you really want to know if the chances of a deal being more and more positive, oil will go below $87, $87.88. So if oil gets back to that low end, people are, you know, you'll probably have a higher likelihood of a deal. Till then, you're just right in this like elevated tensions, but lower than the peak. You sold that? How much did you guys sell it for? That one looked nice. That was a good one. IBM, Dollar Tree, Macy's, a lot of things on the high, and then OPTX. The rule change, the minimum free float requirement, free float multiplier, and the 50-day NASDAQ inclusion. Yeah, that's the last one I'm more familiar with that, and I think that is new, and it's gonna that even ties into the float if you think about it, because you know these companies that IPO, their full floats aren't like fully available. But I do think it is I think it's all just the era where it shouldn't change too much, but at the same time I don't know if it's necessarily the best idea to include brand new companies into the index, especially if they're most IPOs they're running a loss, or at least SpaceX is. Do my past videos teach you an idea? Oh yeah, I have. I mean, a lot of people learned here from the tutorials on the trading fraternity. I have another channel, and there's like thousands of videos, options to finding news to analyzing news. They're all there. I mean, you gotta. YouTube used to recommend them a lot easier, but you know the whole database is there, my friend. A lot of value on the high. Let's get a checkup. Let's see how we looking, man. Dow Jones, 22 in the green, so you have more names green. Dow's up 0.5%. NASDAQ, 62 in the green, 39 in the red. At one point, you had 80 names red in the morning. And then SPY, 290 green, 207. At one point, you were 400 red. The breaking even. The Josh Scholes model. If you ever search that, the Josh Scholes model is a really good one. Because that was, I think it's how to find 1,000% gainers. And just understanding break even and how to calculate options. That goes a long way. Do you know Rhonda? She's your lender. Lending Tip sent you. I know her, but I don't think she knows me. So, you know, LT is a very social guy. So, like, he knows a lot of people. And then I'm just like a Bond villain who just sits up in my room and no one's ever seen me. So, like, yeah, I know who she is. She doesn't know who I am. But, yeah, but they're good. Good lenders. And at least you're getting a lender. IBM pretending it's Intel day. I mean, I've called into it Intel several times today, but you know, IBM could get one. Again, IBM kind of like Qualcomm. A lot of these like bigger names that were moving pretty actively a couple years ago and then like slowed down and were lagging. And then, yeah, now, I mean, again, it helps when the government gives you $1 billion. The good option book, it's a video. It's called Josh Scholl's model, or how to find 1000% gainers. I think it's in the description. It's one of my option tutorials from back in the day, but yeah, that'll help you a lot. Well, options are based upon a mathematical formula called Black-Scholes. It's calculus. This is where the arrogant Wall Street people, they love to flex on you. So I made a ghetto version and I called it the Josh Scholl's model. So without understanding calculus, I show you how you could make your own calculation, and then also how you could take advantage of the Black-Scholes model. That's the thing. This is one of the greatest secrets in the world, but people still, it's not a secret, but people don't know it, but they don't do it. It's how you price in premium along a certain amount of time. There is an inefficiency. That's what we did the other day with TE, and I did it a lot last year too. It doesn't happen all the time. You just have to know where it kind of shows up. But that's all in that video. And I made that video like 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. Standard deviation, yeah, I have a couple on standard. There's also ghetto standard deviation, so that's another video. That's the earning strategy. You know what I'm saying? If you could understand the Josh Scholl's model and then the earning strategy, that shit will help you. Those are some two good ones that'll, I think, give you some strategy for the next 5-10 years. Did you get are you getting your long-term qualified as income? Am I into it workday tomorrow? Are you asking if I'm into workday or into it workday? I have a workday play, but I made it free. So I think I'm going to hold it. I'm glad I made that free the other day, but let's see where they're at. They don't have it. Oh, they're down now. Yeah, those are down 40%. I made them free up 50 literally like 2 days ago, but I'm gonna hold it. I think workday is one that could it's gonna either die or it has the opportunity to get jumpy. Where is it? Oh no, I see cyber. RTX did end. I think all those other cyber plays went up, bro. What was the other one? Gen? Check these. Do people leave early? Oh, you're right. Fuck. Do you guys want to take off tomorrow? I didn't even think about that. We should. But yeah, people will be taking off earlier. But yeah, because if Monday's closed, but then if you take off Friday, you could have a 4-day weekend. So if some of you don't want to show up tomorrow, I honestly think that's a good idea. Go get you a 4-day weekend. It's all going to be automated. I mean, unless you wake up to like geopolitical news, I think it's just going to, what's it called? I think it's just going to, it'll either chop around. With locked in, do you get the stream alerts? No, you do not. Those are all separate. So I think if you have time to be on stream and, you know, be locked in, I don't think you need the stream alerts, and you should just get the locked in. And then vice versa, if you don't have as much time, stream alerts is probably going to be better for you. And then in both instances, if you're not an advanced trader and you don't understand the strategies and you don't have your own trading approach, I would not sign up for any of them. IBM, brother. Well, you could still melt up, but it'll just be less like, some people might be reactive in the morning, but yeah, tomorrow's going to be dead. You're going to Tulum tomorrow? What the fuck? Dude, I'm so down. Oh, man, I like Tulum. There's just a lot of traffic. Wear sunscreen, okay? Don't be fooled, bro. Do not be fooled, dog. I'm telling you. First thing you do when you get to Tulum, you are at the equator, big dog. Get you some fucking sunscreen, okay? Brady, you're from Texas, Brady. So I know, you know, you better get you some sunscreen. You don't have time, but Stream Alerts isn't offered for Canadian numbers. Go get a US number. Call it a day. Just say, Donald Trump, I'm American now. You can't tariff me. And that's it. Go get you a California zip code and let's call it a day, man. Yeah, you could get creative. I don't condone it just because I don't know. Some people know how to do it where, like, you could do, like, text forwarding if you have it set up. But, like, yeah, you have to, no guarantee. Don't take the day off. Keep us with Jesus. We could do a Bible study. Oil's down because, again, the headline, the final draft of a peace deal, and then again the terms seem favorable, but that's what jacked up the market and then brought oil down from the little fear premium we've been in all day. But yeah, you gonna go to Tulum, get you some fucking real sunscreen. Go to Nomad. I like Nomad. They're a very nice hotel there. They closed, dude. There used to be a fire-ass Italian spot, but they closed it. But then go to there's a sushi place. What's the sushi one called? And you know what sucks though about Tulum? The only thing that sucks about Tulum, everywhere is like, it feels like a nightclub. Everything's loud. Everything's just like, right? Can I order a fee? Just loud everywhere, and you can't escape it. I got really overwhelmed at one point. Oh! And then go to Bagatelle. I said that one's not going to be cheap, but if you like some good French food. It's expensive. Yeah, very expensive for sunscreen. They charge, after I got burned, they charged me $50 for sunscreen. They'll scam the fuck out of you. They price it like it's American, and then they convert your pesos at a lower rate. I'm telling you, bro, Tulum is a whole entire racket. That's why I'm glad I got to go, because I learned the game now. But like, it's a whole racket, bro. What is it? I think it's called Karma Sushi, something like that. Karma or something. But yeah, it's fire. The deal, they said in a couple of hours we'll have an answer, so. But this is just an agreement, or like a draft agreement. So both the Iranians and U.S. are still going to have to both confirm, and like both sides are going to have to double confirm. So again, and you've done this many times, it sounds good, and then they'll probably agree on something that's good, that's not the best, and then it could still open up the door, and then yeah, we play this over and over again. Bagatelle. I love Bagatelle. It's actually one of my favorite like global restaurants. It's not I haven't been to the one in Miami though. I think that'd be fun. But I like it, even though like I'm not necessarily the get on the tables and dance type of guy, but it's good food, a good vibe. I've not been disappointed. In SoCal for French food? Oh, I think in Sandy, like Jen J. Julie or something. I can't fucking. What you talking about? Bizu. No, it's like Jen Jolie or something. That place is fire. There's another French place too. Oh, it's like a multi-course meal. And then, oh, dude, there's a one place in La Jolla. Do not ever go to this place. I'm telling you, it's like French Japanese fusion, and it sounds kind of good at first. It was the most disgusting shit I've ever had in my life, and we left. It was like one of those like 7-8 course meals. They like hella charge you, and you have to like, it's like a whole like, you know, like it's a fucking multi-course meal, right? And it's like some fancy shit, bro, by the beach in La Jolla. I swear to you, dog, by plate number 2.5. Like, they gave you a little, like, appetizer. By plate number 2, I told the guy, I said, listen, bro, we can't do this. I said, this is awful. I said, listen, I was like, hey, man, I was like, if you want to charge me, that's fine. I'm not eating any of this. And we can't, I was like, we can't sit through all this. It's going to take an hour, 2 hours. The food is torture. And he said, no, they ended up not charging me. I left a tip for the guys, but then we just left. And the guy, he gave me his card. He was like, please. He was like, we own a couple more restaurants if you want to try them out. I was like, I ain't never trying none of this shit. It was the worst. It was actually I'm not going to say their name, but I'm just telling you, if you don't get tourist trapped. I'm not trying to shit on them. I'm just trying to tell you what happened. Okay? If it's like Japanese French fusion and it has like some fucking crazy price tag, some bougie multi-course shit, don't do it in San Diego. Just do not do it, bro. Do not do. No, my girl agreed. You know what I'm saying? And like, she's like more bougie with like some shit. If it was just like bougie, she'd like it sometimes. But even we both were like, this is terrible. We were like, this is terrible. We both had, we couldn't do it, dude. We said, I'm out. Jen J. Jolie, Carlsbad. Yeah, that one. And then there's another one. I have to ask there's one by UTC. The one in Carlsbad is fire, though. That one's good if you go there, and I'm pretty sure it's French. What was that place? I'm texting my girl. In UTC with fire food. Where they told us to hike. Yeah. This good. I go up to park my car. I go to this restaurant and I go to park, and then I'm asking the guy because like I didn't want. They only had like a valet, and I was like, can I just park it myself? Like I didn't want homeboy, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, man, just let me park it. It's not that deep. And then he was like, yeah, you can, but it's like a hike. He's like, you got to hike, and I'm like, okay, where? He said, just go down there and turn left. This was not a hike. It was a parking garage. I was very confused. Fleurette, that's what it's called. Very good food. Fleurette. That's the other one. Yeah, Fleurette. No, that's the one in UTC. No, Lucian wasn't the bad one. I'm telling you, I don't even know what this place was, dude. It was in La Jolla by, I don't want to like put them on blast. It was in La Jolla by the movie theater, by the lot. But it was terrible. Dude, I'm telling you. That was probably one of my worst restaurant experiences in San Diego. Where I'm telling you, we both left. We both got up and we couldn't do it. We were like, at one point, I was like, this is torture. It's not even a humiliation ritual. I said, this is torture. I was like, we can't sit here and eat this food that tastes miserable while they parade it around. And like, this is something good. Jassy on Prime Video. It's profitable. Business is growing. Do I like Din Tai Fung? Of course. They're very good. But yeah, Fleurette for the other homie. Fleurette or Jen J. Jolie. I can't even say it. But yeah, those are your good French options. They're not cheap. Both of those are not cheap, but if you're looking for like some nice special occasion restaurant, I would run it. Also, honestly, you guys, I think I could be a food reviewer. You know, I'm so happy that I work out, because, like, I'd be fat as fuck, dude. You know that? I know my food, bro. I hate it. I hate that I know my food. But I could really be putting y'all on game, bro. Republis in LA? No. I have not. IBM, bro. Tell me why those Junes ripped more than the Julys. The Julys, I got like a couple 100%. There was like 100 or 200% right off the jump. And then the Junes lagged, and now the Junes are, well, Junes are closer to the money. But yeah, those Junes are like fire now, bro. So yeah, you're well, again, it's 100% difference on the bid, for crying out loud. It's because they're closer to the money. That's why. IBM paid for your stream alerts. That's good, man. Don't lose it. Because if you lose it, you'll be like, now I owe for stream alerts. And I say, and then Uncle comes up. He said, where's my stream alerts money? You said you paid for it. And then a Chad who's never traded in his life is like, I want stream alerts, Josh! Can I have stream alerts? I'm like, why? I'm like, I don't know what's the option. I'm like, it's not going to help you. Don't buy it. I bought it! Ah! And he's like, why haven't I received any text message? You didn't send your phone number. What's happening? Stop. Stop it. Stop. Get a long-term fridge. Just be paid. Stop. So yeah, but it was a good one, man. We got some good ones. I didn't have time to stream alert the daily on the SPY. That was 1,000%. But I think some of you were able to pick it up. And then those Netflixes, though, that was a good one, too. We made those free. All of them, every play today has been made free already. So even if they come down, no risk. And then I gave an average down idea. That was good if you took it then. So where's the other one? And then where's that other little shit stock? Oh, that shit's up. I forgot about that one. Well, yeah. Not bad. Not bad, bro. Not bad. That was it. NXL? Yeah. Stop. Food review with the sock on? Maybe. Chateau Chattadownia, where we're cooking up long times. I would love to do a food channel. I would love to. I don't really though, cause like, I just like to eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like giving you guys game. You know what I'm saying? I like when you guys, especially too, if you're ever gonna go somewhere, bro, you want to go somewhere nice, bro. I want to make sure you get good bang for your buck. Actually, have a good dinner. If you you're gonna splurge a little. Repl White House meeting, or? What do you mean? Are they at the White House? Well, that's popping now. 7%. It was not moving before. They're already a little premium on the weekly. There's a couple of cheap ones. They've jacked up the others. There's cheap ones on the Maze. But yeah, other than that, you're out of luck. Out of luck, boo-boo. It was up 30% already. Almost forgot to pay the plug. Thank you, Supreme Leader. Listen, man, you better make sure you get that long term. Early May, secured White House met with members of domestic policy. Are they cyber? No, Replimune Biotech. Didn't they have a partnership with OpenAI? Maybe. I know DNA did, but that might have been that candle. Seems like they're putting a bunch of pump PRs. What was the other? There was something else today. Not Repl. Well, not Quantum. Oh, I'm blanking on it. I did call out Gala Booty today. He dodged me again. Oh, there's just another play I blanked on. ICAP! Oh, what's up, baby? You got a new launcher, Microsoft, Oracle, PG, HDT, Qualcomm, Pfizer, CRM. Well, I haven't looked at all of those, but just by the looks of it, seems balanced, honestly. Seems like you got a mix of cheaper, high-quality names. I don't know when you bought them, too, you know. Some of those names, big difference. And then Qualcomm, hopefully you got lower. I like the Toyota edition. So got a lot of value. Got some anchors in there. It seems like you went with value. Oh, but by the looks of it, it doesn't look too bad. Sats on the low. Oh, it looked a little uglier. I said, what is this one, brother? What is this one? What was it? I had one more thing I wanted to look at, but I just blanked. Yeah, as long as if you were not top blasting a lot of those good names, I think that's a decent portfolio. Because like I'm saying, like Oracle, that's a 30% swing. Microsoft, so that makes the difference. But theoretically, though, a lot of the names, you got value. Just make sure you don't get too many of the deep dark value names that are just scraping the bottom. You want anchors and momentum, but yeah, that doesn't. Nothing, no red flags. You're not like, Josh, I'm going all in on quantum uranium stocks at the highest price possible. I'm like, okay, that would be scary. Oh, dude, I just blanked heavy. ICAP! Do. Replimune. Estee Lauder. That's been very good. Dude, I have something on my mind and it's not coming out. Alright, I need an ICAP. Since ICAP showed up, you know what I'm saying? I need to just, it'll come back to me. Shout out to ICAP. I'm so happy he doesn't want to fight you, Matt, anymore. We've came a long way, ICAP. Shout out to Long Term.
He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku.
They hate AI art, cause it's not really art.
Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. ICAP trolls chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord.
It's great. Kimberly moves terribly. That's why I say I usually get clapped on those options, but yeah, it's a weird value stock, and it's value when everybody wants chips. You know, again, these stocks move differently when they start getting, you know, more demand and people all over it. But yeah, they hate AI art. But I made those free. Those actually moved like 70%. So I'm gonna make them free before they get me. Yeah, I went a little earlier because it didn't move before. And I never hit on those, so I want to make sure I get one. Yeah, oil isn't down. I mean, oil is up a little bit more. Remember, though, oil dropped 5% yesterday. So this is like a 7% move top to bottom. But either way, remember, 97 is still high. It's like 92 and then like 87, 88, anything below there, even 89, that's when you start getting more optimistic. Bull on the low, Sats again. I have an old workday earnings play, but I already made it free. Yeah, Sats picked up. It did that first one, but I don't know if there's a headline on it. And then check any of the other communication or space stocks. SanDisk and Korea. Yeah, bro. SanDisk is up 10% today. That's what I'm saying. Korea went up 8%. So it's kind of crazy, all things considered. And then NVIDIA's not moving, but yeah, you went good. Double dip on IBM? Dog, what the fuck? There's no double dip, brother. There's now even the shitty play is up like 300% almost on the bid. And then the other plays are like 300 to 400%. So unfortunately, I think the door is closed. You know, I'm at the process of selling out what's going up, but we already took our risk off the table. But I don't think I'd be double dip. The shit would have to go negative. So if these free plays go negative, maybe we could talk about it. But I'm sure the momentum and other things will change by then. On a 33 call for June 5th. Well, yeah, you know June 5th is like soon, right? So yeah, I feel that's why you got it again, because if that one ends in the money, you'll like it. But if not, remember timing. The time is of the essence. But there was a good K-Web average today. I was gonna take it, but no. On forward post, well, none of them came down. I mean, I don't know. I think those weeklies might have, but technically, they would have already expired May 15th. That was the date we played. But the leaps are still up a couple 100%. So I'm gonna ride those leaps, but I don't really have like hopes or negativity towards them, if that makes sense. Like if it does good, awesome, we'll have a little bit of exposure, but I'm not really trying to build anything around it. They hate AI art. Yeah, the forward leaps are literally up 400%. So a lot, Habibi, a lot. AMTM options. I like it for the long term, right? The options are just really expensive. I would love to play one, but it's just nothing's really favorable, to be honest. You bought into it? Nod, you bought for the long term? But you're just going to sell it if it pops up, right? So you bought it, but you didn't, like, buy it. You know what I'm saying? Unless Nadru getting that long-term going. The real long-term. The long-term separate from Robinhood long-term. You know what I'm saying? GFS, too. Remember, that was part of it. I can't believe that even went, man. The fact IBM did and both of these are even higher than the pre-market news gap. You haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, into it, I would get a little bit of time if you're trying to play a bounce. But like, I'm telling you, it's so volatile and the spreads are so large. I can't realistically determine like a good price. The Carlson interview? No, I haven't. But I see this guy on Instagram who parodies Tucker Carlson, and I love it. I laugh so hard. I don't know where. Let me see if I could find him. Yeah, this guy. Let me show you him. Have you seen it? Have you seen the guy who parodies Tucker Carlson? I could literally watch these all day. Honestly, I wish I could do a Tucker Carlson voice. Well, I'm okay. Huh. Well, where is he? Here, well, I'll show you another video. Because, like, you guys are going to get mad at me. But, like, I know it's bad timing. But, like, I'm not going to lie to you. Ever since I engaged with one of those rat videos, I keep seeing rat videos. And, like, I don't know if this is weird, but, like, I kind of want a rat now. Like, I want a pet rat. Is that weird? Like, bro, look, I want one. You have no idea, bro. I want a pet rat. Look at this shit. Like, he's just kind of cute, bro. Look at it. Doesn't he look like a good guy? And then I can teach him shit. He'll eventually become the Ratatola. Like, look at it. How do you not want one? I want a rat now. Look how cute it is, bro. You telling me for real? I know that he's very cinematic. He looks so cute. I would get one. I would get one. I would actually get one. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm so like, fuck. I kind of want a rat. I could teach him how to drive. Then we could open up our own restaurant one day. He looks like a really nice guy, dude. I don't know. You have pet rats? Yeah, dude. I never got to experience that. I had a pet chicken. That happened once. Okay, here's the other guy. This is the Tucker Carlson guy. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen.
But people say this is where he is.
Listen.
Looking for Bigfoot. People say this is where he is, yet he's nowhere to be found. Shocker.
But he's
okay posing for photographs taken by stone photographers once every 50 years, but when somebody actually wants to sit down and talk, the mighty Sasquatch is an invisible coward. I found a set of his footprints leading to a campsite. It was a campsite for Boy Scouts.
He's a coward.
There was a hole in one of their tents. Sounds to me like Mr. Foot is featured in more than just the X files.
And the
Good evening. I'm out here looking for Bigfoot.
Dog is hilarious. Where is he, bro? Oh, this one. Tucker, Iceman. Listen to this one.
Good evening. I'm out here in Toronto searching for the Iceman. A man made of ice in May? This global warming sure sounds serious. The Iceman is apparently a creation of the Sixth God. I don't know what religion he belongs to. I've checked Islam, Judaism, I don't know where. Certainly not Christian. Sixth God doesn't seem very powerful or intimidating either. After all, 6 was afraid of 7, because 7 ain't 9. I'm learning so much new slang here in Toronto. I'm learning Wallahi, Wagwan. I don't know what Wagwan means, but good luck with that. I've also been offered hookah more times than I'd like to remember. Everyone's like, hookah this, hookah that. Who the hell do you think you are?
Who the
assuming I'm out here in Toronto searching for the Iceman.
I love it, dude. I literally watch every single one of those. He's just too funny, bro. It's too accurate. It's too accurate. Mm-hmm. Toronto? Good luck with that. One day. The sixth god? I don't know what religion that is. You man. I'll spy a little red. Are our peace deal dreams going out the window? Work day on the high. So yeah, my play's down, but I made them free. But I guess I'm in a hole. I guess I could take the money. They still got value. It's all pure profit, but I think the Workday is either going to do what all of these tech names did. It's either going to go down 20% on a slight beat, or if they do really good, this thing will fucking run. That's really about it, man. And I do want a rat, dude. I really think rats would make a great pet. You don't use them at work? Well, aren't you lucky? Apparently people hate Workday. They're like, it tracks me at work. Like, I think at Workday, it's like people management. Like, it's managing your work day. Met C and then Cure. What are we getting? KBR? And then Ionis, Cure, remember, they got, like, smacked by the FDA. Pajekian won't back down in talks, Iran. Ha, 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 ha. Use it where I work. That's how we write people up and keep track of it. So does it know what they do on their computer, where they are, where they go? They took too long. But yeah, Workday. We'll see if it becomes Intuit value. That's the other part. Because again, I mean, Intuit, dude, wasn't... like I said, I might be missing something, but I did not think Intuit was that bad. But they have gotten absolutely murdered. I think the next level, it's either it holds the 300s or it goes to like 280. But even then, like 280 from $800 is insane. So yeah, I think right here it's like 300s, and then if you don't hold that, you go to like 280, and then 260 if you're really unlucky, or lucky depending on how you view it. But yeah, so I'm not I like it though. It dragged a lot of tech software down with it this morning. Some of them bounced back, but yeah, it was still it had a software effect. It really, and then it makes up a big portion of IGV. When would I pull the trigger on Intuit? If it chills in the next couple days and it's low, and then you got to ask yourself, is this going to be the best discount we get until October? And it's pretty good. It's down 50%. Like I'm saying, at this point, it could drop another 20%. 20%, you go back to the lows of 2020 practically, or like middle of 2020. So if you bought it here, so there's like 20 more % that it could fluctuate. But it's like, is this going to be the highest quality, best deal we're going to get from now until October pretty much? Which, again, I haven't bought anything, which makes me think good. I think it'd go down 250 worst case. And then if it goes down to 250, then it could go to 200. So that's the problem too. But really about 20 to 30% down more is reasonable. Otherwise, really bad, you could drop 30%. But yeah, it's not bad. Like I'm saying, this might, But ideally, if I was going to shoot on it, I'm not going to buy into the day of. If you buy into the day of, it's still volatile. It could go back, it could go down more, it could go up more, but like we want a couple days of stabilization, you know, let the price settle out. Let's see how people really feel about it. And then if you really decided this works, we want it. Again, it pays a small dividend. It's both growth and value kind of at the same time, right? But after it's stabilized, if it works within the portfolio, I would add it after that. But again, it's down substantially, bro. I'm telling you, $300. Even yesterday when I took the screenshot, it was at 340, and that was already down. So another 10%, dude, down to 306 is nuts. Senior source says Al Arabia, Pakistan Army Chief Azim Munir will not travel to Tehran tonight. Huh? So are they just lying? Remember, one of the earlier headlines said he was already in Iran. So they like, he's not going. Whoever said that? I did not say I'm going. It's bullshit, man. I tell you. You guys make things up with your psychological warfare. Fuck you. Okay, debt to America. Debt to America. Where is the bond market? Fuck you, man. What? And I never said he's coming. I said he's arriving. That's very different. You could arrive many places in spirit. Okay? I never said he's on the plane. I said we need to make it a fair playing field. Okay? There is a plane involved. It's very different. You guys keep on psychological warfare. Fuck you. Starbucks has scrapped AI program to reduce product shortages, according to internal newsletter. Well, again, you're dropping as they're denying this right now. So again, now you have somebody saying that the Pakistan Army chief isn't even there. I would argue 2 hours ago, people were under the impression he was there and coming back with a agreement of some sort. But look at spies reacting more than oil. So oil, again, 90, you're still kind of where we were at in the morning when people started getting hyped up. Like I said, this is still the better range, but you're still in the 97 to 107. Those are, anything above 107, you get more fear. And then, like I'm saying, on the way down, if you could get below like 89 to 87, that's where it gets really, people start feeling really positive. Dude, it's already Friday, Junior. Nothing happened. I mean, the latest thing is that again, just some headlines that the negotiation that Iran says they would fight, and then that the Pakistan guy wasn't even there, which is and then the hour or two ago, the idea that that there was a final draft agreement that was getting sent over. People like that. So yeah, now here we are. Well, yeah, they said they're gonna have an answer in the next couple of hours. So, hour later, you just said nobody was even here, brother. Fuck you. So yeah, we'll find out. It is. I need to go to the bathroom, but maybe a good time. Maybe a good time to have our songs, my friends.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war.
Woo! Equal time. Equal time. The law. Just following the law.
Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her. Not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth.
Campbell's with a little pop.
Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. I will be here all day. Actually, only for 1 more hour. And then I got to go work out. And then a watch list tonight. You got 2 videos on Instagram last night, so that should have balanced it out. But other than that, and then we close out tomorrow with a Friday. Monday is closed, so I don't know, man. Maybe. How about you guys could take off, and then I guess I'll be here. I didn't plan accordingly. Maybe, though, if I could find a way to get a good 4-day weekend, I might not be live tomorrow. But follow me on Instagram, if anything. I forgot. I'm lagging, but I think I'll be here. I should be. But if you have the ability to, you should take tomorrow off. So then that way you could get a 4-day weekend, and not much is probably going to happen. You got earnings out of the way. You have the correlation returning. You have more seasonal shit picking up next week anyways. So, it might work out. In the worst case, just, I'll let you know if something happens. You could just check in with me. But other than that, I think it's ripe to get a 4-day weekend, bro. You think tomorrow it could run? It might, but it's just more people are that's what Wall Street does. A lot of people are going to take off the day before so they could get the 4-day week. You might get some activity in the morning, but yeah, it also depends too. It also depends if they end the war while everyone's on a little vacation. You never know. Do 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 do. Sensitive. It's like sensitive, but not too much. That's why it's like if oil climbs a little bit, and the fact that the long dated futures are still going higher, but I mean, you look at where we're at, it's not it responds, but it's not really responding, if that makes sense. We got tomorrow off, girls' graduation from college. Wow, it's good, man. I hope you're good. I hope you're not going to be like, now my girl graduates, I could gamble more of her money. We talked about that yesterday, so hopefully it's not that. You took a day from work tomorrow? Wow. I'm telling you, it's if you take tomorrow off, if you take your job, I mean, you could still join stream, but if you take off tomorrow and then Monday's closed for everybody, you just got a 4-day weekend. It's not bad, bro. It's not bad. I like a 4-day weekend. Exxon is in talks to return to Venezuela with rights to develop fields after nearly 20 years, according to New York Times. Let me see. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to do. I wanted to look through the cyber ETF. Nice. I wanted to see what names are on there and not. See, that's what, like, there's a couple of names that are lagging, but they're not really, like, included on the cyber ETF. Wait, what? Wait, okay, hold on. Yeah. New property management gig keeps me to go. All I've been doing is DCA the law term. Bro, property management. Yeah, you might even run a company one day, bro. Think about that. And there is good leads in property management. You would be surprised, baby. I love it, though. I'm talking about. I don't know why China did bad last night. I think it was the manufacturing numbers, but everywhere in Asia did good. And there's not really any real reason that's being chalked up for China. I think just more underwhelmingness, kind of how it's played out. Asia, the better the chip stocks go, I think that's pulling in the money as well. But there wasn't like one specific. If anything, there was good earnings that came out of China companies today. Intense mediation underway with Pakistani and officials in Iran. Al Jazeera. Newly retired. Every day is a Saturday. No way. It's good, bro. Find something to do. Because otherwise you're going to be like, fuck retirement. This is boring. It'll keep you alive, too. You know that. So find something to work at. Market's a good place. Just don't gamble at all. Qubits again? Habibi. About snow. And if it's cyber related, they should, but a lot of them have already moved off the bottom. The leaders are ripping and then the laggers are still up like 20 to 30%. That's why, like, it's the challenge is finding the right lagger that hasn't moved too much but still has like direct exposure to the space. That's what I was saying. Palantir's not a cybersecurity stock. There's other names like RPD. This is a cybersecurity stock that's lagging, hasn't made the move, but then it's literally, what's it called? It's literally not in any of the cyber ETFs. Wait, you don't got anything? Oh, that's me. You don't think you could ever stop working? The lack of occupation makes you lose your crap? I feel you. I mean, my backup plan is I get that tractor, and then I'll just farm all day. But yeah, I like doing stuff. I'm a crackhead. That's why I say after last vacation was like a week too long, bro. I didn't enjoy it. I enjoyed it. It was nice, but then I'm like, I have intense ADD. I'd love to do something right now. You use Rapid7 at work? It looks good. It's cybersecurity. I've heard of them, but it's not in any of the ETFs. So they don't have the broader exposure, but it is software, cyber. But yeah, that's the one. But then the ones I told you about, 10B, that was the ones I brought up on the video too. Those went, surprisingly. SNDU. Do. I'm American, but love Canada. Yeah, it's difficult. The songs are with you in spirit. Don't worry, you already know all the lyrics. Just sing them along randomly. That's what I do. Because of the lack of mythos exposure. Well, and the ones that are directly tied into the mythos and all the risks, you know, they're not going to get affected by it if the company is hooking them up. That's why, like, I think it's crazy. I don't know if people see it. Like, you guys realize that literally the mythos in Project Glasswing, that was literally the bottom for cyber stocks right here. So 4.7 to 4.9, that was literally the bottom. And that was Mythos and Project Glasswing. So I remember we even hit Palo Alto, and it hit to the downside for a little bit, and then after that, bro, they just fucking ripped. So that's what I'm saying. Just keep this on watch. It's either going to be its own little bubble or it's going to stop there, but a lot of them went, and there's a lot lagging. I mean, obviously the ones that are involved benefited the most, but it's starting to, you know, that really, the way they're handling Mythos and all these other things, it's changing this idea that cybersecurity is going to kind of be at risk, whereas like they're most likely going to get integrated and have the ability to benefit off of it. Hence some of these reactions. Jenna, welcome. Jenna, I hope you're an advanced trader. So locked in, unless you just like the news in the morning. So be mindful, but welcome. But yes, it's for the advanced ones. I know BBAI, you know, I wouldn't add it to the long term, but that was an early hype play of the AI stuff a couple years ago. It's still around too. No, the Walmart earnings didn't say. That's what I'm saying. It came in like neutral, one in line, one down, but it didn't like make people vomit about the economy. It was just more about kind of the company itself and their growth, but there wasn't any glaring signs where like companies like Lowe's, Whirlpool, other names like, who was it? Was it Pepsi or one of them? They were even talking about how, like, you know, McDonald's was even talking about the consumer slowing down, but you didn't get that vibe from Walmart. It just wasn't just remember, Walmart's it's a very high price stock, so it just didn't hold up that internal value, more or less. AstraZeneca meets the management meeting June 9th. What's the real goal to this conflict? I have a take for you guys, but you might not like it. Okay, are you ready? I think the whole point of this conflict was to show the power of America. What? They're like, how, Josh? Look at the price of gas. What do you mean the power of America? AMX, SpaceX, Starlink partnership? How so, Sway? Let's see if it's a good partnership. If it's just like they're going to use the products, that'll fade. But if it's like a real good deal, that might have legs. Starlink is coming to Panama. It'll keep customers connected. Is that them? So this is Panama? It's decent. But yeah, this war in Iran just showed how strong America was. Which I know is weird, but this is what I was thinking about the other day. Because I keep hearing people bring up that Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. And people keep saying that, look at if Iran could control our global energy. And like, this is how I'm thinking. Because the irony, I'm like, why is everybody giving Iran the credit? Wouldn't you say that it's also America? So in my mind, if you believe Iran had the ability to hold global energy hostage, I also view it in the same respect that America does too. Does that make sense? And then who benefits the most off of high energy? America and China. Like I'm saying, this is the first time in 5 years China got inflation, America gets paid, and then all the fucking European loonies, they're the ones who paid the cost for it. So, but then at the same time, I'm just thinking from people are framing the situation as if Iran is in control of the Hormuz, but I think you could argue we're the ones who started it. We're the ones doing all this. It's like you could argue that America has control. If America says we're done tomorrow, the strait reopens. That's it. If America wants to deal with Iran, however, like you could do this whenever you want. Like, so in a weird way, it's like if you do believe this shows Iran has control, I think it shows just as much America does too. It takes two to tango in this game, but both parties are responsible for upholding all of this, and that's why I think it's kind of funny when you think about it. All we showed the world is we're willing to blow things up, started a blockade. After they closed it, you're not sure about that take? No, you get it. You got a little bit of political in you, I understand, but it still stopped the flow of oil. Same outcome, no matter what. You see what I'm saying? It's like, however we got to this point, whatever you may like or not like, the fact of the matter is both sides of belligerence have led to halting this flow of oil traffic. And that's what I'm saying. If people are going to insist that's a power, then I think you could attribute the power to both sides. But hypothetically, if Iran wanted to open it up tomorrow and America said no, then I don't think it would happen. And then vice versa, same thing. If America says open it up today and Iran is like, we're going to really make it difficult, then you would get to see the same effect too. So, but I just do think this is all hostage over oil. At least this little waterway. So, again, a lot of people think only Iran gets the credit for it, but I do think in a very odd way, it did highlight some of what America was both willing to do and what actually happened. And I guess we got to see America is willing to do whatever the fuck we wanted to. Yeah, there is also a mad delay. Don't forget about that. You don't think anyone ever doubted America could ruin the global economy if we wanted? No, I think they did. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. I don't think people understood that till recently. I mean, again, prior to the war, how many people thought Donald Trump wouldn't do anything to hurt midterms? Donald Trump would not do anything to hurt the market. Donald Trump is gonna taco. That just, all of that went out the window. He literally said, fuck it, I don't care. I thought it'd go down lower, to be honest with you. So no, I do think there was an idea that people did doubt if America would be willing to hurt the global economy, since we love it so much, and that, you know, you rely on it in so many ways. But I think this did kind of highlight that, you know, if America really wanted to, I mean, they could. And that's kind of what we're seeing. I mean, same goes for Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, but, you know, they had something to lose. But I'd argue people didn't expect the people with the most to lose to actually engage, which I think would be America. Lulu, I think Lulu's like Lulu and Nike, both of them aren't going to get a real turnaround until they get a real turnaround earnings. They have to do really, really good on it. Otherwise, they're all just going to keep meandering. Colbert, he says he thinks when people die they become something like Febreze. Nice. I love it. You're out for the day. Enjoy. It is power hour. It's only 40 minutes left. We rebounded after they said no Pakistanians, and then they did say they were there. But yeah, decent vibes off today. And then literally chips did very good, except for NVDA, and still going through the hangover. So keep all of that in mind. Copart, if you guys want to go bid on some salvage title cars. The text alerts, yes, those are on stream alerts. That's something that's different than locked in. So again, I was just talking about this. Like I said, if you're not advanced, if you're not even paying attention to the point of like you can't differentiate the two, just like, I love you guys, I appreciate it, but just don't sign up. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it's not, a lot of people have figured it out, and how we work is simple, but there's a lot of stuff we go over. So no one's forcing you to do anything right now, and I wouldn't jump into stuff until you're aware of it. But locked in and stream alerts are two separate things, and none of them are, if you're not an advanced trader and you are a beginner, I would not be buying locked in or the stream alerts. So I hope you guys can respect that, because like I'm saying, even then too, this chat, I don't want it to, this isn't customer support, you know, and we have a system and a way we go about it. So I'd want you guys to get integrated nicely, but that'll be good. Oh, that's a good topic. How do I feel about prop firms? They're all a scam. So you could still get paid. You could get paid from a prop fund. Like, you might be able to make money, but it's still all a scam. It's not real trading, and I think it develops really bad habits because none of the trades are real. So any of you guys on a prop firm, let me put it this way. You make a trade, nobody sees it. You didn't make a real trade. All of my trades, there is a record. You could, technically, you guys could find every trade I've made. My 1000% today on the SPY, that's on public record. If you think about it, it doesn't show my name, but when I execute that trade at that time, that hits a real market that was really negotiated and it went through like a real trading process. You get what I'm saying? All the IBMs, you could see them, time and sales. My plays show up when I make a play. If you're on a prop fund, most every single prop firm in the world, these are all simulations. So again, they explain this in their terms of service. I've had people try to argue with me about this, but it's just a reality. We could test it out if you want. We could go buy the same option, same play. Mine will show up on time and sales. Yours will not. And then your bid and your ask is it's generated by a computer program. It's not generated by laws or the market and what people are offering. That's why sometimes we take advantage of a real computer. We're taking advantage of a real market maker error or inefficiency. And then again, that's why sometimes too, if there's a bid and the computer gives us a bid, we're monetizing that. But on prop funds, you're not really gaining that experience, nor is that really happening. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying if you want to play on a computer, it's a computer game. If you could get good at the game, they could pay you, and then again, hopefully you don't make too much because then sometimes they'll limit you. But other than that, it's not no, even if you get funded, go read the terms and services. I've read them all. Every time people ask me and then they're like, no, there's a new one. And then I should give it to my girlfriend. She's a lawyer, but I like reading the legal text. You read it, it tells you, even if you get funded, you're still trading on a closed circuit platform. This is not a real trade. They're not really hitting the market. And I know people say that they scam, but it still pays the bills, but you're not really developing a real skill in the market. That's my problem with it. Because then it's tricked a lot of people into fake trading, essentially. And if push ever comes to shove, if the scam ever closes down, you got to go to a new broker, all of your skills change. Even if you go from one prop firm to another, if their computer is different, you just all that time is out the window now. And then let's say prop firms don't exist or whatever, and then you go to the real market to try to do what you've been doing, it's going to be different. So that's what I'm saying. Believe that's what you want to do. You could do it. Go run it up, bro. Do it. I say double it. Do more of it. You don't have to take my word for it. But like I'm saying, it's not, it's there. It's legal because I found one or two that are based in America. That's a new thing. Some of them are new popping up in America, which is crazy. But most of them are like Lithuania, Romania, Cayman Islands, all of it. So yeah, but like it's just not real. But it's legal. You tell people, you inform them, you create a software. That's why I said I'm gonna make a prop firm. I said if Kamala won, I would have made a prop firm. I said might as well. I kind of even want to make a prop firm. Hear me out, where you guys could bet against me, where I explain the rules, and instead of trying to LARP and hide behind it, I'm like, yo man, this is a prop firm. I'm not really going to execute your trades. So what we're going to do is I'm going to build a platform. You deposit all your money, and then I'll give you plays, and then you bet against me. Because then if you're wrong, I keep the money, and then if you're right, you get to make the money. That's it. But it's just a prop fund. It's easy. That's all they all just lie about how they're doing it, or they make it so complex, and then they charge you a fee and do all of it. But it's not an illegal process. It's just very simple. You're putting people on a software and you're agreeing to based on terms and conditions to pay them out. That's it. But it's just you're not trading. You call it trading, but you're not, like I'm saying, none of your orders are ever hitting a real life market. None of it's not even verifiable in that sense, where like I'm telling you, you got to understand, when I tell motherfuckers I'm making 9,000%, you could watch that fill on a New York Stock Exchange market every single day that we do it. You could see it. So yeah, that's all it is. But you could make money off of it, but just eventually, if your goal is to be in the stock market for a while, you will have to make some adjustments, and hopefully that time investment is worth it. And then hopefully they don't just flat out scam you, but that's without me talking about it. They'll pay you, but you got to jump through hoops. Well, that's not good. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, that's the, I don't even want to talk about that topic. Like I'm saying, that's the other part that makes them very terrible, because I don't believe any of you should have, you should not have those restrictions on your money. Do you understand? I make my trades. You saw it. I want to buy a house. My money's in my account in 24 hours. Nobody could say anything to me. Right? I've wired out. I have all these small accounts. I grow them up. I build them up. I want to turn it to a down payment. That shit's gone in 24 hours. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not that's a whole nother area where I would hate for any of you to deal with that. It is. That's the sad part. I don't know if people have it's the same Forex people. The same people that did the Forex, like MLM things. Same thing with prop firms. But it's on the rise, and that's what I've noticed. Like, even a lot of the new people interacting with my videos, they're very prop firm oriented. So I haven't even made a video explaining this too, but yeah, I don't know. It's it creates a lot of bad habits, and it doesn't really teach people what they want to do. And that's what I'm saying. Just like when time runs out, and then you ever go to the normal market, it just like all of that time was wasted, because it moves very different. That's I'm not trying to discourage any of you. That's why I'd rather you learn on a ThinkOrSwim, learn on a real market. So, you know, when you develop these skills, it's going to apply no matter what. That's why I've been doing the same shit for such a long time. You know, things don't really change that much. But if you're learning on a computer program, but then the real market dynamics, that's why, like, when I tell you guys the price isn't available anymore, that's real life, right? I buy a play for 10 cents. It may not be there. MITK pop. And then Iran-U.S. talks are right on track, says Pakistan senator. And then Copart's still going. They started with all the LARPers. That's what I'm saying. And all these prop funds. And then most of the people who do them, you got into a prop firm because somebody got scammed by a prop firm, and then they referred you. Then they pay you to refer people. And then people they're like, look, I'm making all this money. Look I'm a trader. I could trade $100,000 positions. Woo. Even though, you know what I'm saying? It's just all, and then they get people to sign up, and then that's it. Then money comes in, money comes out. They make a lot of money. It's just, you know, just pay out the people referring, and do all that, and yeah, you're good to go. That's why I said, do you guys want me to make a prop fund? I'll do one. I'll make an honest prop firm, and I'll say, hey, I'm never going to execute your trades. If you get paid out, you'll get paid. If you miss, I keep all of your money. And then I'll give you plays too. And I'll say, here's a play I like. Bet against me. If I'm wrong, you get to make the money. You get to get paid out on the difference. If I'm right, I'm going to keep all your money anyways. But that's just all they don't tell you. They're not they all just market it to you like, "Oh, I'll give you capital. I will fund you. And you will become a trader. Learn the strategy. Learn the technicals. You will become..." It's all it is. That's all. They're all just telling you the same fucking... They're just not telling you what it is. That's the ironic part about all of it. I have seen the Drewski skit on the Forex guys. It's very accurate. I can't believe people forgot about that. And before the Forex guys, there was the MLMs and the VMAs and all of that. Then there was the binary options. I don't know. Everyone keeps bringing up the Barron Trust thing. I didn't see that one. I just saw the news from earlier today. comes fast. They sell the dream of fast money. That's part of it, but they also they sell it like you're a trader. It's like, you know what I'm saying? That's why they want people to like learn a certain way and do things like this and that, and like, you know, that's why all of them are trading technicals and following what little program that they think is gonna be the secret to all of it. And then, you know, capital. Nothing makes you feel like a real trader than fucking pushing positions, no? That's what people want. Well, sometimes they'll, again, like, you could get paid from it. The real dark history is what you just said. Is like, let's say you get lucky, let's say you hit a big trade, and then you still have terms and conditions. They may not even pay you out. But that's just all dependent on how liquid they are and what things are, you know, exactly what happened. But that's still a possibility. In my that never will happen if you're trading, like, again, on a normal market. No one could ever do that, right? If you go and hit Intel, no one's going to be like, well, actually, and here, based on our terms, best we could do is give you your money back. Like, that's not going to happen, right? You buy a stock, it goes up, you sell it in a normal account on the market, that shit's yours, bro. That's it, man. I'm telling you, the Josh Atola, I just want you guys safe. That's the thing. I say this, I don't have a referral code. That's the sad part. Is you have just most of the people who are like that like fight about it, they all have them. You get what I'm saying? Like, even the influencers who are like, yeah, no. It's like they all have a referral code. That's it. The same people telling you that it's this, you make your money, it's like they have one. Of course, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you're involved in the system. So it's going to be hard for you to actually, you know, go against what you're investing in. The guy who tried to get you on Forex referral pays you for info now. It's good. It means he's growing. Because that's the game. That's what I'm saying. That's when you'll realize. Exactly. Prop firms are desperation. I agree. That's why I really don't like it. But like, that's how you evolve. Once you'll realize the money is in information. That's what I'm saying. You're going to be like, why the fuck would I be on a prop fund when I could just go, if I have info and I load up my own account on a normal brokerage, that's where you're gonna make money. So I'm telling you, it's like literally, it's like info is the primary commodity, especially as we get into AI. So info, if you have the info and you know how to apply that info, I mean, you just go to the vehicle with the least amount of risk, your own brokerage. And that's what I'm saying. You're not going to need the leverage. You're not going to need. You wouldn't tolerate anybody's rules if you had info. Like, let's just be real about it. You know, why would you? You know, if you have an asymmetric info or something that's going to benefit you, you wouldn't limit that by having to deal within certain parameters that would make you where you took risk and still potentially couldn't get paid, or that it wouldn't reflect the reality of a situation. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Isn't Trader TV a prop desk? I think they offer it. That's why I think they hate you. And that's why they're like the Canadians. They copied Stock Market Live. Ask them about their rules. But that's why too. That's why everybody, not just them, but like everybody in that game, like they pump and they want you to keep trading. And then they want, because again, if you're, like I said, if you give them all your money and you fail, they're keeping it all. And then even if you win, they're going to give you a little bit until you refer more people or you lose it all. And then that's why. And then they want a culture, everybody in that, they want a culture of quick, scalp, go do this one. So But hey, if you don't believe me, I think you should do it. Double it, triple it, quadruple it. I'm telling you I don't gain or lose off of these words. So I'm just sharing with you what many years in this game have taught me. And I've seen a lot of people, dude. I've met a lot. Just like Warren Buffett, I know the game very well. I really do know the game. That's just not our game. You see what I'm saying? Like I could be like all of them. You could run it. It's good money. They make a lot of money. They do all of this, but it's just like that's not. I believe in good money and long money, and you could get that the right way. But it's like I don't play that game. If you want to play that game, you can. But like I'm saying, if you're not well versed in that game, chances are you are the one getting played. So you got to be wise about it. But nothing beats bootstrapping, doing it yourself. And I think do not despise the days of small beginnings, because you could really, really build around something. I like FIS. It looks decent. Their fundamentals are a little weird, but they popped after that Anthropic stuff. $500. Look at that video I posted. There's some good value names you could start with. Kimberly, Tap, Procter & Gamble, McDonald's, Home Depot, McKesson, or McCormick. I don't know. I confuse myself. The cheap one. Intuit is down. I'd wait a little on Intuit since it just happened. But yeah, there's great names you could start with. Great value names. Again, you have to plan to add more than 500. The goal, it's not about what you do today. It's going to be about sticking with it for 6 months, at least a year. Ideally, the goal is 10 years. McCormick, thank you. But yeah, that's what you got to do, little by little. That's what I'm saying. That's what sucks with all these long terms, and I want more people to get them. That's why I'm considering making another brand new one. But like the sad reality, the success that we get with it now, it's not a result of just like today. It really boils down to like the months and years that led into this becoming, what it is. Think about it. The account doubled even from last year. So it's like, it's crazy to look at it. And this is off of, if you made $20,000 to $36,000 a year, this is what it would look like after about 5 or 6 years. Again, we have a similar account off 20 grand a year, $2,000 a year saved. And that account has three less years of time. And it's still about half the same sort of doubling, all of that. You got a nice little down payment here, but it didn't happen recently. You get what I'm saying? It's just like we have, and a lot of the people who have benefited off of this, that's what I'm saying. You got to go through the days, ignore the traps, start small. It seems like it's doing nothing. And then before you know it, consistently adding, you get better prices, you get better pickups. It starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then once you get momentum, it starts to fucking knock shit over. So that's what I'm saying. It's like whatever you do today doesn't really matter. If you start off, what really matters about starting off is that you start off immediately, start right now, but then you can't quit and you can't let off the pedal. But what I'm asking for is I'm not telling you to floor it. Like I'm telling you, 10%. A small amount of money, if you make a little, again, even a couple $100 a month, that's how we're going to make a dent and really build this up. But it just doesn't happen after a month or two, 3 months, 6 months. It takes time for it to be like, for you to really see the benefits. I'm telling you, it's like working out. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not going to go to the gym today and put up 225. You start with the bar, throw a 5 pound, a 10 pound, a 15 pound. So like I'm saying, those names I put out there recently, great area to start in. Those are all names that are down. They're going to be around for 10 years. They may go lower, they may go higher, but it's like you could start with some of that and really be able to build some things up. But your real physical fitness and all of that, it's going to happen. In your account, it will start looking fit. It takes some time. That's what I'm saying is like the market hits an all-time high. You see all these chads. You guys are like, holy fuck, they all got 8-packs? Oh my gosh, they're all balling. And then you're seeing the before and after pictures. You're like, that Chad was scrawny as hell. How is he benching? Oh my gosh, I could do that. And you can do that, but you got to remember, they've been in the gym every fucking day, every month for the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm telling you, I encourage you to get involved right away. Then do not let the emotions and the back and forth change your consistency. And if you stick with it, you'll be able to, I think you'll be able to do very well. I would buy UK stocks, not for the long term, but as of now, they could get a little cheaper individually. There's some good laggers. Can tell you how much of this is true. Yeah, because you're swole as hell, bro. You are in the gym, bro. You get it. I'm sure. Do you train people? Because, like, do you get this when you, like, train people? Like, are people, like, really expecting... Are they, like, thinking they're going to do, like, 3 months? Because, like, again, bro, you go gym 3-6 months, you'll notice some of the changes. Like, you know, you'll feel a little better, and you'll notice changes, but it's not, like, it's not dramatic. It's not going to be the difference of, like, an account doubling, you know, but you're going to make progress. They want roids. Give me roids and peptides. Fuck yeah. Yeah, whatever MITK, bro. I put this up. That one went up 6. I'm American, but love Canada. The Propatola. No. I always tell them, you didn't get fat in one day. You won't get buff in one day. Damn. Facts. Facts, bro. Pentagon doubts over rare earth deal provoke clash at White House. Sermal and USAR are going down. Again, these guys ripped the last couple days off of these headlines. Based ouster? Did Oust just get this Super Bowl deal? Silicon Valley to aid crowd safety at World Cup. San Francisco-based ouster. You're happy you didn't buy Stream Alerts when I started. Thank you. It's taking me time to build. And you're happy you did. It's all a journey. That's why I tell people, I do think Stream Alerts and Locked In, if you don't really have experience, don't do it. But I think down the line, once you build it up and you start learning how to monetize info, like, you're going to realize how good of a tool it is. But if you're not at that level yet, it's going to do more harm than help. So, amen. And I hope the long-term cooking... There is. The amount of crossover between the market and, like, health, it's because, you know, it's biology. Money is biological. So I don't know if they feel me, bro. But yeah, I do think it goes hand in hand. How you build up your physical fitness, and that's why I would get confused. Because I had a friend of mine I grew up with, and he was buff. I took him to the gym. We both started at the gym. And then he got, like, he fell in love with it, and he became one of those big guys. But when it came to money, he was always very weird about money. I imagine, I was telling him about the long term since I got the long term. I've known him my whole life. But then he would get into, like, Vima. He got into the MLMs. He got into every scam you could think of. And I never understood why. And I was giving him opportunities. I said, yo, come do real estate with me. I said, come do stocks. Let's get this long term. All of this. He never was about it. It was crazy to me because this guy knew everything about physical fitness. He understood he was a little scrawny bitch, and it took him years to turn into the monster that he is now. But that was the part that it was very baffling, because then when it came to money, he didn't want to grow money the same way he grew his body and that he built up his health and fitness. He only wanted he said, no, give me quick. I want to bench 225 tomorrow. No, why would I waste my time? Why would I go? I'm like, you go every day. You go every day to the gym, little by little. You'll go every day. You'll watch your diet. Think about that. This is all habits, and it affects your physical fitness. It's the same thing with money. And that's so, again, if you one of these swole guys, bro, and if y'all are already fit, do not make the mistake of not treating your money and your financial future exactly how you're treating your body in the gym, because it's the same exact shit. It really is. And that's why I'm saying you have no excuse, because if you were like, wow, I was in the gym, I built up my health, my fitness, all that discipline, all of the longevity, you get it. You understand how things get built. So that's why it's like, don't make that mistake of, being disciplined in one area and having the understanding you need, but then, just treating it like it's something like brand new. It's because it's not. It goes hand in hand perfectly. It's a trip. I'm American, but love Canada. TE came down. Well, I don't know which says it's solar still, because the other nuclear ones came down to minerals. Oh, F cell. Chad was on that one. And then A-Lab, bro. It's been 3 days in a row of all-time highs. Nuve B, that was that old play from the Druckenmiller one. Those came back. They're still down. They're up on the ask. Long term. And high tickers fully gassed. You're probably going to get some sort of Iran news by the end of the day or tomorrow. So yeah, get ready for that. Is KC moving, or are they just jacking the spreads? KC a little bit. China did bounce, but man's not hot. Market on close, 1 billion to the buy side, 2.1 total, 1 billion in balance. Financials, they should continue to go well. I mean, they've already, ever since we talked about it this week, they've kind of outperformed very gradually. I do think the rate stabilization is going to determine that, because banks both benefit and get clapped off of it. It all just depends how it settles in terms of both economy, consumer, and then the banks. But generally, they should keep going, gradually, kind of how they have been. But we'll see. Once we get back to high correlation, we'll see how it all plays out. I'm American, but love Canada. AMD popping. Didn't they have a headline earlier? Cyber... What's that other one? 10B and Gen. Yeah, those are up so much. I haven't made a play on cyber yet, except the Palanters. But that's why. I like the cyber, though. I think it's going to be... Now, GLW, that's one of the industrial ones. This feels like this morning. And then oil's still down. Keep that in mind. Not too much, but yesterday was a bad day. Money market funds rise to 7.77 trillion. I don't like the KC as much, but I'm still in it. Again, we have appropriate time. That one has a little less time, but I never averaged down on it. So that one came down, but the averages weren't good, and by the time it really came down, it was really down, and then I went for the K-Web instead. And then the K-Star started to take advantage, or take some of the weight. But I like it, but I'm not like, I haven't averaged, I only got one play on it. I top blasted it. Obviously, it didn't work out because it's a top blast, and then the other ones are balancing. But now that that's came down, and then K-Web's cheaper, I'm going back to K-Web, if anything. But yeah, I still have exposure to it, but it's no good. No good, Habibi. BHF. Cybersecurity, I would probably get everything from now. I mean, ideally, July and above is better. You could play the short-term ones. It just depends on what drives it. But if it's not moving a lot and it's a good price, I mean, timing, this summer could either stall out, or even then we'll find out. And then early June is going to be kind of, the first week of June is going to be a little precarious. That's so we won't even know till then. So I wouldn't even be too comfortable with anything. That's why every time something moves, I'm making it free. I made my Kimberly's free. I made every single play today free when it went up. So, and I've been doing that even the other day with software. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we could have better times are better, but at the same time, like, just remember, like, coming into these next 2 weeks, the market may look very different. It may not be like this. So you gotta be mindful of it. I like the cyber, but they're already up. I don't want to top blast. I want a lagger in cyber, but right now I don't have any plays. I'm just looking to see what it does. So it's either going to pull back or it's just going to keep ballooning, and that's what I'm saying. Depending on that, if it keeps ballooning, then the laggers are going to be more compelling. But then if they all if they come down, then we see if we still like these plays, and then we could build around them. Software nuke, chips, ANET, IBM again. I mean, IGV is not bad. You got to think about it. IGV with 20% down on Intuit. But yeah, chips did go up, but barely. So it's not, as far as like rotation correlation, this isn't bad. IBM Mizzle. Are you guys going to hold that? The Junes are ballooning. I'm American. Oh, they brought the ass down a little. But love Canada. All right, well, that's final five. I had Rapparooney Chattadooney. Finalize your plays. Oh, Dell. Remember, they still have earnings. I forgot about that. There's Dell and then CRM. Well, yeah, Dell woke up a little bit. Are the plays of the day in the chat? Most of them are good. If you're listening throughout the day, like, again, like IBM, I told you guys the idea this morning, and I said I'm going after it, but the exact play was in the locked in, but everybody should have heard it. But other than that, we go over a lot throughout the day, and then if there's easy ones, I try to put them on Instagram. But it's not about plays, too. It's just, plays, info. Ideally, I want you guys to learn the info. If you go watch these videos, even on Instagram, you're watching me take info, and then I'm making a move off of it. I want you all to learn how to do that, because once you start to pick up on the whole info dynamic and how, knowing things and knowing about them early and timely, that's what facilitates a lot of this stuff. And then, again, there's stuff that happens intraday and throughout the day that changes things. Al Arabia, Iran media attributing to Al Arabia without verification is a professional error. So somebody is lying, brother. Says bullshit. Reuters does it all the time. How come we can't do it? Reuters do it, you guys say, wow. Oh, State TV do it, and you guys say, wow, you're so bad, evil. Fuck you, man. Iran's uranium and control over Strait remains among the sticking points. Well, yeah, they're coming out now. They're saying one of those reports was fake. I mean, you just guess which one. No deal has been reached yet, but gaps have narrowed. Senior Iranian source. There you go. That sounds better. Oil, like I'm saying, watch till tomorrow. It's either oil is going to be 97 to 93. Anything below there is good. And then above 97, you'll still have this pressure. So Rapparoony, Chattadooney. Not much time left. That's it. Make your plays free. I decide what you're going to do with the IBM Mizzles. Those are a couple 100%. And then anything else, the Palanters, I believe, were cheaper, but I haven't given a specific one for that, but they're slightly up now. So other than that, you watch your cyber, get ready for the next couple days. Yeah, do something with IB, even Netflix too, if you have that daily. That was another one. So every play today was made free. We got a couple of hits, but yeah, you got to do something with them. Otherwise, you don't really get paid. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm American. Alrighty. Fuck Wall Street. Amen. That's why, man. Make it free and get it long term. Woo! And now you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to make your mind up, brethren. Decide now. Make a decision. Friday, tomorrow. Monday is closed. So if you want to take a extra day off, that would be it. But you got to decide. No more earnings. You're going to get a couple of random ones, work day, and then a couple more next week. But generally, season's over, baby. So get ready to wrap up May and everything else. And the weekend. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chattadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Almost done with the week. The killer plays. Killer long term. I need a good game in the chat. Drop the GG. You don't know what GG is, bro? It's like good game. Like when we're done with the game, bro. It don't matter if you made money, lost money, you learned something. Do you like the chat above you? Do you hate the chat below you? It don't matter. It's good sportsmanship. That's a good game, brother. So good game to all of you, and God bless you. All y'all who really play. All y'all really learning, really taking info, saying, fuck Wall Street, I'm going to do it myself. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Good game in GG. He wants to fight you mad. Oh, good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. Thank you for your time. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in, the people really listening, bringing it to life. This is not really art. Oh, man. Amen. Good game, baby. I love you. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. See you on the Instagram. I cap trolls chat cause he gets bored, but Jesus is still Lord. Good game, good game, good game, good game, good game. GG, GG, GG. Good game, good game, good game. Woo! Amen. Amen. We did it, y'all. We did it. Oh yeah, that's it. Workday came out. What did they do? 2.54 billion versus 233. Are you kidding me? Net was 222. Yeah, they beat revenue by 10%. I don't know if there's a guide. Full year outlook for subscription 992 to 995. That's in line. So yeah, their guidance came in exactly in line, but they beat in the quarter. Second quarter 2.46 billion. Ooh, that's lower. That's not good. Outlook subscription revenue. I don't know if that's total or just subscription. Okay, subscription, that's not including services. I was gonna say, bro. Yeah, well, they beat the full year guide was just a little lower, but they beat. Number, I'm reading Financial Outlook, and then net gap operating margin of 30%, and then 992 to 95, 30.5. They hate AI art. It's all in line. So the full, it wasn't bad. And then Coeb. Oh yeah, we'll take it. I hope it, again, they were up a lot more, but they have way more in store. Maybe this is the one that cucks, but it should, like I said, Upstart or Workday should either die or fucking rip. Like, it should be a 15, 20%er, but so far, it's all baby. It's all light work, bro. This isn't even that crazy. That's why. So, I don't know. The guidance was in line. Earnings were good. But, yeah, they're up 7% right now. So, other than that, Chad, I love you. Amen. Fuck Wall Street, dude. You're going to beat them, Chad. You beat them with the long term. Stop letting them propagandize you. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for the tricks. That's it. The factory will be yours. That's it. The little Oompa Loompas, dog. I hope they feel me. So, God bless you. And thank you. And I hope you had a wonderful day. Good opportunity. I hope your long term is working. And I hope you care more about the future, man. I hope you don't get too excited by what's going on here. I hope you kill the excitement so we could get down to commitment. And I hope you guys are ready to close out another awesome week. I'll see you tomorrow. Go finish the rest of your day with activity, with good rest. You know what I'm saying? And then hope maybe you wrap it up with the watch list. Maybe you wrap it up with some trading fraternity slop on Instagram. You know, you got a lot of things, brother. A lot of things. But thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, you will attract the things that you need, and they will all be within your reach. All you must do is kill the attitude of desperation. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. May the Lord be with you. I know he's already with you. You got to be with him, dog. You got to make that decision. That's it, dog. Damn, CRM? Really, CRM? Come on. Oh, come on. The one time. But either way, Chad, I love you. And for real, man, get the mind right, dude. Get the mind right. It's all a weird mind fuck. Don't let them do that to you, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. You already have it. You know that. You have everything you need for skills, luck, doing a lot of things. That's it. Just throw off that cheap cologne, brother. Get that cologne off of you. You know what I'm saying? You got to get that off of you. Then you got to realize who you are, brother. I hope they feel me, Chatadonia. So I love you. I hope you learned something. Hope you got exposed to some opportunity and grabbed it. And if not, you're going to learn, baby. But here's the deal. Before I get going, I love you and thank you for your time. But just remember, I'm a sellout. So unfortunately, all of my daily content is brought to you by our sponsors. And I do it because they pay me. They pay me a lot of money. You know, I told you the prop funds, I have no sponsors. I tell you that honestly. You know, no one motivates what I say or don't say, but I would be lying if I told you I didn't have a sponsor. So they pay me a lot of money to tell you this. But I use it every day, every month, every year, every decade. But yeah, take a minute here before I leave to hear this message from our sponsors, Long-Term Monthly. Thank you.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.